me here are three co-founders of Ingressive for Good, and they are the reason why we're here. They have gathered us here. And basically the aim of this panel is to get a good sense of why Ingressive for Good exists, what the mission is, where we are today, and where are we going, you know. And I guess the best place to start is with you, Maya. Many of us were not in the room with you when you had the idea or when you were discussing it with whoever. So what was Ingressive for Good when you conceived it, and how have you gone about bringing it to life today?
Yeah, I think this was a... Is this working? Can everyone hear me? Yes? Okay. I think this was we were sitting together at Moist on the beach, and that makes it sound so ridiculous. Okay, it's not that ridiculous, but it was something that we had thought about for years and something that we were doing without formalizing it through a nonprofit. So, as you know, we had Ingressive Advisory, which was our first company, and Sean was the COO, I was the CEO, and that business was profitable, and we were able to do some things with with our resources. We were able to get laptops and distribute them out to those who couldn't afford it but wanted to learn tech. We were able to gather resources from some of our clients and give it out for free to the community, and we just realized there was so much radical impact, and we wanted to scale that. And also, after Ingressive Advisory, I launched Ingressive Capital. So our first fund was 10 million, and we're investing in technology companies across the ecosystem. And it's like we put money in the company and then be like, okay, we hope that tech founders or techies come. We hope that engineers or designers or product managers come to these startups. Like, where are they? And then we recognized we actually had to control the pipeline, because if we wanted to scale investing, and we weren't investing in also simultaneously in the inputs that allowed companies to scale, what were we doing? And so Ingressive for Good is the recognized need to democratize access to technology on the talent side, while Ingressive Capital democratizes access to technology on the capital side.
And I'll just follow up with that immediately, because just still with you, Maya, because the assumption I have as just a journalist who's looking at the industry is that the resources to be a tech developer or a product designer are out there. The resources are out there, so anybody can just go on YouTube and learn. So why does Ingressive for Good have to come in to make that possible? Okay then.
Oh, my mic is on fleek. Okay, so what he said is correct. The information that you need to grow and do a lot of amazing things, it's out there. It's out there for free. But typically what you find is that the information that is out there, it is not necessarily created or developed or shared from the African perspective. And what Ingressive for Good does an amazing job at is aggregating and finding these opportunities to provide access to learning resources, but we also use community. We use each other. We use our shared experiences to be able to drill down these international lessons and bring it down to the African perspective, bring it down to the Nigerian perspective, bring it down to the Kenyan and all of these different places. We have a community that is so strong, so wide in so many different African countries, and it takes us to be the filters for our own information.
Okay, so Blessing, speak about that community. What does it look like today? How has it grown over time?
Okay, I think the community is one of the most interesting things about Ingressive for Good. Like Sean said, or rather like you said, a lot of this information seems readily accessible. It's as though it exists and it's right there. But there are other challenges. You may not have access to the internet. You may not have access to a working laptop. You may not have access to a working phone to be able to take advantage of those opportunities that are seemingly out there. Or even if you have access to it, you wouldn't even know what path to take. And so something that should have taken you 3 months to learn ends up taking you 1 year, right? And that's where the community comes in. It's like you find other people that care about the same things that you care about and are willing and happy to support you. This theme this year was No Techies Left Behind on purpose because it was very community centered. Yes, we're all growing. Yes, we all have something that we're aspired to within the tech ecosystem, but we cannot do it alone. And so it really helps to have someone else hold our hands. In 2020, our community was less than 20,000 people strong. Yeah, I think it's 10,000. And now, this year, 2 years later, we're like 250,000 people strong across Africa in over 100 countries. And that's not a small feat, right? You guys made it happen. Thank you. And so that's not a small feat. And the reason why they keep coming back, and you could probably pass the mic to someone else and ask them, is just because they find belonging here. They find support. They find care. And even when we're talking to our volunteers today, they were like, we love the community. And that's a big deal. You can't buy that anywhere. Yeah, and that's how I think about it.
So what does success for the community, for Ingressive for Good, look like?
Really, no techies left behind. Just creating the avenue for people to be able to succeed, right? One of the most important things to us is to democratize access. We want access to be readily available to the people who need them. We don't want it to be based on who you know or based on your father's surname, as Maya would say, or based on anything else like that. We want you to be able to access your whatever opportunities are out there just based on merit and your skill. And there's a perfect story for this. Someone, he was a painter. He shared the story with us in our documentary that is coming out soon. He was a painter. He tried to, because of health situation and based on what the side effects of painting, I guess, he decided he wanted to become an interior decorator. And so he went to a school for it. He went to a school for it.
Powerful story.
Powerful story, yeah. So he went to a school for it, graduated the best in class as an interior decorator. And then guess what happened? Interior decorator firms refused to hire him because he didn't have a BSc. He also didn't look the way they wanted him to look. He didn't look as presentable as they would like interior decorators to look. However, he found tech, and he felt like that was a leveler for him. Should I be scared? Is this story that powerful? Yeah, but that was a leveler for him. So good that he would apply for opportunities abroad and within Nigeria and be considered for them. And that changed his life, changed his perspective, changed his mindset. So that was really life-changing for me to also hear about and reaffirmed all of the things that we're currently saying now, right? That tech is actually a leveler. Community gives you access, and Ingressive for Good is democratizing that access.
I think it's interesting that you give that example because here in the audience I've spoken to someone who, she says she's a fashion designer, and I was asking her what the intersection is between fashion and tech, and she explained it very well to me. And it seems to me that there are very different people here with different aspirations. So how large a platform is Ingressive for Good to accommodate the various interests that people have,
I would say that tech is one of these things that can form and it's touched and it leaks into every aspect of our lives. If you go back 10, 15 years and you meet companies who don't have social media pages or don't have web pages, you still kind of understand that they exist. Now, if you see these companies today and they don't have an active social media page, they don't have an active website, they don't have people dedicated to focusing on that, you don't take them serious. So it's in that space where we're able to draw in people of all walks of life. For me, I said there is nobody who is outside the reach of technology. And in that space, Ingressive has a home for almost anyone and everybody who wants to come and add that piece of technology, add that piece of innovation to the thing that they're trying to do. Again, the word technology is so broad that basically it stands for innovation and making things faster, making things easier, making things more efficient. And in that space, there's not one company, there's not one brand, there's not one type of business, there's not one person that couldn't benefit from adding those things to whatever it is that they're doing. So we have a place for a lot of people.
And on the learning side, anyone, no matter, I have people saying, oh, I studied art, or oh, I studied construction engineering, or I studied this, that, and the other, and so I'm not relevant in the tech space, or I can't be a developer, I can't be a designer now. If you have the grit and you can stay with the train. I studied environmental policy in English, and now I'm in finance and technology. My undergraduate education has nothing to do with what I'm doing right now. So if you are hungry and you stay focused, no matter, even if you didn't go to secondary school, you didn't go to college, it doesn't matter. There's a space for you in the technology sector.
And you are, like you've said now, you are the money woman. In case you didn't know, Maya was the first Nigerian woman to raise a venture capital fund solo on her own. Can we give her a round of applause, please? And so let me ask you a bit about money, even though this is maybe not a money conference. But so I suppose there are people here who want to start companies. They have that dream to start companies, and maybe they are already thinking about money. But from your experience, how much do you need to gather in terms of skill first before you start thinking about money?
So that's a big question. There are a few ways that I tackle that. So one, before thinking about the people in the audience who want to start companies, there's this idea that if you get in the tech space, you have to be a founder. Companies do not survive unless they have successful teams. So there's the key operator, there's the key product person, there's the key engineering talent, et cetera. So holistically, if for all the people in the audience who don't have aspirations to be the CEO of something and want to work with a team, you are the reason teams exist, and you are the reason that they scale, that companies scale. So just want to put a pin in that one. Now, secondly, for those who do want to be founders, there's also this idea you have to build a billion-dollar company and you have to raise all this money from day one. That's also not the case. So if you do have aspirations to build a company, which means, like, if you just want to go build a company or you're just looking to make money, do something else. But the reason that you should start a company is you've identified a unique face, and there aren't any good solutions right now. And you have some unique ability and that grit to truly fundamentally understand the problem and create a sustainable solution, as in something that people will pay for so that they can get the product that you're trying to provide. So I wouldn't say, hey, you want to start some company doing something? Great, go incorporate and try to raise money doing something. Find your problem. That is your billion-dollar solution. That's where you start.
Okay. Sean, let me ask you a question that I think comes up a lot in the talent community. Developers, the software engineers, maybe the front-end guys and the back-end guys tend to get a lot of the attention. And it's interesting that we say, and we forget that product designers are techies as well. So how do you emphasize that message that talent is broad and that it's a big tent that needs to welcome everybody?
I don't think we have to do too much convincing. The tech space in general, when you start looking at the Googles and the Facebooks or Metas and whatnot, tech has started bringing its own gravity. But once people kind of step on the edge, they start seeing that there are different elements of technology. So a lot of times when you think of tech, you're starting to think of, software developers and different things with computers, but there are also technical writers, copywriters. There's also social media analytics and different things like that, where there's this broad space that you can fall into, back end, no code, so many different elements there. We do data science, we do product management. We also do, I think I talked on tech marketing, and then what's the last one? I always mix the last one. But
yeah, so data, design, product management,
design,
software development, and marketing. Those are the key things that we focus on, because we've been able to see that these are in-demand skills at first, and you don't have to be a techie in the right word of it to be a techie. You could be a non-techie in tech, and that world exists. No matter what tech business anybody builds, they're still going to need a HR person. They're still going to need you love, the passion that you have, to be able to, feed into that.
Right, and on inclusion and inclusivity, obviously there is more emphasis in the world today on making sure that women are in the pipeline. What does Ingressive for Good do towards that?
That's a powerful question. It's my favorite question to answer. Early in 2021, you know how every March everyone has this IWD activity and then they pose based on the agreed theme of the year, and everyone just has hashtags and then they make their staff dance and do stuff like that. That's great for the culture, but that was not enough for us. Just also based on the fact that we knew that 25% of roles are just, they're taken by women, right? Only 25%. That leaves room for 75% that is unoccupied by women. And this is in tech, right? And this is a high number compared to other parts of the world. So sub-Saharan Africa has like 25 to 30% of women, accommodating tech roles. And that was not enough for us. We wanted to do better. So we thought, what is a small step that we can take? It doesn't have to be large, but what is one thing that we can do to increase the chances of women occupying more roles in tech? And that was how we birthed the 1,000 Women in X program. So it started with 1,000 women in design, because that was like a low-hanging fruit. We wanted to experiment and see how that goes. Went really well. People would tell you women don't apply for stuff. We got 17,000 applications. Once women feel like they are seen, heard, cared for, and valued, they will come. You just have to put the food at the table that you have promised them, and they would surpass your expectations. At the moment, we have over 60% of our community. It used to be 56%. It somehow shifted to 60% of our community. Just women. And sometimes the men ask us, Ingressive for good. Every time, women. Have you sent us a mail like that before? So people do. So they're like, women all the time. You guys, everything for women. What about the men? Well, any program that we don't say is for women is for everybody. So you can apply, and we have a lot of those, and men actually apply. Men actually apply for the women programs as well, which is so funny. But it's interesting as well to see, like, this is how badly people want it. We've seen the impact in the lives of women. We're so proud of our women, and they're doing great things in the world.
And that's good. When people have an example, like Maya here on stage, it helps to convince them that there is a path to, making it in tech. What is the end goal for Ingressive for Good? If there was one thing that you wanted to achieve, what would that be?
I think I'll start, and I think everyone should answer. But before I start, this is something that I say every time when I speak in any female-related, like when I answer any female-related question. It's okay to be the first woman. What is not okay is to be the only woman, right? And so once you're in there, bring another woman in. So if you're a woman here and you're a beneficiary of Ingressive for Goods program, don't just stop there, bring another woman in. What is the end goal for us? We just want to democratize access. My co-founders might say something else, but this is the one that we all agree.
My personal goal is a shift in narrative. My entire life, I've been told that the darker I am, the lower we are, the less we have. I keep hearing stories, poor, violence, all of these different things that are associated with being Black or African in this world, but when I start looking and peeling back the layers, I find that the entire world rests upon the efforts of our African communities. All the precious resources are coming from here. All the precious human capital that was taken from this continent to build a better world. I want to shift the narrative and start having us start seeking ourselves, start looking for ourselves, start seeing ourselves as the best that there is, the best that is available, as opposed to start looking for everywhere else. Travel, go everywhere, learn, but come back and take care of home. That's my goal.
Wow, okay. My goal is simple with Ingressive and with everything that I do. I want to ensure that every African youth, regardless of background, who their father is, who their mother is, what school they went to, has the resources they need to get into the tech space and build wildly scalable businesses. So whether that means a laptop and data, whether that needs seed funding, whether that means community and mentorship and guidance, every African youth, I hope that for the world, but the rest of the world is not my business. Every African youth has the resources they need to build and scale businesses. That's what I care about. That's my one single goal.
Do we have anyone with questions in the audience? We'll take like one or two, because obviously there'll be more talk today, so let's not linger too much. But do we have one or two questions in the audience? Okay. Yeah, I saw someone raise their hand. Okay, you can. Yes. Okay, someone is bringing a mic.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, so my question is, I was having a conversation with a friend yesterday, and so this is my question. Sometimes when you have to start a company or start a business and you don't want to go for any investment at a very early stage, you want to bootstrap. At what point do you get to that standard? Like, how can you say this is a successful business that has bootstrapped comparing to a business that was invested in? I don't know if you get my question. Or should I rephrase my question?
So are you asking when is the right time to raise funding, or when are you asking how to tell if your business is viable?
So actually my main question is, you bootstrap to a point where you raise funds. So that point where you get to want to raise funds, like, how do you know that point?
I'd say in this specific market, so if you asked me a year ago, my answer would be different, but we are in a down market. We are in an imminent and current recession. Things are going crazy with the Naira, things are going crazy with inflation, and venture capitalists and generally investors around the world are taking a pause on deploying capital. And the businesses that could get funded and sustained a year ago are not the ones today. So that's the preface. I would say there are a number of things, but there are a few key top most important things to think about when about to raise capital or when deciding if you should raise capital. The time when you should raise capital, I would say, some people will say only after you've hit product market fit, as in you've identified a group of people that love your product and are willing to pay for it again and again and again and engage with it regularly, and that group of people is enough to grow to $1 billion business opportunity. So people would say start there. But if you have a family and you don't already have resources and you're starting from scratch, you might need to raise some capital. It's okay to raise some capital at the beginning so you can find that product market fit. So there might be two different times. Or take out a loan so you can have the capital to focus and find that product market fit. So that's the two general time periods. And I would say when thinking about investors, you don't just raise money from anyone. Because a company, the average life of a startup from start to exit is about 10 years. So that means you're going to be working closely with whoever you give money for 10 years. And so being very thoughtful, just like the VC or the investor would be asking you questions, you need to ask them questions. So ask them who else they've invested in, how those companies are doing. I'd go talk to those founders. What is the quality of the investment? Do you like your investor? Do they respect you? If you have a problem, like if you have an emergency at 3 a.m., will they pick up your call or will they just ignore you? So that's the other important part too, because sometimes people get into tricky situations with investors that are not that great and that you don't want, they're not the type of people who will have your back if there's an emergency. So be very, very careful in thinking about both strategically, so like, do they have the expertise to add value to my business, but also are they the type of person you want to spend the next 10 years of your life with? And then the last thing to think about is when you accept capital, it's not free money. The only free money you get is from your customer. When someone gives you something, you give them the product, whatever's left is yours to do whatever you want. That is called sweets money. But when a VC or a debt provider gives you cash, they want it back. Me, I want 1,000 times my money. So if I give you $1, I want you to return $1,000 to me. So be very careful before you accept money, because there are expectations as far as what you need to return.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And that was an excellent answer, of course. Thank you, Maya. I'll take one question from a lady, if you don't mind, please. So there's
hi,
a lady.
good morning, Maya. From here.
Okay.
From what we heard, you raised money solo. So I was wondering, how did you handle the gender bias? Because when they see a lady, they're a little hesitant to give you their money. How did you handle that?
When I was going out to fundraise, so it took me I first tried raising the fund when I was 23. I wanted to raise a $50 million Africa fund. I didn't do it. And then we launched the advisory company, and instead of getting money directly from investors to deploy into companies, we said, okay, investors, don't give me your money up front. We'll take you to Nigeria, and we will show you why you should invest and why you should be excited about Africa. And then you make the investments, and over time, you'll get to know, we know what we're talking about, and you'll give us your money. That actually happened. But you could call that whole period fundraising, and you could say we were fundraising for 5 years before we opened our first fund. So it was not like an overnight thing. We had to build the first company. We had to bring the Facebooks, the Googles, the GitHubs, the Figmas to Nigeria, to Africa. They had to make Y Combinator. We showcased deals. We had to help them make their first investments, et cetera, et cetera. And then years later, they gave us money into our own fund. So first thing, it was not like an overnight, like, oh, I think I'll raise money today. Boom, there's 50 million in the account. No, it was years of investment. It was thousands of no. Thousands. I've had thousands of in-person pitches and no's. So the grit was there. And I would say, I don't think I've ever focused on either being black or being a woman or being whatever, being young or anything like that. If you are building something that's viable, that people need, that investors need, that customers need, that's needed and essential in the ecosystem, it doesn't matter if you're purple or yellow or an alien or have two horns, people are going to buy your product. If it is great and it is impactful and you're transforming an industry, your business will raise money. It may take time, you may have to gain expertise, you may have to figure out the right route, but there's a route. And so I would say, instead of focusing on the gender bias, forget all the noise. Decide which battle you want to face and you want to focus. Not even a competition for the product.
Okay, and just because we've had two fundraising related questions, is there another question that maybe from an aspiring developer or something? Okay, the man in purple, and that will be our last because we'll have more talks. Thank you.
Thank you. So I suppose you chose these co-founders. So I wanted to ask them, what did you look out for in choosing them, and what advice would you give? Because I'm sure you would have had a couple of standards that you wanted persons to meet, and you probably had other persons apart from them in mind. So what advice would you give to someone who's looking out to choose co-founders, and what helped you to choose them?
She said, what do you look for in co-founders? Well, I'm not the investor type, but as a consultant in the operations space, what else? Oh.
We had a blessing.
What do I look for in a co-founder?
When you're deciding, if you're going to bring on a co-founder, How did we go about that process?
Oh, yes,
No,
yes,
we've been
yes. No,
co-founding
I thought he was
so many
coming from the
businesses.
investment perspective.
Yes.
I get you now. So what I was looking for in the co-founders, what I found in these two amazing people is that I knew that when the fires would start burning, when things would start happening, when things would start going bad, when things would not go right, that I had people with me that would fight with me. People that just strong-willed, strong-backboned, fearless people. I remember having conversations with Maya when we first were talking about Ingressive for Good. We were sitting at the table and we said, we want to train 100,000 people over the next 5 years. And Maya says, I think you can do 1 million, right? I remember having conversations with
10x every goal you've ever said in your entire
10x
life.
everything.
No, literally. 10x
I remember
every goal.
having so many operational conversations when me and Blessing are just sitting there like, I think we can do this, and we're always just pushing and pushing and pushing forward. People who are pushing the envelope. People who do not recognize no. When you tell this person no, their face will just ball up like, who are you talking to me? Like, these are the type of people I look for in a co-founder, because what you need to realize about this game that we're in is that it's not easy at all. You will struggle, you will fight, and you will push, and there's no guarantee that you will make it. So you need to make sure that whatever you're fighting and whatever you're pushing for is worth it, whether you make it or not.
Thank you. Can we give them a round of applause, please?
Alex, if I could quickly add to that, as a co-founder that was, brought in, I think one of the interesting things to also think about is think about co-founding or finding a co-founder like a marriage. Is this someone you would like to spend the rest of your life with? Because you're literally coming together to have a baby, and that's your business. When push comes to shove, will you be there for each other? Does everyone understand that it's you and the person against the problem as opposed to you guys against each other? Those things are very, very important, especially when you're in a long-term relationship, and that's really what it is. It's a marriage. We're kind of technically all married. And we're always making decisions together. We fight, we laugh, we have fun, we chill together, we make decisions. Again, we fight, but the fight is not, I hate you, I don't like you. It's more like, how do we decide on the best goal that is possible for the community, for the ecosystem? How do we come together to make something great? How do we come together to give birth to a baby that's going to grow into something, so big that we're going to be proud of? And that's really a very interesting way to look at it. But once you get into co-founder relationships, always make sure you define everyone's roles. Let everyone know exactly what their responsibilities are going to be while they're there, right? That way, you know who to look to. Yes, it's a marriage, but we know who to look to. When it comes to operations, I just look at Sean. When it comes to money, I just look at Maya. When it comes to comms, the community, they just look at me. So those are different things. Thank you. So those are different things that we already know. These are your strengths, and these are the things that we're going to complement you, through it all, so that we all come together as a united force, as one joint unit, killing things on the streets, right? Yeah.
And on Blessing's point, to double down on that, one of us is, fundraising, one of us is operations, one of us is comms and marketing. With that, before choosing a founder, you really need to have self-awareness and have those hard conversations with yourself to say, these are what I'm actually good at, and this is what I'm actually not good at. And it's not like you need to be everything to everyone. Choose that 1, 2, 3 things that are aligned with your values and also you are really good at. And you enjoy working on your skills in that space. Because it's not, if you ask me to work on operations, please, I will not show up. And not only will I not show up, the work will not be great. So I know who to leave that to. I can honor and acknowledge in myself, I have a couple skills, and I have a lot of things that I'm no good at. And so take that conversation with yourself first, and make sure the people that you're recruiting have had that conversation with themselves as well. So you guys can all come together knowing the essential skills that are needed for the company and what you individually have.
Okay, so we've had 35 minutes and we'll have more panels and there'll be more conversations, but we'll draw this to a close here now and we'll have more talk and maybe you can meet Blessing, or if you have other questions, she will always answer them. But for now, can we give the three of them a round of applause, please? Thank you very much. My name is Alex, and we'll be here to talk more. Thank you.
Please put your hands together for each and every person on that panel. Camera team, I really wanted to stay in front here. Am I going to mess up your shot if I stay here? Would this be cool with you? Or do I need to get on stage? On stage? On stage? Yes. I'm fine. Make up your mind now. Don't be like a broken sat nav. Or I don't want to mention brand name. But you know what? What did you guys, did anybody learn something new or something profound from that panel session? Anybody? Okay, if you learned something really new, fresh, that you didn't think of before, something you didn't see that way before, you learned something. Let's just be sure we're all carrying each other along. Let me know if you carried. You know me, I don't get shame. I go come meet you and I give you a microphone. You learn something or you didn't learn something? Calm down, don't worry, we're still friends. I see you. Don't worry, breathe. I'm not going to jump at you and give you the microphone. But guess what? Maya, Sean, Blessing, thank you very much. Please put your hands together for them once again. Alex killed it totally, did a fantastic job. I really appreciate what Maya said about getting to the tech ecosystem. All you need to do is find a problem and find a solution for it. It looks very simple, right? In case people are here, you're watching virtually. Sound. Yeah, thanks. Because that thing was hitting the decibels in my head. So in case you're wondering, why am I here? Maybe you were just invited. Maybe you're not even in the tech ecosystem. Maybe you're wondering, how do I apply this? Guys, it's going to blow your mind how easy and how necessary and how unavoidable this thing we're doing right here is. You know what's the theme for this year? What's the theme for the Hackfest this year? Huh? One more time? For the last time? No Techies left behind. Do you know that virtually all we're really trying to do is find, like Sean said, an easier, faster, more efficient way of doing what we have been doing before. Let me give you an example. I want to come and visit you. Bros, I want to come and visit you. Back in the day, you give me your address, no be so. All I have to do is jump on the road, call a cab, tell the cab where I'm going, right? Or tell the boss where I'm going, and hope they know what they are doing. Shikena, am I making sense? But guess what? Between leaving my house and getting to your house, a lot happens. We get lost, stuck in traffic, all manner of stuff. And somebody came up on there and said, you know what, let's solve this problem. Every time you want to visit a friend, you have to ask, and if God help you if you live in Lagos, okay, Jibo, once you hear, just know it's about to happen. It's about to go down. Okay, guess what? You know, that happened several times. I will never forget one time in Yaba. I was trying to catch a bus. I asked for simple direction, gave the guy the address, Methodist. The guy put hand on his waist, spread his leg. I knew I was in trouble. I mean, that happens so often, and somebody said, come, I'm tired of this thing. I wish I was the one that said it first, but no worries. Somebody got there before me and said, you know what, they don't even talk to human beings anymore. I still, up to now, do not understand. You know no direction. You still form, if I what? You know it or you don't know it. Where exactly are you going there? Where are you coming from? Interrogation starts. Guess what? After wasting your time. Sheriff, I beg, come. In they go, and you're wondering. But anyway, long story short, somebody said, forget all that. Don't talk to human beings again. Talk to your phone. I'll put the thing in your phone. They call it Google Map. Put the address. You should. I'm sure after a while, somebody now said, you know what? There are 3 ways that leads to Victor's house. This place is very notorious with traffic. This one. Somebody thought, I can't make Google Map again. It has already been made. How about I optimize it for traffic? And then it connected to satellites in space, connected to your your mobile devices, and found a way in the back end to let you know the shortest route with the least resistance. Tech. Now tech still they talk. She. Meaning, like Sean said, everything we are going through as a problem. I mean, I like the way, the kind of progression it went. Maya said, find a problem, find a solution for it. And then Sean said, make it faster, easier, more efficient. And Blessing said, we work in communities and we're also focused on women. And anything you are doing, any background you come from, I'll tell you stories as we go on. You know, I like to talk and tell stories, but I'll tell you facts, stories that are factual. So we all agree that you can apply tech to anything you do. I'm hungry, I don't want to go to the market. You do what? Order it. We thought Uber was the end of just transportation. Somebody thought, you know what, not only am I going to carry you, I will carry food for you. Every time there's a problem, there's a solution, that's an opportunity for you. In case, maybe it's not your domain we're even talking about now. Where are you? Agriculture. But I forget that thing. Tech solutions, plenty. People come up with drone solutions. I can't even go to that because that's my domain, agriculture. And I thought you were a comedian. Yes, I know. I know I'm a comedian. I remind myself I'm one too. But again, the beautiful thing about tech is that it cuts across all walks of life. Whatever you do, anything in fashion, tech can apply. Food. There's this comedian friend of mine. This is where I'm going before I bring on the next session. The next session, by the way, is we're going to be talking about Web3. So all the blockchain conversation and all that's going to go down there. So this guy called, I see this +1 phone call on my phone a few weeks back. And I picked it up. Now this familiar voice. Bros, it's been a while. I just wanted to reach out and say hi. You know, thank you so much for the support while I was in Nigeria. Yes, about that. I was thinking this is +1. How's it going? Say, I'm in the US now. Okay. You're cracking them up. Because I know you to be a stand-up comedian and an OAP. They said, no, Baba, I work with Google. I said, run that by me again. With who? Google. I don't understand. As in Google the company, or you the Google in America. As in you enter America with Google. No, he said I work for the company. I said, how? Apparently, little homie had been doing some certifications on the side because, you know, tech, solving a problem and making it faster, easier, and more. There's another story of a guy who lives in a... Let me say that story for after Web3. But let me tease it. This dude doesn't go out, doesn't go to work, doesn't do anything. He lives in a big apartment, has cars, and his workmates are all laptops. One day somebody calls EFCC and said, that's Chairman Yahoo, they do. So, ow! Yahoo bust through the door, EFTC bust through the door to do their thing. Don't nobody move, hands up. What's going on here? Fade to black. You hear the gist after Web3. So it's my pleasure to welcome the panelists for the next session. We're going to be talking about Web3, but I'm not going to host that panel, no. I stay in my domain. Please put your hands together for Bolu. Bolu is going to do justice to it. Welcome, Bolu.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Yeah. So we'll be talking about Web3 and why you should care. Yeah. So I was just talking with one of my panelists now, and I was telling him if we're having this conversation in, say, 2021, the beginning of 2021, it would have been a lot simpler, right? You would agree with me that you can't talk about Web3 without talking about crypto and blockchain. But with everything that has happened with crypto recently, convincing people that there's a future with Web3 could be a little bit difficult. But I'm sure I have very interesting panelists that will let you see that even though you see companies going down, crypto companies going down within a day, even though you see several crypto valuations plummeting ridiculously, there's still a reason to care about Web3. So I'm going to invite on stage Akinyemi, is the founder and CEO of StakeFair. Please, a round of applause for him. All right, yes. We should also have Shodipo Ayobide from Polygon here. I don't know if he's around. Shodipo, okay. I don't think he's here yet, but yeah. I think myself and Akinyemi will continue the conversation till we have Shodipo on stage. All right. So a round of applause for the both of us again. All right. Yeah.
Hello.
How you doing?
Very well, thanks.
All right. Yes. Are you sure? Are you good? Do you trade crypto?
Do I what?
Do you trade crypto?
Not day to day. So.
Or you old?
Yeah, kind
of. Okay. You'll be needing therapy after this session. If you trade crypto or you hold crypto, please. Issue of hands. Very few people. Okay, you guys are good. I was going to give you free, everyone. If anyone, just raise your hand. Let me see you. All right. Don't worry. I'll connect you to a free therapy session right after this. A lot of us are going to be needing it, actually. All right. Yeah. But yeah. So, like I said before, it's impossible to talk about Web3 without talking about blockchain and cryptocurrencies. But the truth is, I'm sure you agree with me that the truth is, it's possible for us to look beyond everything that is going on right now and actually believe in the future that is Web3. So before we go on, I'm sure, because I just saw that a lot of people right here don't trade crypto. So I think people that are not really into crypto might not know enough about Web3. So to you personally, what would you describe Web3 as?
Okay, good morning, guys. So I would like to say that Web3 is not just about crypto, or crypto is a very small part of Web3. So Web3 is really concerned about the sort of like evolution or the next step in terms of like the internet, right? For some of us, I know a lot of us here are still young, but if you look at the evolution of the internet, it used to be just a place where you would go and just read data, read like websites that are just filled with text, and then eventually that improved, and then people started building sort of like social media on the internet, building like banking on the internet, building all these other services where initially you could interact with the new internet, right? So for shares, I don't know, 60% with you, and you're happy, right? But at the end of the day, they own, because it's part of their platform now. So it helps them build their brand, build their valuations, build all these things. So in essence, the way Web2 currently is that it's not favorable to us, the users, right? It's favorable to the companies that own the internet, right? And if these companies, for example, if they decide that, well, we don't like you for whatever reasons, we don't like what you say, what you tweet, we don't like your content, we don't like your color, whatever, they can actually just remove you from the internet, right? And all of a sudden, your contact etc. So people have decided that, well, there are existing problems with these Web2 models, and is there a new pathway going forward? Is there a new version of the web that we can build? And that's what Web3 is.
All right, thank you very much. Yeah, so basically what you're saying is Web3 is that internet age where people really own the platforms. People can control what they earn with. You made an example of content creators. Say, for example, YouTube was created in the era of Web3. What you would have would be what you have will be a platform where you post your videos, and then whatever you earn will be yours totally. You get to control, okay, how does the algorithm works? How do people find my videos? Instead of what we have now, where Google controls everything. Google decides how much they give you. Google decides how people find you. It's a very interesting future, Web3 actually. Yeah, and I think to really sell the idea, I think it will be important for people to know how was that, you're already in the Web3 space, basically, right? With what you do at Stake Fair. So how was this future sold to you? How, just give us a brief of what your journey into Web3 was like. How did you get excited about Web3?
Okay, so one key feature, okay, so before I answer your question, I will mention like one of the properties of Web3 that really got me interested. So obviously there are several properties of Web3. There's ownership, there is decentralization, there is identity, there is native payment on the internet, right? So obviously for most of us, what we first get into is the native payments that exist in Web3, which is the crypto part of things, right? Because that's where it's exciting. You can join and start, doing things very quickly, right? But then, for my journey, I spent a couple of time working as a software engineer at several fintechs here in Nigeria. I worked at the Interswitch, working on some products there. But then, I sort of like what opportunity by going to the law of this.
Okay. Yeah. Before we go on, please a round of applause for Ayomide. This is, you can just call him Ayomide of Polygon.
Okay. Right. So for me, right, it was just going to like all these Web3 hackathons some time back, around 2018ish, and just trying to get interested in. Okay, so what's the future for the new internet? What do you mean by Web3, right? All these things. What are the things that are now possible, right? And one interesting thing that I found out was the advent of Ethereum, right? So I will explain what Ethereum is. Ethereum is like the world's computer, right? It means that imagine everyone in this place here. We all sort of like contribute our computer into one central network, and then we all contribute our processing power, RAM, etc. And then we then say that if anybody wants to build an application or something, you can deploy it on all of our computers, and then we will all verify and also compute the applications. And then, so that power to do that, right, in itself, that's not really exciting. In fact, it's problematic in terms of like you have to do consensus and stuff. But the opportunity that exists, so you now think of what can I build in this way? If you have a decentralized network, what power does that afford me, right? You can now start thinking about the fact that, okay, my God, it means that we can build applications that essentially do not need trusted party, or it's sort of like a centralized, it doesn't need centralized parties for, so, and you can think of that for most type of like industries, for example, that need a centralized network. So one good application obviously we've seen is like in the bank, in the financial sector, right, where you typically need a bank, or you need a payment gateway, or like a switch to process your transactions between two parties. So for example, if I wanted to send money from here to Canada, for example, that money goes through my bank, goes to some intermediary, then it goes through the counterparty bank, and then before it gets to the final third party, right? But then with the power of the decentralized network, right, if this person is on my network, right, I can just route payment directly to them. So that's one of the things that were just all of a sudden possible with the new advent of like the Ethereum network, for example, obviously, and that was a key innovation at that time, and that was something that was exciting for me to learn.
Okay, thank you very much, Akiyemi. So, Ayomide, we've been talking about, we actually started by explaining what Web3 is, personally. Yeah, I'm sure when you go online, you see many definitions, you see people who say different things. But as someone that has been, I call you someone that has been at the probably at the forefront of the Web3 evangelism going on right now. So personally to you and with what you've experienced so far, what would you say Web3 is, or what would you say Web3 could be?
Thank you. I'm pretty sure Aki has done or said the other thing, but I would see what I can add on my side. So, to be honest, Web3 is just a buzzword. It's just a buzzword. Web3 is primarily blockchain. The difference between Web3 and Web2 is that Web3 basically there's a middle point that we call basically how should I put it? The idea basically is interacting with the blockchain, and we do that via a smart contract, and that's basically it. So the front end remains the same, the back end, it's not like for the front end there's one new Web3, like you still build the same React.js or like Vue.js or whichever front end framework you're using. For back end you can still use a regular Go, but then the idea is that you're interacting with the blockchain and storing certain sensitive data on chain. That's the idea. So if you ask me to simply define Web3, I would say Web3 technically is blockchain, and that's it.
Awesome. Web3 is just a buzzword. Web3 is just blockchain.
Yeah.
Very interesting one. All right. Yeah. So you're right, and I know a lot of people here have been sold that idea, that Web3 idea, and when some people are trying to sell the idea, they go out of proportions sometimes. And for someone who gets into Web3 with cryptocurrencies, I'm going to use myself as an example, right? There was a time I saw a particular token, very cheap token, and I saw that, oh, this is quite cheap. I saw the ads, I saw everything, and then I decided to buy, right? I bought it on PancakeSwap. So I bought in, I think I used my last $100, and I was like, nice. So I bought it, and it started growing. By the next day, it had grown by almost 100%. I was like, oh, well, I kept seeing it. I had like about $100,000. I was like, I'm buying house in Lekki. I saw it a few hours later, it had grown again. It was almost at $1 million, and I was like, oh, I'm buying a house and I'm buying a Benz, right? But then I tried to cash out my money, and I realized I could not cash out. I could not sell it. My last $100 was gone. It was a very terrible month for me, right? Surviving, right? So for someone who gets into blockchain that way, right? How do you let them see beyond things like this and know that this is something that can actually be beneficial for us as Africans, and the world globally?
That's a really good point, and I think it's a really good point based on what's going on in the ecosystem right now. It's a really valid thing to ask, because I'm pretty sure we're seeing the thing going on with FTX and stuff, and when we see these things happening or we lose money when in cryptos and stuff, it's very important to understand that when innovation is happening, like these errors are bound to happen. Like you are trying to do something that has you're trying to scale to a new level that has not been done before. You would have blockers, you have problems, you have challenges. I'll give an example. When Elon Musk wanted to, basically he sold his first company, he diverted most of the money, let's say about $100 million into SpaceX, and it was a bet. He would succeed. If he succeeds, it's going to be a big deal, but there's also a chance he might fail. And like days to launch day, things were not working. So he was like, I'm done, I'm finished and stuff. But at the end it worked out. But like what I would say that innovation is really important, and things like this happen when we're in that phase of innovating and new things are being bettered. Things like this would happen. But I would not dispute for a fact that this is hurting the ecosystem, because the level of trust is reducing, because the level of trust is terrible before. We're actually trying to basically increase adoption and allow people who currently bank with like basically to centralize, basically just work in the centralized system. We're trying to like basically bring them on board to the Web3 side and the decentralized internet side. And it was hard enough before, but right now it's getting harder. It's getting harder. But what I would say is, I understand one of the problems that I keep trying to, if I'm going to invest into a Web3 company, I would not invest based on the idea itself. I would specifically invest primarily based on the person, on the person, on the person. If it's a Web2 idea, to be honest, I might not really like you, but the idea is solid. I can still invest. But when it's Web3, right, greed is one thing that fools the Web3 space, and you must know that this money, you cannot move it. SBF moved money that was not his, thinking like he had some plan in his head that he thought it was going to work out, but did not work out, right? Greed has to be dealt with in the Web3 space and among founders in the Web3. It has to be dealt with, and you have to know that this money, you cannot move it. You don't move it. He said he had over $10 billion in like liquid. That does, nobody does. Later on he said about Penn, he has about $5 billion liquid. That, no one, but then it wasn't like his personal money, but that happened. Well, basically where I'm going is that what happened basically is affecting Africa and the global ecosystem, and people had their life savings. Countries had their entire treasury on FTX and they've gone down. It's terrible, it's horrible, it's bad, specifically for innovation, because it's going to be much more harder for people to trust it was harder before. It was hard before. Now it's just going to get worse, right? But what I would say is, when problems like this happens, right, it should not stop us from innovating. It should not stop us from keep. It should stop us from keep trying. We should from trying, keep like just basically doing more. Doing more. Okay, this happened. It has happened. There's nothing we can do about it. All we can do next is basically figure out the next step for us, and specifically for Africa, crypto is not. If crypto would work in Africa and stuff like that, and Web3 and like, you get what I'm saying. There has to be at least a level of collaboration with the government for anything to scale in an entire country. Specifically, countries like any country, to be honest, you have to be in partnership with the government. I'm not saying provide data to the government, but there has to be, in quote, an understanding of basically the terms and conditions for operating your company in this region. When you get the license, what's the okay, you're operating here. How exactly are you helped? Like, you have to collaborate with the government. There has to be a level of regulation if you are going to scale. But right now that all of this keeps happening still, it's still a big bad thing, right? But all we can say is let's just personally keep innovating, and it's a big deal. Like, think of, for example, your favorite companies would no longer be able to make sole decisions to, for example, think of companies like, let's say, for example, Paystack, right? Paystack and the Web3 side, let's say Paystack as a protocol or something. For if they want to change how people pay on Paystack, Shola or Ezra wouldn't go to the team and say, hey, let's change that. It wouldn't work, right? They're gonna have to seek for the support from the community. Say, hey, we want to do this, we want to do that. Should we go ahead? People say yes, people say no, or yes. Most people said yes, so they make changes, right? So decentralization is the future. The sooner we like get on board that, I think the better. But it's just that I think I'll just stop it at this. That when innovating, to be honest, problems like this would happen. But I would still say that I still so much believe in Web3 and the blockchain. Notwithstanding what has happened, we're still innovating. We'll make mistakes and stuff, but we'll survive. Yeah.
Awesome, thank you. A round of applause for Shodupa for that. Yeah, and it's interesting that you brought up, the whole FTX thing and what's happening right now. And I think one of the lessons I took from that is, we've had, even regulated, the regulated system we have now. We've had things like the economic meltdown in 2008, where a lot of parties were mishandling things and things really got out of hand. But then the American government had to pay out billions and billions of dollars in bailout funds just to, allow the economy recover. And we are seeing this with, the entire decentralized system, the entire crypto market, and it's still existing. There's really very little regulation there. There is no one to give anybody bailout funds, and things are still going on. That shows you that there's really a future here, and what's happening right now is probably just a learning phase, right? It's a learning phase. We have a lot to learn, and I think, like you said, with innovations, things will still go on, right? And also speaking about trust in the Web3 space, Akinyemi, you recently raised some funds for your company. How, especially at a time like this, how were you able to get, investors to trust, that, there's still a future with Web3 and anything basically blockchain based?
Okay, thanks for the question. What I would like to say for answer your question, I think we've not yet said it in here, is that the Web3 space is really much more than just crypto, and would really be a disservice if we live here and thinking that Web3 is all about crypto, right? I would like us to really have sort of like this learner's mindset. I know some of us are still developers that are trying to learn different specializations and stuff. So there are a lot of opportunities to sort of like get to learn or acquire the skills that will make you be able to contribute in the Web3 space, right? And it can be very rewarding as well, right? For example, even in the local scene here in Lagos, you can join Web3 Bridge. They regularly do training programs to teach developers. So it is because if we do not come to the table when all these new Web3 ideas are being built, because we do not have the skills as Africans or as Nigerians, then it means that it will just be those same rich white folks that will be building the FTXs, that will be building some of these things, and we would have literally zero say in this thing. So that's very critical. I really want to say, please join a community, learn smart contract development skills, then get familiar with products, get familiar with other things that are happening, not just the crypto space, right? And then back to your question, it also boils down to the same ethos, right? Because builders will keep building, whether you're in a bear market, you're in a bull market, right? And for us, it's really just about building a solid company, So for us, we really will not have a problem in terms of, so as long as you believe that there will be a new web, there will be a new version of the web that allows for decentralization or identity or whatever, right? So you would actually place the long bet on that. So that's what I believe.
Awesome. Yeah, and thank you so much for talking about how to get into the Web3 space, some of the skills that are available. Yeah, and it's also important for people to know that, like anything in tech, you can get into it with whatever skill you have. I'm sure you agree with me. If it's development, if it's content, anything at all, it still works in the Web3 space. So I'll just take questions from the audience. If you have any questions you want to ask the panelists, if you have any questions for Ayomide, Akinyemi, whether you want to know how do you really get into the Web3 space, what are some of those skills that are really in demand, whatever question you have, please feel free to ask. Okay, we have one question. All right, please go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I was there yesterday when you attended NFT NU program. So I have a question on Bankman, that is the owner of FTX. So will you blame...
Sorry, I can't hear you clearly.
We can say on Bankman, the owner of FTX, will you blame us for trusting him? For trusting his program, that is his brand FTX? Because I know that some people are like moving their funds from KuCoin and Binance already. So will you blame us for trusting him? And my second question is that how do these guys maintain their trust? We users, someone like CZ now, I know that he's not bothered by this because he's a big guy, but I feel like people are losing trust now because I know a lot of I have friends who really this FTX stuff affected them a lot. So like, how do you still like trust them, or do you just move out? Because I think most of us can't just leave crypto entirely. So, like, how do you still like maintain the trust?
All right. Yeah. So anyone wants to? I think he's asking, will you fault users of FTX? Right? Am I correct? For whatever has happened, and for other centralized crypto exchanges, how do they maintain trust? Right, based on what has happened. So I don't know who wants to take that.
So
Okay.
I didn't get the first question, but I would start with the second one.
Okay.
Trust goes both ways. Trust goes both ways. If to be honest, if when the problem happened with FTX, so SPF reached out to CZ, saying, hey, we have liquidity problems, blah blah blah. Then he said, okay, let's see what we can do. Then okay, so okay, we're gonna buy FTX. Then they did their due diligence and found problems and said, oh shit, we cannot buy anymore, and that was it. So then later on, Binance did something like particularly that was pretty exciting, which was if trust will happen, transparency is a must. Transparent. So after that happened, people were like, because FTX is the second biggest exchange globally, and it went down. Binance is number one. They're thinking, something's going to happen on Binance soon or something. What did CZ did? So CZ released basically the contract of one of their treasuries, backup treasuries, which they have about, I think they had about $69 billion in that treasury as backup, right? Just in case, right? They had that. So basically transparency. If like you would trust, like how should I put it? For example, I think at Polygon, like if you go to our website, every single thing there is transparent. The contracts, you could click on it and like put it into its scan. You're going to see the numbers. It's transparent. You get to see what's going on, the inflow, outflow. You get to see all of these things, and you can track it yourself. Transparency is core in Web3. Even if you like every single thing that we're building at Polygon, at least the ones that are live are open source. When we launched the ZK EVM, the profiles are open source. You could go on GitHub and just take a look at it and look at how it works. Many other companies did not do that, but we did that, and people said that okay, well, we are way back behind, but we are back behind. But then the technology is good. You cannot deny that. So,
Yeah.
but what I would say is, if trust will happen, you have to be transparent as a company, and you have to seek for transparency from the company you are working with. If it's Binance, basically Binance is pretty transparent to an extent. So if you go on Polygon, the contracts are there, check it out if you want to. You go to inspect them if you want to, but transparency is really important.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Yeah. Does anyone have any other question? Okay. Yeah. So before we take that question, I just want to add that, as you said, transparency is important, and it's also important to, and especially, and this goes to the person that asked the question. You can also try to put some of your funds in non-custodial wallets. You know, anything can happen to anyone. Like we've seen with FTX. FTX is about the fastest growing crypto exchange in the world, and in less than, 72 hours, everything just came crashing down. So try to put some of your funds in non-custodial wallets. Non-custodial wallets, if you don't know what they are just wallets where it's not a crypto exchange, right? It's like MetaMask, it's like Trust Wallet, things like that. I'm sure we know those kind of things. All right, so let's take the next question. Someone at the back there.
Okay,
all right.
I have the mic.
Oh, okay, go on.
Good morning, everyone. So I have a quick question. Every time I hear Web3, I always hear Metaverse and NFT. So what is their relationship? What's the relationship between Web3, the Metaverse, and NFT? My second question, there's a big problem with the current Web2, which is scams and fake news. how do you think Web3 will handle scam and fake news, especially since it is decentralized? Thank you.
Okay, so I think Akemi can take the one about the metaverse and NFT relationship.
Yeah, thank you for that question. Especially the fact that you really diverge away from the crypto discussion, right? Yes, a very key component of Web3 is about identity and ownership, right? Unlike Web2, where on the internet, your identity is ascribed by the existing tech company. So, for example, your email address is from Gmail, Google, right? That becomes your identity when you go to, let's say, Facebook and you sign up, right? So, but then when people were thinking about the Web3 space and what we can build, it's like people are saying, okay, fine, how do we have real ownership and real identity online, digitally, right? Like, how do I prove that I own something? How do I prove that I am this thing to start with online? And the challenge with proving that you own something on the internet is because everything on the internet is digital. And everything digitally is just ones and zero. So it means that it can be duplicated with ease. So you can't say, oh, I have this copy of a book, which is a PDF, and it belongs to me. If you don't, like, there's no way to really say that it belongs to you, because at the end of the day, someone can just come and just duplicate that PDF, and now they have the same PDF. So there was a challenge in Web 2, right, where we then had to now go and meet like these central authorities to be the one to assign us identities. So, but with Web 3, NFTs were a very good solution to that, right? NFTs come and say that, well, I am going to solve the problem of ownership on the internet, such that we can, with an NFT, we can create something, a digital item, a digital whatever. It could be a book, artwork, whatever, and we'll find a way to ensure that only you can own the copy of this thing, and the ownership ascribes to you. And we don't need a third-party company to come and tell us that, well, I'm approving that this person owns it. No. So with the decentralized network, we can put a record on the blockchain that says that this digital item belongs to this person forever, and there's no way to copy change that. And that's what will essentially be like a bedrock of like new applications that we're going to be building Web3 in the future. And also the metaverse, right? Let me just quickly say something. So, but the metaverse is about like, okay, fine. Would there be, I mean, it's just like a sum total of all these new ideas, right? And sort of like it's also infuses like VR and AR, right? And essentially it's a new world where essentially you can interact with more immersive experience, etc. And hopefully, yeah, we'll get there.
Awesome. All right. Yeah. So let me just add a little bit to that. Another simple way for you to look at it, to look at NFT and metaverse. So NFTs, as you know, they are non-fungible tokens. So they are just tokens that have a unique. Let me use a word to understand. A unique certificate, right? You take a picture of someone, and then once you upload it to the blockchain as an NFT, the blockchain automatically creates a metadata for that picture. So that picture becomes unique. It gives it unique properties that shows that this thing belongs to you. That's just basically what NFTs are. And for the metaverse is simply everything in the physical world taken to the digital world. So that's why you need a VR or an AR to be in the metaverse. So the metaverse is just a digital world. See it like that. So that's what NFT is, and that's what the metaverse is. All right. Yeah. And I think the second question was, I don't know if you can take the second question because a lot of people still have other questions.
Oh, no, I still remember.
Huh?
I still remember.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
I think, but just one line about NFTs and the metaverse is, it's not something that is for next year. It's not something that's for the next 2 years. This is something like Web3 is still getting better. We're still innovating. We're still trying out new things. A bunch of things are still gonna fail, right? Meta has lost billions of dollars just in their metaverse projects, but like it's innovation. These things will happen. Like these guys are not stupid enough to say they lose money. Who cares? It's just $5 billion. Well, that's that. They have a plan. They have a plan. No matter how it looks like on the outside, there's a plan. This metaverse is like NFTs is not just about flipping and making money and all of that. It's gonna evolve to something much more than that. But that's not what I just want to just add that out there. So in the Web2 space, there are scams. In the Web3 space, it's just that again, in the Web2 space, I could go to YouTube, watch a video, and do a talk. In the Web3 space is much more complicated than that. Even as a designer, you must understand how the blockchain works. As a content person, you must understand. As a content person in the Web2 space, you might not necessarily, you could probably do a thread and say this, and that, but in the Web3 space, it's much more technical than what we have in the Web2 space. It's not about being a gatekeeper or anything, but you have to understand how the blockchain works. Notwithstanding what field you are going into, as long as it's Web3, you must understand how the blockchain works and the essence. This is how, like, that's the center of everything that you are doing, literally. There are scams in the Web2 space normally, but in the Web3 space, you have to be extra vigilant. You do not click any links. If you click any link, like for example, if I want to get an NFT, for example, I wanted to get the Nickelodeon NFTs, right? Then I saw a bunch of links on the internet. I clicked on one. I'm like, okay, I think let me use the ENS domain. There are a bunch of ENS domain scam sites. All you need to do is connect your wallet, and all your entire life savings is gone, right? I fell of that scam too because I was in a hurry to get a domain. I was in a hurry to get like one ENS domain because
Did they clear your wallet?
No, so before the company, it was a very popular person, so I wanted to get that domain before the person gets it, right? So I was in a hurry, so I just went to, instead of me typing into the UI, I just went to Google, ENS domain. I clicked the first option, clicked on connect my wallet. It's meant to redirect me to at least, let me see how much gas fees and stuff. I just kept on connecting my wallet, signing, but it's not taking me to another page. There was no callback here or anything. I'm just, what's going on here? Then I just click on MetaMask extension, and I was just saying, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I think I lost about $2,000 that day. I had to unregister the.
Wait, did you say $2,000?
Sorry?
You lost how much?
2,000. Yeah,
Sorry.
it's sorry. But to be honest, you have to be extra. It's my lesson I've learned. So if I want to buy, like, I will go to their Twitter page and click the link there, or I will make sure it's verified. Like, even when you you just have to be extra vigilant. In the Web2 space, there are scammers. You have to be vigilant too, but in the web, you have to be extra vigilant. Avoid clicking any links. Make sure, verify that these things are legit. Don't just click links. If not, you'll get scammed, and nobody will tell you sorry.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, so our time is fast spent. I will take one more question. And please, heed this advice. Don't be like me, don't be greedy. You see a link that tells you can make so and so. Please verify. Don't click any link. It's very easy for people to scam you whenever it comes to Web3 and all those things. So the final question is it? Who do I take it from now? I'm confused. Okay, she has the mic.
Good morning. Thank you for your insightful session. So I just want to ask, if YouTube and Instagram were to exist in the Web3 space, how would their profitability model look like? Thank you.
Okay. Yeah.
If you want to take YouTube and what?
If you said if YouTube and Instagram were Web3 companies, right? How would they make profit?
I think I want to take the Instagram one because of Polygon.
Okay, you take Instagram, and then you take YouTube.
Okay, I'll take that question. Right. So, in the Web3 space, what would typically happen? And some of these projects already exist, right? What will happen is that there will be so the creators that exist on the Web3 version of YouTube and Instagram essentially would own the platform. So they will own it. So it's not necessarily that a company exists that sort of like builds the solution. It might happen that way, or
because there's nothing stopping the creators to sort of like form together, form a DAO, sort of like a decentralized autonomous organization, and then build a network between themselves on the blockchain, and then come up with rules in terms of like revenue sharing, ownership, governance models, etc. Because what you realize that at the end of the day, the users of the platform will be the ones that will own the company or own the protocol in quotes. So imagine the company is now a protocol. So your Instagram will become an Instagram protocol that is owned by everybody. So there's no need for that protocol to earn like an ungodly sum, right? Okay. So it will just earn enough to pay the developers, sustain the project, etc. But then it will pay out whatever revenues I earn to the community, to the people that are contributing to the company, you know.
All right. Yeah. So
just to
YouTube, right?
Something to that. The blockchain can be applied. Web3 blockchain can be applied to anything and it can be applied to anything. No, like to the smallest thing you can think of. It like the blockchain it can be on whatever. The question is, should it be on the blockchain? Should it be on chain? Should it be like this thing works fine in the Web2 space. But what you could do instead of making an entire, let's say Web3 application, a Web3 dApp or something, you could basically add certain features that are unique to people who are in the Web3 space. Look at Instagram, for example. Right now, creators can basically sell NFTs on Instagram. Before they could just display it, now you can sell NFTs. It's basically now a marketplace for NFTs. That's a big deal, right? It means like the idea is like having all of those like pictures, like all the experience in one place. I get to see your pictures on your Instagram update, and I also get to see your artworks. If I want to purchase any of your NFT materials, I can do that directly on Instagram. That's a big deal. That's a big deal. And at the same time, if I want to join Instagram as a first timer, I don't have to sign up with my MetaMask or my Trust Wallet or something. I don't have to do that. So I feel like some things could be on-chain, but the question is, should it be? Should it be? If it's simple enough in the Web2 space, for example, if it works, just leave it that way, right?
Yeah.
You don't have to migrate. You don't have to say, okay, let's add a layer of, because when it comes to even okay, that would be, I think I'm running out of time, so I shouldn't add that. So, but basically, you don't have to add a layer of wallet or blockchain on over every solution we are building. Some things are simple enough already and they work. You could leave them that way. But for Instagram, what that would look like is that, I think, as Akin said, there wouldn't be a centralized body saying, hey, we're gonna change. You know how Instagram moves things all around without telling anybody. You wake up one morning and you notice the like button has moved.
So my counter to that is that I wouldn't say Instagram works for everybody. Instagram is great for Zuckerberg. Zuckerberg is a billionaire today because of Instagram and Facebook. But we are not, me and you, we are posting on Instagram. We are not anything.
Okay.
So I think that's another thing, right? So I think it doesn't work for everybody. It does not work for everybody because actually I would rather go to OpenSea and buy my NFT than buy it on Instagram. I'm just saying, okay, wait, this thing's recorded. Oh my.
All right.
Okay, just
I think
help me out.
Yeah. So thank you very much. Please, a round of applause for my panelists. Yeah. So not everything has to be on the blockchain. Some things are good as they are. Some things can be on the blockchain. All right. So my name is Bolu Abiodun. I'm a senior reporter at TechPoint Africa. Thank you to Ayomide for an amazing session. Thank you so much, Akiyemi. So I'm sure if you have any more questions, you can always see them afterwards. You can always also approach me for any other questions you want. I'll be happy to listen to you. I hope you enjoyed this session. If you did, please clap a round of applause. All right. Thank you very much.
Please put your hands together for the panelists. Thank you very much, guys. That was an amazing session. Like we keep saying, no tech is left behind. Everybody is catered for. And trust me, like we heard from Maya, Blessing, and Sean in the first panel, tech is here to stay. It just depends on how you want to use it. So if the first panel didn't appeal to you, the second panel will definitely appeal to you. If not, we have other. By the way, I know a lot of us still have questions on crypto, blockchain, Web3. We're going to have a breakout session from that exit much later. Not now. But when it's time, I want just to whet your appetite to let you know there's more coming up. All right. And trust me, I'm very much aware that we all have different domains. So the ecosystem caters for everybody. And just in case you're wondering, me, I'm just a content creator and I want to be an actor in the future. I want to be a music producer. How does Web3 concern me? How does all these things we are talking about? It was even my brother that forced me to come. He said I did not stay home on a Saturday. He just ordered Uber and he put I wasn't doing anything at home. I just came here. Calm down. You're in the right place. We used to enjoy entertainment by going to cinemas way back in the day. We used to go to theater. We used to enjoy live bands, live music. Some people are like, insecurity. I can't get again. I can't risk my life. Oh, we don't know what's going to happen. But I miss my music. I miss my entertainment. I want to watch new stuff, new movies. Somebody said, whoop, hold up. I got you. And they call themselves Netflix. You don't even have to go to cinemas to watch the latest movie. Just stay in your house. Bring your ATM card and you can watch everything you want in the comfort of your house. It's all about finding solutions to common problems. As you're sitting down right here, right now, in your domains, in your fields of study, in your circle, food, fashion, clothing, agriculture, catering, tech can apply. All you need to do is find a problem that you face often, find how tech can solve that problem. It's a bit advanced to talk about Web3 in that regard, but trust me, I can already think of two things while I was sitting there listening to those gentlemen, two things that Web3 can solve. Security and payment solutions that are safe or immediate, B2B, P2P, whatever you want to call it. All right. Well, right now, we're going to move very fast again and hear a very inspiring story of somebody. I mean, if all I've said so far has not inspired you, I know I was telling you a story before now about a guy way back in Ibadan who, lived in a big apartment, and FCC came because somebody reported him that he doesn't go out. It's likely a fraud. Well, they came and they found out he was a developer. And they apologized. So the good part of it is his clients are not even in the country. He doesn't even have to leave Ibadan. You don't have to leave Oshobo. In case you're watching online, you don't have to leave Akure. You don't have to leave Lalupon. You don't have to leave Abefon. You don't have to leave Kaduna, Abuja, Yenagua, or wherever you are. Right where you are, you can provide solutions to problems that are local to you or international. All right? And we're going to hear another inspiring story. Hopefully somebody's going to pick something very valuable from it to give to deploy ideas that can change the world. Because I see faces of people that are ready to change the world. Just last year, 3.8% increase in developers across Africa, slightly over 700,000. There's more space. You know how many people in Nigeria? 200 million. You don't even have to go for 200 million people. Web3 can apply to solutions that you are trying to provide in education, in entertainment. I've just mentioned how Netflix came up and took space in entertainment, and they gave one of the biggest entertainment giants in the world a run for their money, Disney. Of course, things happened during COVID-19 lockdown. Nobody could go to Disneyland because of the lockdown. Then Netflix grew. It grew so much that they superseded the value of Disney at that point for a period. So things are constantly changing. Problems are always coming up. The question is, are you thinking of a solution? Ask your neighbor, do you have a solution? That's another problem. We can't even ask our neighbor question. That's another problem. Who can solve that problem with Web3? No, I'm messing with you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to bring on somebody who's going to moderate the next conversation, Adasa from Ventures Africa, and she's going to be inviting a special guest who's going to tell you how he migrated from being a POS merchant to much more than that. Please put your hands together for Hadassa.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. My name is Hadassa Egbedi. Welcome to HackFest 2022. So I'm the editor of Ventures Africa. And today I'm going to be speaking with Ezekiel Sani. So, Ezekiel, can you please come up now? All right. So Ezekiel is the head of offline distribution and growth at TMAPT. In his time at TMAPT, his adeptness saw him rise through the ranks quickly as he helped scale the company's distribution across multiple states in Nigeria. Ezekiel is an experienced business manager and data analyst and was a laboratory scientist before venturing into the finance sector. When he's not working, he enjoys spending time with his family. Good afternoon, Ezekiel. Welcome to the session. Okay, so our topic this afternoon is my journey to tech, from POS merchants to distribution and growth. So we all know how everyone says tech is the new oil and everyone wants to venture into tech. Even me, I'm taking a product design course, so maybe by next year I won't be an editor anymore, who knows. So the goal of this topic is to highlight ways that young people like you and I can transition into tech and inspire us to start with whatever resources that we have, using his personal experience as an example. So we're going to dive right into it because we only have about 15 minutes. So what was it like at the beginning of your career? That's before tech.
Thank you very much, Adasha. Back then in school, my main focus was to get a very good job after graduating, and my preference was to be employed by any of the MBAs that focus on my profession. And actually I got a job. And at the beginning it was interesting. I loved what I was doing. And it actually gave me joy then. And then my focus then, after I got the job, was to grow through the rank. And probably before retiring at 35 years of service, I will have grown to the position of a director. But it got to a time that the job that was interesting at the beginning was no longer interesting. And the reasons were really obvious, because the promotion was not actually coming the way it should. And apart from that, my life was more or less
Financially and like insight-wise and everything. So if I want to go into tech, like I'm just fresh out of school, waiting for my NYSC, like next batch and everything. So if I want to go into the like tech space, what do you advise me? Like the first thing, maybe program I should pick up, and is it supposed to be something related to my course in school, or something related to my my handwork, because I have a vocation I'm doing? Thank you. Did you hear her?
Yes, I'm sure. Thank you very much. It has been said before, the tech space is really wide. First, you have to recognize what is of interest to you. So if coding is of interest to you, good and fine. If it's programming, if it's data, good and fine. So try as well as possible to recognize what is of interest to you, and also look at the problem that you can solve, the day-to-day problem that that particular skill can solve. So when you recognize the problem, and you also take note of what is of interest to you, that will help you in decision making, to know the technical skill that you need to develop. So first, recognize the problem that needs to be solved, and secondly, what is of great interest to you, and that will help you in making an informed decision on the appropriate tech skill that you need to acquire.
Okay. Does that answer your question? Does it answer your question? Do you have a follow-up? Oh, I think you can meet him after this session because we have very limited time. In fact, we are done. So thank you so much for listening to us. Thank you, Mr. Sani, for this insightful session. All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Adasa and Mr. Ezekiel. When I said earlier that, just in case you are here, you are wondering, all this tech language, Web3, cyberspace, ecosystem, P2P, B2B, crypto, developer, programmer, coding, Python BI, Power BI, data analytics, I don't know nothing. That question is actually right up that alley. We do understand not everybody here is tech savvy, and that's why we're here. Because guess what the theme for this year is? Huh? Someone remind me what the theme is? We're living. Who is a techie? That will be the next question. Put your hand on your chest and say, I'm a techie. You don't believe me? Okay, raise up your phone. Everybody raise up your phone. Forget if the screen is cracked, cover the screen, just raise it up. You know what I mean? Guess what? How about a tech solution that repairs your cracked screen automatically? Yeah, but this is the whole point. You get the gist. It's not about everyday problems. We have problems every day, all right? And when we have problems every day, think of a solution. I don't want to take much time because I'm about to introduce the introducer for the next speaker, like a two-way verification thing. But hold on, work with me. So very quickly, we're going to have breakout sessions on Web3. You can meet some of the panelists and the speakers. They explain more. But just because I know that some of us are nurses, some of us are doctors, some of us are engineers, some of us are environmental scientists, politics scientists, I'm wondering, how tech they consign me? It consign you. Guess what? 15, 20 years ago, we had just about NTA, maybe Galaxy TV, BCOS, and 1 or 2 TV stations. But people wanted entertainment. Guess what? Their lives are so busy, they spend time on the road, traveling in the buses, at work, in their dormitory, in school. But they still wanted to watch their favorite shows. But somebody said, you know what, forget it. Maybe phones exist now. I'll give you an app. The same programs you're watching on TV. You don't need, if you are from way back, you know how you used to adjust antenna to get stations. If you want to watch your favorite program, adjust antenna. Chidi, to the right. No, it's doing she. Turn it to the left. You don't need that anymore. Somebody came up with cable TV. Cable TV started fading out because people were always on the go. Somebody came up with an app. The Netflix, Disney Plus, everybody now has an app. You can literally watch your favorite. That's the solution. Because they discovered that people don't have time to sit down, plug television, adjust antenna. They put everything, pam, in one app. Just bring your ATM card and you can enjoy yourself. You will like money. Bros, anytime you hear ATM, you had bank account, you're always smiling. I like your style. You will not like that thing. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. We're still going to talk more about it because we are leaving no techies behind. You are a techie. You understand? Yeah? That's why I said point to yourself. I'm going to bring up very quickly somebody very special, one of the co-founders of Ingressive for Good. No other person to introduce the next person but Blessing. Please put your hands together for Blessing to introduce our keynote speaker.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. Okay, I wanted to thank you first for taking out the time to be here. You guys sound very excited, and I love it. Thank you so much for being so participatory. We went through a lot to put this together, and we wanted to have a keynote speaker that embodied the conversation that we're about to have. I noticed, like when Frank says no techie left behind, right? it's really a strong thing based on the fact that it's about you. We don't want to leave any one of you behind. And so we want to be here to support you. But we would be listening to someone who has consistently supported other techies and other people to, you know, lift them up as she's also lifting herself up. And other people have also supported her and she'll be sharing all of that story with us, right? Her name is Odunayo Eweniyi. Thank you, thank you. So I'm going to read her bio. So in case there's some of you here who didn't know why other people were clapping, you're about to find out. Are you ready? Are you ready? Okay, let's do this. Odunayo is the co-founder and chief operations officer of PiggyVest. How many of you know PiggyVest? It's the largest digital savings and micro investment platform in Nigeria. As the COO of PiggyVest, she oversees the company's entire operations, which cuts across finance, investment management, people operations, investor relations, fundraising, and related subcategories. Do you think that's all? Another one. In January 2021, Odunayo co-founded First Check Africa, a female-led angel fund that invests ridiculously early in women in African tech to make it easier for them to raise venture-backed capital and invest in technology startups. Do you see what I mean by no techies left behind? Impressive. Okay, that was 2021. Oh. Let's go to 2022. In 2022, she was selected as a Bloomberg New Economy Catalyst. She won the Forbes Africa Technology and Innovation Award. She is also a 2021 Time 100 Next honoree. She was named one of Forbes Africa 30 under 30 Technology in 2019 and one of 30 Quartz Africa Innovators 2019. In honor of her work, she was named as one of 100 most inspiring women in Nigeria, this was 2019, by Leading Ladies Africa, one of 50 most visible women in tech by Tech Cabal in 2019. She's also included in the YT Tech 100 2019 list of the brightest Nigerian technocrats. She is, you guys are impressed, Abby? You're impressed? Wait till she talks. I'm not done. She was also voted the most influential young Nigerian in science and technology 2019. In 2020, she was one of the Lord's Achievers Award honorees, 2020 100 Most Influential Young Africans, one of OK's Africa 100 Women 2020, as well as Eloy Award for Technology 2020. She has been listed as one of the most influential young Nigerian and Africans by several publications. She has also been featured on several international platforms, including Vogue, New York Times, Elle, amongst others. Put your hands together as we invite Odun to the stage.
Hi everyone. Sorry, sorry. Okay, so it's such a pleasure to be with you this afternoon. Thank you all for taking the time. I realize that today is kind of a weird day. There's maybe 4 events happening across Lagos, all of them focused on tech. So I like the fact that you're here and choosing to be here. It's great. So I'm particularly happy to be speaking on this topic, no techies left behind, just because I heard a question from a lady just now who says, I know nothing about tech, like I'm just starting. And I think it's really important to kind of like have that kind of self-awareness, right? As of July of this year, I've worked in tech now for 9 years. And I think that one of the greatest part of that story is that in 2013, when I graduated from university, I had zero idea what a startup literally was. So I went to Covenant University, I studied computer engineering, I graduated, and I was, I had like a path that my parents had laid out. None of it involved entrepreneurship, none of it involved not being within the four walls of a university. So I graduated and I was like, okay, I'm going to go to Lagos, stay with my aunt, and try to get a job. And one day I was coming back from a job interview that went particularly badly, and one of my friends kind of leaned out of a window and said, I should come inside. That friend, his name is Somto, my current co-founder. He's been my co-founder for the past 9 years. So I went inside, and they were building a company then called Paroles. Paroles was a discount and loyalty card platform. I joined them as a social media person. I used to use Twitter a lot. So I was just like, yeah, I can manage your social media. Started managing their social media, and that's quite literally how I got started in my tech journey. 6 months after that, me, Somto, Josh, and a bunch of our friends started a company called Push CV. And just like that, I became a tech founder. And it's literally just that easy to be in tech. Like, the theme "No Tech is Left Behind" is particularly important because as an ecosystem grows and begins to thrive, you naturally see the emergence of people who think that they can exclude you, right? That they can gatekeep, that you need to meet a particular standard to say you're in tech. But none of that's true. Mostly because you don't need anyone's permission to call yourself a techie. You don't need anyone's permission to be in tech. You don't need anyone's permission to start a company. Today, you can open Stripe, Atlas, and Clerky, incorporate a Delaware company, and be on your way. Of course, there's more to it, but the journey is so much easier and so much less, gatekeepy than would like to believe it. There's no one that can stop you from building a tech-enabled business. And more than anything, what tech shows you is that you can learn across the way. Right, so I'll continue that story. 6 months after, we started a company called Push CV. Push CV had me and my friends, but we needed to operate the company. Remember how I said I graduated from computer engineering? I'd never tried to operate a business before. The closest I've come was refusing to follow my mom to the shop every time she was going. And all of a sudden, we had to kind of figure out money coming in and money going out and people getting paid salaries. But there's nothing that stops you from learning. Right, so you get on edX, you get on Coursera, you get on Old School Africa Today, you have Andela, you have so many of these schools, and you're on your way to learning whatever it is you want to learn. See, in 2016, me and my co-founders, a bunch of engineering graduates, started a fintech company. Right, there's no other sector that allows you, a computer engineering graduate, to start to run a finance company. You can't do it at JP Morgan or Goldman Sachs. In fact, basically you can't run treasury in GT Bank if you don't have the requisite degrees. But in tech, there is so much opportunity and so much latitude to learn and so much space for expanding yourself, being included in whatever way you want. I haven't written one line of code in maybe 8 years. Am I less of a techie than everyone else? Absolutely not. There was a time on Twitter when my Twitter name was 10x Tech Bro, and that was only in response to the fact that people were saying, oh, if you're not a programmer, can you really say you're in tech? My answer is yes, right? You can absolutely run the ecosystem without knowing PHP or Java or whatever the language of the day is. There is so much that we can do. There's so much that we should do. There is so much space for you to exist in tech. We need accountants, we need lawyers, we have program managers, product managers, we have customer service people. We have everybody that comes together to make our ecosystem the progressive and the colorful ecosystem that it is. Right? There are no skills that we cannot use. This week has been particularly dramatic. As you can see, if someone had corporate governance in form of proper lawyers and accountants, we probably would have avoided all of that drama. So there is only one sector, to my mind, that allows you to come as you are, and that's the tech ecosystem. Wherever you are starting from, biochemistry, we have healthcare, we have health tech now. Education, we have edutech now. We have fintech, we have biotech, we have agriculture tech. There is literally the only thing that limits you in your application of tech to whatever it is that you want to do is your imagination. You guys are laughing when Frank is saying things like, oh, a solution that solves your phone. But one day I was telling someone that my screen is reinforced, but there's no screen guard on it, and they were asking me how. Now, I can't answer you how, but it is. That's a form of tech. Someone's doing that, right? There's social commerce. There's literally nothing that you're thinking that cannot be tech-enabled, right? And I'm going to speak a little more on that kind of like the inclusion and making space for yourself in tech. And this one tilts a little towards the women, right? Always, sorry guys. So, in tech, it's a male-dominated space. The default is always he. The default is he. It's like everyone just thinks, oh, this space is only for men. But I think that one of the most valid excuses for that is, if I'm here, that means you can be too. That means you can be. That means anyone can be. Right? There's nothing that limits you from being here. Right? You can wear sneakers or you can wear heels. You can wear dresses or you can wear t-shirts. There is space for all of us here as long as you take it. The expectation that someone is going to call you and handhold you through the process is a mistake. Everyone comes in here as they are, with the idea that they want to execute, and then you do it, right? Web 2, Web 3, whatever you choose, just do it. No Techies Left Behind isn't a call for us to kind of like handhold you. It's a call for everyone to believe that there is space for them here. It doesn't matter how old you are. I particularly loved Ezekiel's story. The journey from going offline to working in Team Apt. We all know that Team Apt is one of the largest fintech companies in Nigeria today. Leading their offline distribution is no joke. He taught himself Excel. Right? That's a particularly important skill. What are you teaching yourself? Right? Are you a biochemistry person that wants to lead social media? Why have you not started learning it? Right? How many of us are still students? Okay, so how many of you that were students did something during ASU strike? You see, that I love, right? One of the things that I loved to see, I particularly loved to see, was people who Nigeria was handing a super rotten hand, deciding that they were going to use that time to learn skills, to learn trainings. The reason I'm here is because I'm particularly interested in the mission for Ingressive for Good. We're not leaving people behind. We're making sure that you're aware that there's space for you here, that you're aware that there's something that you can be doing. Digital marketing. Like, I want to name like all the roles we have in PiggyVest, because all of these people were people who were just doing their own things, and now they work in fintech, and now they're running their own department. I have a story of our current product marketing manager who joined us in 2019 as an intern. Today, she leads all of our product marketing efforts, not because I said, oh, peace, in 3 years, you're going to be the PMM for the company. It's because she decided, this is the journey I want for myself, these are the skills I need to learn, and she started to learn it. Over the course of the last 3 years, she's picked on like certificates and courses that she needed to kind of like build that role up, and now she is there at the top of her game and climbing. That's the kind of spirit that we need to have. Right? It's not, people are going to give you laptops, right? People are going to tell you to learn soft skills. They're going to advise you, and they're going to try to mentor you. But there is nothing that does the progress for you so much as the doing will. You need to start. You need to just begin. You need to fail, fall, and get up again. Before we got the idea for PiggyVest, and I love telling this story, we might have failed at 5 different projects. How old are you guys? Have you heard of 500 dishes? No, it failed. 99 staff, it failed. Household, it failed. We ran food festivals. We ran companies, invested dollars into them, and they don't exist today. But we're still here. And now we have PiggyVest, and now we have Pocket, and now we have all of these products surrounding it. The only thing that matters if you don't want to be left behind is to not stop. The only thing that matters if you don't want to be left behind is to start. Don't stop. Who are you? Why are you doing what you're doing? And where are you going with it? Why have you chosen this super dynamic, incredibly evolutionary sector to work in? Why don't you want to be a banker? Why do you want to work in tech? And if you want to work in tech, who do you want to be in tech? Most importantly, why will you ever let another person make the rules for you? I don't let people make rules for me. I've lived life as long as I can remember. I'm not that old, but as long as I remember, on my own terms. And I think it's important that every single person in this room is making their own rules as they go. This space wasn't built already for you to come in. We're all kind of contributing and building the tech ecosystem as we go along. No one has the rule book for who you're supposed to be in tech. So why don't you write your own rules and write your own story, so that when people are introducing you, they're telling the story of how you helped to build this thing that we are all in. Web3 is so new, and when I came in and they were doing that panel and people were talking about, oh, losing money and gaining money, that's the foundational story of that ecosystem. When I joined tech in 2013, when you would attend meetups like this, look at how much representation we have in this room. I remember when there would be 5 women only, and that would be all of us. Like, you've scoured the entire ecosystem, it would be 5 of us. At best, you try to do an all-female meetup with 25 women, at best. Today, you can organize an event with 50, 51, 55% women, and it's not a big deal. That's the kind of progress that you make when you decide to write your own story. The story will leave you behind, actually, if you don't work for it. I want to say no techies left behind means we'll continue to carry everybody, but realistically, I find that it's better if everybody has their 2 feet on the ground, understanding that there will not be space for you if you don't take it. Thank you. So I have 13 minutes, and I think that was 10, so I have 3 minutes for questions. Any kind of questions? No questions? Awesome. Thank you, guys. Oh, sorry.
My name is Emmanuel. You made mention that no matter the sector you are, that you can use tech in whatever sector you find yourself in. And my question is, how do we find a person we can partner with? How do we find someone we can trust with our ideas in order to make it?
Right. So I'll say I have to admit that I was lucky. I'm co-founders with people I've known for 12 years. We were in university together. But one of the three things that I think will help with co-founding relationship is, one, at meetups and conferences like this, if you are all here together, it's probably easy and probably right to admit that, like, you have some kind of the right direction for what you want to do. You want to be in tech at baseline. You agree. You're here trying to absorb something. The second thing is, I think, find people who you like and are friends with. And people think that that's like cliche, to work with people you like, but in tech, I find the lows will be really low, right? When the chips are down, you want your co-founder to be a person who you actually want to be around, who you want to problem solve with, right? So when you find someone whose values align with yours, please make sure that that's a person that you can actually hang out and have a beer with, or 7, because it gets really tough and it gets really hard. Sometimes you have to shut down a company along with your co-founder. Who is the person that you can do that with? But the best thing is to find someone like with whom you have mutual respect. You respect their ideas, you respect their opinion, you respect their way of working, and you respect their manner of execution. I've spoken to founders and companies whose co-founder conflicts stem from actual respect, friendship, and then just kind of like value alignment are in place, and then you can layer on everything else. Of course, one of the things you have to optimize for is also complementary skills, right? So if you are a person who's good technically, do you really need another technical co-founder, or do you need someone who's sound operationally? So there's that balance.
Question, and I'll start by saying thank you for the speech. It was really nice. Okay, so my question was about the investment. You mentioned that when you started, you did so many startups that failed, but you kept on pushing through until you got to PiggyVest. So how are you going to convince people to tell them that, oh, have done this, it failed, the second one it failed, and you still want them to invest in your company? Why would how people even agree to even invest when you've done a lot of things that failed in the past?
The short answer is they didn't, right? We bootstrapped most of our companies. In 2013, the company we ran for 6 months, we did it with our own funds we were earning from part-time working. And then we launched Push CV, and we raised $25,000 from an accelerator at the time, and then we raised another $200,000 in the bridge round because there was traction. After that, when we started to do all of these passion projects, we were very aware that no one would fund it. So in that time, if you look at my CV, you find that I was editor at Tech Cabal, writer at Zikoko, earning money and using those funds to grow the company. In fact, at the time when we launched PiggyVest in 2016 in January, no one gave us money until June of 2018. June of 2017. So for 18 months, we ran PiggyVest on our own funds. The first 50K that we got for PiggyVest came exactly 18 months after we'd been running the company. Every single investor that we went to essentially told us, love the idea, but we think the banks will kill you. And you know what? We fully understood it was a radical new idea, and there was no saying whether you would exist in 2 years. And I think that that's also a particularly important part of your tech journey. There is very many different paths to success. Some people can raise venture capital on day one. Some people can't. We couldn't, right? If you actually dug into the Team App story, they'd existed in a different way until we started to see them as Monify. Before, it was software for banks and software for financial institutions, and it was bootstrapped. So all of those things are different ways for you to look at your journey. Your journey is not going to be the same as anyone else's, right? There's people who can get funds from day one. There's people whose family can fund them. There's people whose friends will give them money. And then there is us, whose friends or family did not have the money, and so we had to go back to the basics to fund the ideas we wanted to build. And that understanding and that awareness also helps you as you kind of framework your journey through tech. And it also kind of adds to the answer I was giving him around the people who you start this thing with. You have to be aligned. Some people will give up, they will drop off along the way, but it's worth it to ask yourself, why am I doing this? And what do I want to do with this journey? I will take 2 more questions because I think I'm completely out of time. Yeah?
All right. My name is Reginald, and I appreciate the journey so far. Your journey, and it's been awesome. I also appreciate the fact that you were able to source for funds. I have 2 questions in one. The first is, were you comfortable, did you source your funds in Nigeria? Were you able to source for funds in Nigeria? Would you advise that a person registers his company here in Nigeria? Would it be better registering your company abroad, like in a foreign company, and that makes it easier to source for funds? So I would like to know, how did you source for funds? Was it here in Nigeria or from outside the country? And 2, how easy is it for one who is keeping a full-time job to start a company if he wants to do so?
Right, so I'll answer the full-time job one first. I clearly have a bias. I've never held a full-time job before in my life, so I've only ever worked in startups that I've been an entrepreneur in. So I think that I might have a blind spot towards how operationally having a full-time job and running a company can work. It's easy for me to say find a balance, but I don't actually know what it looks like in reality just because I've never experienced it. I would hope that there'll be someone else in the room who can answer that full-time job versus starting a company question, because I think it will be a little unbalanced for me to attempt to answer it. This moment in 2022, it's easy for you to get funding, a source of funding either in Nigeria or out of the country. Right? If it was before, I'd have said you have to start with a Nigerian fund. But there is so much investment dollars coming into the country now. There's so many venture capital companies funding pre-seed and idea stage companies that you can just start. Now, as for where to domicile the company, I think it would be unfair for me to say, don't do it in Nigeria, do it abroad. So I'll just leave you to kind of figure out what economic conditions mean for you to make that choice. But I think that either way, the venture capital space has never been more accessible. This is the time. And we don't get money. So that means that the money that's going to male founders is leaps and bounds ahead. So there's a lot of dollars flowing into the space, whether here or abroad. All right. Yeah. So I do it, then you stop again. Between 2020 to 2022, I've done close to 4 different things, because once you are done taking a course, you don't know what to do next, you just wait. Then maybe 3-4 months, you get another idea, you go again. So, and the problem is, I think mentorship is very important. That's what I've always thought. So I do not know if there is, what should I do? What is the... That mentors are addictive versus kind of like being the ones to push you, right? You must be able to do the work of establishing the framework of what you want to learn, right? I like that you're like doing the courses thing, but you can do many disjointed courses, or you can do courses that are like along a trajectory and increasing like on the last one. For instance, a friend of mine that wanted to learn to start coding, one thing she did was she went to Udacity's nano degree program for like software development. She looked at what the topics were, and then she decided to go to find alternatives to those courses that were free or cheap. And that way, she was learning across an increasing trajectory, right? So that's one of the things you need to do. It's easy to take a digital marketing course here and then jump over there and take a product management course, or you can build an actual curriculum for yourself with help from experts. It's always easy for a mentor to tell someone to help you all the way versus help me with this part of my work. So I believe mentorship is important, but I also believe that mentorship is additive. I believe that each and everyone who's on the journey to kind of being themselves in tech has to also do that groundwork of prepping themselves. Right? I imagine if you say, oh, this is the thing I want to do, and you came to someone who was already a VP, product manager, or something else, and told them, this is what I'm learning, they'd be able to help you, or at least there's a framework for them to help you along the journey than, oh, I want to be a product manager, where do I start? So what next is a function of what are you trying to do, right? What particular, or if you say, I want to be an operator, there's several parts of operations. Which one are you heading towards? Forming that framework helps you to kind of create like fertile ground, so to speak, for someone to be able to help you towards. I'm out of time now, but I will come to you after. All right. Sorry, guys. Thank you so much. This was awesome.
We have a question from you too.
So we have a very ambitious goal as Mara Foundation. We want to train 1 million developers to impact 1 billion lives in the next 5 years. And it's not something you can do alone. It's going to take a village. It's going to take a village that is going to be as eclectic as the profiles that we have in this room tonight.
I am here to listen. Please complain away. Thank you for being so kind. But yeah, let's really be. Let's have some real talk. Let's find some solutions to a lot of the problems and work towards building those solutions together. Well, thank you, Mara Foundations. Thank you, Kate. I'm so happy to be here again. All right, let's go back to networking.
But the next one is
I did my first video. I had no choice but to do them. So I did my first video. I did like a top view shot. I wasn't showing my face. And someone said,
just one
this
channel.
video doesn't make any sense. I think you should show your face. And I said, okay, you know what?
That's
why
a red
not?
channel. So
I put on the camera,
you
and
have to be
that
on the
video
red
actually
channel
did
at
so
all
much
time,
in terms of
so that
views
you
and
can
numbers
get whatever
and
the speaker is trying
and
to
oh
say.
yeah, another
Please,
motivation.
at the end of
They
the
paid me a
session,
lot of
kindly
money
drop
than
the
they could
headset
ever
on the
pay me when I was
seat
writing,
or
when I was a
return to
blogger.
me or any of
And
the
that's how I
ushers
just
that are working
started, and
with
from
me.
there I started learning
So,
and
if
improving
you
my
don't have
skills
someone
and
bring
all
to
of
you,
that. Pretty
then
much.
You're not putting on the headset. So
Also on the headset, there is a volume button.
Okay.
So you're in control
Hi everyone.
of your own sound.
When I started making content, I
Now,
didn't know that the name of what I was doing was content.
If you slide this
Right, I
up,
was just putting my
you're
thoughts out
reducing
there,
the
having
sound, and
fun.
if you slide down,
And
you're increasing the sound.
I just decided one day to
Try
take
not
it
to
more
bust your
seriously and like
eardrums.
post every day for a
Don't make it
30-day
too
period.
loud.
I don't know where the
But if
idea
you
came
think,
from.
you can hear
I didn't know that at the time that was sort of a
present,
strategy for growth
volume
on
sense,
social
that's
media.
fine.
I was just
Please,
pushing
I repeat,
myself.
at the end of the
So I made a
session,
video
please drop
every
the
day for
headset
30
from the
days,
seat
and in that 30-day
or
period,
give to
my
nearest
following
washer.
went from like
Please don't take it out
1.5
of
to over 5,000 in that 30-day
Be on
period.
the
Me, I
red
didn't expect that. I
channel
didn't
at
see that
all
coming. I
time.
thought it was going to go
And
from
then
1.5 to
speaker
like
will be making
2K,
use of
you know,
the mic.
and I would
Don't
feel
worry, you will
proper
hear
blown.
perfectly clear, but you have
But
to
my
be
following
within the
tripled,
space.
and I
Hear
just felt
whatever
like,
the
oh,
speaker is
okay,
saying.
you guys
Thank
like
you very
this.
much.
There's more where that came from. You know, I can do more of this. So I just kept making videos, and with time I realized, okay, there's a fancy name for this thing. People call it content creation. So I started to learn about content strategy, personal branding, storytelling, you know, community building, all that stuff. It was like some months into creating content and making zero money. I got an email from a brand that was like, Salem, we've seen your videos, love what you do. How much will you charge to do this? Me, I'm just like, wait, like charge money. You know, it was it was wild to me that, you know, somebody would pay me to do what I was doing for free. You know, of course the deal didn't work out at the end, but it just sort of opened up my mind to the possibility that, oh, I could do this full time. So at the time I still had a job, but some months later I would later find different ways to monetize my content, and you know, I just decided to do content full time because I was making
Sorry, if you don't have the
about
headset,
6
kindly
months of my salary
signify by show of hands.
in
I only
a few
believe we all have
weeks
the
from
headsets.
from making content. So it just made sense that, okay, this has to be my exit strategy, and I've been at it for just under 4 years now, and now we're here. Yeah.
Hello. Okay. So my story is different from your story. Me, I'm still collecting salary. Hi. But I think content, and I think that's the kind of interesting part about it. Content varies. It comes in very different, like, facets. Edwin knows. So, yeah. My story began, well, just like I think they've said, I'm not one, I don't like the camera. I hate it so much. I like being behind the scenes. And it's funny because I have a sister who actually, like, her job is in front of the camera. And then, like, I am the one that says, you know what, I am behind the camera. And there was a joke my dad used to say when we were younger. He would be like, Angel will be the star and you will be the producer. It was always funny. I didn't even know what he meant at the time. Yeah. But I started as a writer, and I love writing. You know, I love to, like, document my thoughts. It's just exactly what Salem said. You know, he's just like, I did not think that you would pay me to do that, but I can do it in my sleep, I guess. So I started writing, put together my thoughts. I graduated from university. I started reaching out for jobs. My mother was like, you're graduated from school. Your mates want to party, go out. You're looking for a job. Why? I schooled in Benin Republic. So she was like, I didn't spend that much time with you. Now you're back home. Maybe some time, maybe wash plates, you know, clean the house. Then go and party with your friends, come back before 8. I don't know what party ends before 8, but okay. There was that. And then I started writing, reached out, started working for a publication. I became a feature writer at another online publication. Then I got a job as an online digital manager. Let me tell you. Oh, actually, sorry, I take that back. I started working as an SEO analyst. Let me tell you something. I don't even know what SEO is as of 2016. It's like someone said they were looking for an SEO analyst. Like, what the hell is that? Don't worry, I'll find it. Don't worry, I'll come. And then they were like, oh, like, and the question that was asked at the interview was, what would you do if the world was beyond your understanding. Like, what the fuck you talking about? But I was like, okay, cool. I will write it as in-depth as I understand it. Because I don't think there's a wrong or right answer to it. And then he just like, no, take your time. Immediately he said it. I started writing. He said, no, take your time. I was like, no, I have ideas. I have ideas. So that was how I started. I worked as an SEO analyst for about 1.5 years at Kemu, which was at the time Jumia's sister company. And then I moved from there, and then I started working at a different company, and then it just became not just working in content, but then working in content strategy, ideation, marketing, branding, integrated marketing, and the entire shebang. Now, the reason I say when people think of content, people just think it's very skewed in the way that everybody has said it. It's like, oh, my sister will always tell me the same thing. I do this is what I do for a living. But she will tell me the same thing. Oh, like, take more pictures. Like, be out there. Let people see you. I'm like, no, I really don't. The people that I really want, it's funny. Do you know what my favorite social media platform is? It's not Instagram. LinkedIn. It's not TikTok. It's LinkedIn. It's LinkedIn.
Sounds
like that's my favorite. Like, literally, I will wake up and that's the first thing I check. That's actually.
I need you to tell me how. I don't like.
Twitter is toxic for me.
Yeah.
So like, I can do without not looking at Instagram. I remember the last time I was talking to a friend, I was like, oh, by the way, they've incarcerated this person. It's like, Vanessa, you're really not on social media. Like, I was like, oh, really? It's like, that was like 3 days ago now. I was like, oh, okay. So to me, content building and content marketing and content strategy, it's not, I don't think it's very one size fit all. Definitely. It's pretty much as versed as it is, and you can see Salem, you can see Miss Techie, you can see Alma, and even Edwin at the same time. Everybody knows and deals with it in interesting and different ways. But then, like, that's how I got to being head of communications and growth at Ingressive Capital. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Vanessa. Alma?
Hi, everyone.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right. So how it started for me was, I think I've told this story so many times, but I've usually omitted this part for reasons that you probably come to find out. So I was in architecture school, my first degree. I finished the first degree. I was clueless. I knew one thing, that I wasn't going to practice architecture. It just wasn't giving. Yeah, like it was a no for me. So I decided to do my MSc just to take the time to figure out what I wanted to do. At the very least, I would still be getting allowance, right? Because I was in school, so yeah. So halfway through that, COVID struck, and then we had to go home for a bit. At this point, I had already started a blog. It was a very low-key lifestyle blog. I would just write here and there. And I had just started to take my Instagram seriously, even though I had been on the platform since 2014. So this was the 6th year after I had joined Instagram. I had managed to garner a whopping 1,800 followers.
Impressive number.
And at that time, I was like, wow, okay, you know what, let me just take this a little seriously. I mean, I was writing my thesis. I didn't really have much to do except chores that my mother insisted were not going to affect my academics. So, at this time, I started to write a lot, and then I decided, now this is the part that I would probably regret for the rest of my life, especially because some of you are filming. But I was inspired by Salem's journey. Don't make me regret this. I was inspired. So that. I was inspired by his journey. At the time, we had just become friends. And, we talked a lot about his 30-day video challenge, right? And I was like, you know what? I don't have anything to do, so let me just create videos. And I didn't create his own kind of videos because that's like, it's crazy. It's a Salem thing. So, yeah. But I started to create these voiceovers with GIFs. I don't know if there's an off chance that somebody here remembers those videos. Oh, thank God. Okay.
I mean, we'll go look for it.
Okay,
now.
it was the ghetto. But after I created those videos, I set the 30-day challenge for myself, and I was like, yes, I'm going to do this. I had already batch created some videos. I created about 3 or 4 of them ahead of time, so that if people said it sucked, I wouldn't be discouraged and not create, because I had already created them, so I just have to post them. So, yeah, the 30-day challenge, I was posting every day, and I succeeded in posting for 5 whole days. I was like, wow. And then I did 7 days. After the 7th day, I had seen some growth, but I had also lost a lot of followers. Because I think a lot of people followed me for something different, and then I was creating something different now. So, I was fine with it. It was like, okay, that's fine. And then this went on for a bit. At the end of the month, my followers had grown from 2,000 at the start of the year, 2,400 at the start of the year, to about 3,500 or 4,000 thereabouts. And then I was like, okay. And and then so I started to create more content and be more intentional about it. At the end of that year, I was at 8,600. So it was just growing and growing. And at the end of that year, I decided that I wanted to translate the work that I had done as a content creator to start working in tech. And I took a step at the end of 2020 that changed my life forever. It's not in the scope of this question, but I hope another question makes me talk about it.
Okay, thank you. So I really like the selection of this panel mostly because here you have various paths to being a techie, creating content. And I think for me, the next question now would be, and I think I'll start with, I think Salem is the only one who is left out here, I think, because everybody else here is working directly with the tech products. But I think it will still involve you. Discussing how to leverage content creation to access global opportunities. I think everybody here has mentioned a point where for example, for Toby and Salem, it was someone offered to pay for this content you were doing that you may have just continued doing for free if they had not. And I want to figure out what was that, because I know there was probably one big thing, and I'll start with you two and then we'll move on. But what was that big thing that happened? What was that global opportunity? I want to say, because we know, you create content and you expect that the people around you understand and they will, but what was it that made it so that you were not just creating content for your immediate surroundings? How did you essentially leverage what you were creating to get more things in the global landscape? So, Salem, sure.
So there's something I really enjoy doing, which is just make very simple posts where the caption is 3 words and it's just a question. Members of my community always engage. I just love to ask people questions and hear from them. Sometimes it's something as simple as what's bothering you. One day I asked that and I regretted it because people actually told me their problems.
Yeah, that's very free.
But there was this one time where I said, where are you reading this from? It's just that simple. And the flags I saw in my DMs, not my DMs, my comment section, the places I've never been, probably would never go, and I just found that there's so many. I thought it was everybody was Nigerian, living in Nigeria, suffering in Lagos. I thought it was we're all in it together. But just asking that simple question made me realize, whoa, I'm reaching people in every part of the world. from just putting myself out there on the internet. So that post, even though it was a light-hearted post, there were people in the comments who were like, "Canada in Jesus' name." But it was eye-opening for me, because I'm always learning. So it was eye-opening for me, and it helped me see that, okay, if I'm reaching people in different parts of the world, I can also reach businesses in different parts of the world. I can also make money from different parts of the world. And when I started to sell digital products, when I created an ebook, when I started doing classes and selling courses, I decided that I didn't only want to target Nigerians living in Nigeria. And because I now had the information that there are people out there who, no offense, sometimes have higher spending power, right? Now, for somebody who's living in the US, buying a course for $100 is nothing. For a Nigerian, that's 70K, or 800, depending on which, depending on today's dates. So that's a big deal. But for somebody in another country, that's like groceries money, right? So you don't even have to sell it so hard. So social media and just being around different people, having access to creators from every part of the world, seeing how they make it work, that sort of just gave me a broader perspective that I wouldn't have had if I was on social media. Because I'm connected to creators that live in the UK, creators that live in the US, Australia. Some are not even Nigerian. And that's access that we didn't have years ago. Years ago, if you're working in marketing, the only other marketers you knew were the people working in another company in Nigeria. That was it.
Okay.
But our peers from all over the world, they're able to tell you, this is how it works here. This is how you can position so that you can be valuable beyond the shores of your country. And yeah, that was life-changing for me.
That's amazing. I think for Toby, I think the change I would like in the question, because I've watched a couple of videos, and it's like, I think the one I really liked was, because I had to figure out how you were having multiple of yourself. And there's a video where you explain that. So when you create your content, like feeding off of what Salem said, you have a global audience, but what do you do to speak to your audience in a way where you're still able to do the content in the way that you want to, but you are aware of this global audience? How are you able to cater to them?
Honestly, I just create content. I'm supposed to factor it in my head, yes, but during the creation process, I don't like think about it. I just create the content because at that time the idea is exciting, right? So day before yesterday, we had like a meeting with Meta, like the guys from Meta, and one of the questions they asked was, do you think, actually this question, do you create content for the global audience? And they asked like 4 of us, and we had the same answer. Okay. And we had the same answer. And the answer is, create content that you love. Global audience will find a way to you, right? But if you are trying to create because you want the Obodo Igbo guys to see you, or whoever you're trying to target, you might, at a point, you get burnt out, right? So the strategy for me was create something, put up something that I love, that I'm excited about. If I'm not excited about it, I will probably not do it. And that's even one of the things that affects me with some of my paid opportunities, because I need to get that light bulb moment that is really exciting for me to want to stand up from the bed, to do makeup and shoot. So for me, I think the question is, the answer to the question is, I just create content based on. I love creating content. I love creating this type of content, and I think that's what has driven me towards getting even recognized by some global companies in the world. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I really love your response, and I want to then move to Vanessa. And I'm being particular with this question because I know that there are people here who, like you, probably don't want to mess with Twitter and Instagram and all these things. But you, so you have been able to still create content, work, access global opportunities, do all these big things without having to in the way that other content creators have done, use Instagram or any of these things, what would you say has helped? Because I know that the current gospel being preached. So yeah, the gospel being preached is that you have to be there. That's how you put yourself out there. So how did you put yourself out there?
So when I say content creation, I always speak for myself in terms of personally. It's not for work. I do it for a living. I cannot actually run away from it. And I think it's like, if you're just like talking to someone who says, I work at a radio, like talk show, they don't like talking after they have left the radio show. It's like, miss me with that. It's like, can I have some peace and quiet? So that's kind of what it is for me.
Okay.
So yes, when I say social media not liking to be that, it's because I like working behind the scenes.
Yeah.
And I only do behind the scenes because personally, if you know how stressful sitting here in front of all of you is right now, you have no idea. But if I didn't tell you, I think nobody would ever know or figure it out.
Fair.
So for work, it's a completely different ball game. I wear different hats. I've also learned and understood, and I don't just work with social media. With content, there's a lot of, I think of it as a lifestyle, storytelling format.
Okay.
Even when I say storytelling format, it sounds very like work-like. But then like there's storytelling, there's lifestyle, there is inculcation of emotions and logic, and trying to build all of those things in their multiple different facets. So when you think about it, I don't think about it like that. I think about what do you need to get to HackFest today, example. I need to get ready, dressed up, prepare my mind, network, have a good energy, hope that the Uber driver does not annoy me, get to the place, sit down, and then have a good time. Because I'm coming here to understand, learn, take everything that I have gotten from this place, go back home, and include it in my work, my school, my relationships, my social media, my platform, like all of that. Now, in that entire process, which is why when it comes to branding, there's something called personas, audience personas.
Yeah.
And those audience personas means when you want to market to somebody X, Y, and Z, you are trying to build that person's lifestyle. Yeah. What does that look like? Does that person likes to go to the gym? Do they like to wake up in the morning, read a book? Is it a Bible situation?
So are these things that you constantly, every time you have to do work that, your work is going out to people, do you constantly have to do this every time? And I'm asking because I know there are content creators in the room where do they have to now, every time they create content, think about the audience journey, do you think?
Yes, I actually think so, because that would explain when Alma said she created content and lost followers because they were seeing what I did not used to see on this page. All of a sudden, if you start preaching on a page that I followed that was supposed to be for living my best life, I'm going to have a problem with that. So I'm like, that's not why I followed you. So yes, you should be able to have. Now, there is an induction process that can also happen. Hi guys, I realized that I'm really comfortable with Christ. I'm using God as an example, please. It's not like that's the thing. But I'm saying, because they're very polar opposites,
So you need to prep your audience.
Yeah. So I'm going to the most extreme of it, for polar opposites.
Yeah.
Because every day you were seeing the person was in quotes, bad bitch. And then you wake up the next day and everything you're seeing is, Spirit, lead me where my
it's an interesting dichotomy, I think.
Yeah. So you're confused. So I'm saying to be able to create those there's an induction process for it.
Yeah.
But there's also you understanding that induction process would also help with either you want to stay or you want to go. Well, for work, definitely, I don't have any of these personal feelings. I work completely differently.
Fair.
Now, personally, that's Vanessa Junobasi. I don't really want to do about it, so yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. So before we take questions, I know, Alma, you already kind of led up to this. You mentioned that there was something that happened that changed the course of, this content creation journey for you. So I think we want to get into that now.
It's quite impressive that you take me up on that. But yeah, it's cool. At the end of 2020, I applied for a job. I just saw an opening. You know when you're young, foolish, and you have nothing to lose? I think those are the best days of your life, like, to be very honest, because you take so many risks and they're not calculated. I'm not paying rent. I'm eating free food in my mother's house. Last, I just have to wash plates and sweep. That's all. So you don't really take any risks that are too, you take as many risks, as you can because you have nothing to lose. So I saw a job opening at a brand that I really loved and I had used for almost 2 years, Cowrywise. I had just seen an opening for, I texted my friend. I was like, hey, I'm done with school. I want to move to Lagos because I want to be a full-time content creator. But my parents are going to have heart attack if they found out that I don't have a job. So you want to go to Lagos and be doing Snapchats? I don't get. How are you going to eat? My father was so hell-bent on the fact that I would be sleeping under Oshodi Bridge. He was too sure. So I just told my friend that, hey, I want a job. I don't care if they're going to pay me a salary. I knew that I could earn so much money from content creation and I was willing to bet on it. I just want to have an offer letter that I'll show my dad and say, hey, I have a job. Would you prefer to drive me to Lagos every day, back and forth, for the job, or would you just let me move to Lagos? At that time, I was in Port Harcourt. And so they're like, how much is your salary? Yeah, so at this time, my friend said, oh, there's an opening here at Cowrywise, and it fits what you're trying to do, right? So just send in your CV. The interview is tomorrow. That's when it dawned on me that I had no CV. I was like, oh, crap. Then I went, I put together a CV and I sent it in, copied him in the mail. I got an interview the next day. Coincidentally, the next day was the day that my savings circle that I created on Cowrywise was maturing. And so I mentioned it casually at the interview, just dropping hints here and there that, So I didn't get the job after everything. I didn't get the job, I'm just... and yeah, I know you're wondering because you know I worked at Cowrywise, but here's what happened. I had applied for a role, a digital marketing role for social media. After they sent me the letter that said, oh, hey, sorry, we can't have you on the team, your skills, blah, blah, blah. I made a video on Instagram where I talked about my losses in 2020. What year was that? 2020. And in one of those losses, in that video, I mentioned that I applied for a job that I really liked and I didn't get it. The HR at Cowrywise saw that video. I know it sounds like African magic, I swear, but I swear that's what happened.
I love it.
He saw that video. I don't know if it was HR or the CEO. I think it was the CEO. I'm not very certain right now, but he saw the video. I think he's here. I think Emmanuel Faith is here, but if he's here, he'll probably come up very soon. He saw the video, and then he went through my page, and then he saw some of the content I had created in the past. Then he sent me a message. This was in December, the end of 2020. I'd already concluded that, okay, I'm going to stay here and be sweeping and mopping for my mom. Then I had 2021 January, I got a message from the HR at Cowrywise, and he was like, hey, are you still interested in this role, or are you still interested in working at Calorie Wise? That they had just made some adjustments to their strategy in the marketing department, and they would want to hire a content writer, someone who would, create content mostly. And this is mostly because of the content that he had seen on my page. Yeah, so he was like, oh, hey, the role that you applied for was more like digital marketing, so LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, everything. But you didn't get it. Even though I got to the final round, we're just 3 left. And yeah, I didn't get it. But then he was like, even though you didn't get it, we think you're better suited for this role instead, based on the content we saw on your page. And voila, I got the offer. I moved to Lagos. I started there, and yeah, now I no longer work there, but that was the beginning of my, all the global opportunities that I currently work at a fintech based in Berlin and Kenya. So yeah, I mean, global opportunities, right?
Yeah.
If I didn't create the content, they wouldn't have seen my page, and yeah, I think you can do the math.
Please give her a round of applause, please. So we don't have a lot of time. I think we have time for one question. But I think the story is a very good one to sort of end on, because no tech is left behind. There was a situation where you saw a role that you figured, this would be good. And then they were like, yeah, but there's still space for the kind of thing you're doing. It doesn't have to be that role that you wanted exactly. Okay, so one question, just one person in the audience. Okay, well, we have one person there. And after this question, we'll wrap it up. Can we get a mic to him? Is there a microphone? All right. I feel like if I was the one with the situation at Car, I would have been so crushed, because it's like, you know how it is to just build up to the interview. You're like, okay, this is, and then you get to the final stage. That's the kicker. That happened with me with, I think, was it a Pace Tech?
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hi.
I have 2 questions.
You have 2 questions. We'll take one of them. So like,
yeah, it's actually 2 in one, please. I would like you to take the 2. The first one is, I would like to know what inspires you to stay consistent and show up every day. Because part of one of the properties of creating content is showing up every day. So I'd like to know what inspires you.
Okay,
to
I don't think they can hear. I think I could hear him. What makes you show up every day? What inspires you? That's it? Yes.
Yeah, and the second question is, how do you undo your first interview with your client? Because at the moment I have a client in my DM. I scheduled a meeting for tomorrow, but it's my first time meeting a client, and I really do not know how to go about it.
I want to split your questions between, just so that so everybody just choose one thing you're answering of the 2. So you choose one thing you're answering, one of his questions. So either what keeps you going, how do you show up every day, or how do you meet your first client? What are you supposed to be preparing for? Okay.
So showing up every day, I think Salem is in a better position to, seeing as, my 30-day challenge failed, he's succeeded, so he's in a better position to answer that. But I don't think my answer would be your answer, right? I think you have to know what exactly will motivate you to show up every day. Right now, money can't motivate me to show up every day, right? I'm at a place where there's some things I wouldn't even take, regardless of how much you offer me, if I have to do that consistently, right? Because I'm like, I don't have this energy. Some other people, if you pay them just enough, they're comfortable to show up every day. So I would say, ask yourself why you're doing what you're doing and what the consequences of not showing up would be. So reverse engineer that question. Ask yourself, if I don't show up every day, what would happen? If what will happen is as tragic as you can imagine. And if it's something that would affect you, if it's something that you think is, okay, this is really bad, then you know what would inspire you to show up every day. If you ask yourself that question, if I don't show up every day, what would happen? And it's like, there's nothing at stake, so there's really hardly a chance that you would show up every day. Does that help? Gotcha.
Okay, regarding clients, so there are things called soft skills. See, I'm sounding very bureaucratic, but there are things called soft skills. So when you meet a client, you don't really know what, hi, oh, your office is nice, oh, this place is lovely, we met at a cafe. This cafe here, they have great coffee, or even if you never drank it, it's fine. But it breaks the ice, and that way you can simmer in and then start to have conversations. Can just be generic. Nigeria is stressful. That one will always be catch on. And that way you can just like break into the conversation. How was your drive here? How was your meeting here? Like, did it take you so long to get here? Was it difficult to get here? Things like that. Those are like icebreakers. Once you start with that, by the time you start having conversations, it'll be easier to like penetrate. It's soft skills, but then there's also like people skills. As much as it might not come very innately to everybody, it's also important to also like have nothing you cannot learn off of the internet. Just go and Google like some of like interpersonal skill sets that you should have. Once you start having these conversations, it would literally help you to like, might not come natural to you. Like I said, I don't want to be here. Like, being in front of this place is giving me the jitters. You cannot tell, because if I did not tell you, you would never know. So, but the thing is, it's a job, it's what has to be done, and you have to do it. So just by the time you Google some of these things, also social management helps when you go out with your friends. Think about it like when you're going, I've never met Edwin before, but like I can see him and I have a whole conversation with him. And that's one of the things you just have to learn, especially when it comes to doing social things, because we think about it, you are literally creating content for people that follow you, that know you, they've never met you, but they are communicating with you. Do they know who you are? Do they talk to you every day? No. But you create that content, and if they follow, they like, they save, they share, it's because you're saying something that is meaningful to them and they can connect with. So think about it like that, and then just continue to do it. It's every single day, keep pushing, and then the consistency is actually how it works. So yeah, thank you.
Okay, so for me, initially, I didn't used to be consistent because the type of videos that I do were very stressful. Right? So it takes forever to come up with an idea, it takes forever to shoot, and I was stuck, right? Because I know that other people were posting content every day, right? But the cool thing about it is learning to strike a balance. So for me, I had to learn to strike a balance, and the balance was outsourcing some things that I knew I couldn't undo anymore based on the capacity that I was. Back then, obviously, I was the one doing everything, right? But right now, I've learned to strike a balance, so I outsource some things, and that's how I'm able to stay consistent to an extent. I'm not there yet, I'm not like, but at least to an extent. So, but if you were to ask me back then, I'd say the engagement. For me, when people value your content, when people say, oh wow, you created something or you posted something and it helped me, that's a huge motivation. Like, it would ginger you to want to think about another thing that would inspire somebody else, or help somebody else. In my own case, because I'm a tech content creator, right? So that drive, that comment I get, the engagement that I receive, people sending me DMs to say, oh, you said something or you showed me something and I did it and it worked. That feeling actually is very good. So if you look at it from that angle, you would want to stay inspired to, create more content so that that little community you are building would have something to look forward to, right? As for the money stuff, right? Please don't be like me. When I got my first client, Jesus Christ, they paid me 10,000 naira back then. I was a blogger. It was 3 months after I started blogging. So in my mind, I'm like, Jesus, this is me working at a 9 to 5, earning about 70K, and somebody reaching out to me to pay me 10,000 naira just from a blog that I started 3 months back. That's a lot of money. Do you get? So I didn't even negotiate. I didn't do anything. I didn't say, no, I think I deserve better based on the value that I'm bringing to the table. I just accepted it because I was excited. And I think that's one of the mistakes that we make as creatives, right? Once a brand comes up, because it's a big brand, it's a global brand, we want to accept anything just so that we can align ourselves with the brand. And it's fine. I mean, if you want to do it, it's fine. But I'm saying you might sell yourself short, because most likely these guys are using agencies, and agencies will cut their own cuts, and then they will now give you small money. And meanwhile, they're collecting plenty money, inside that gist, but yes, they're collecting. So that's when I learned that, I realized I started negotiating better. So if a brand should reach out to me now, in hindsight, I'll tell them if they're offering me this amount, first off, my rate card, right? So if you have somebody that is sending you a DM and say, okay, we want you to create something, the first thing I think as a creator, you need to have your rate card. Oh, this is my rate card. They look through it. You can even say, oh, it's open if you don't want to shoot yourself, if you want to really take the job, right? You can say it's open for negotiation. That way, they can come to you and say, okay, we see your rate card. We don't want to undervalue you, but this is what we have. We have maybe 100K. Can you still do it? And maybe your rate card is 150. At least you that way you feel good about yourself that, okay, I'm doing you a favor, rather than them thinking that they're doing you a favor. I don't know if it makes sense, but yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Toby. I hope this has been a very enlightening panel. I think that there's a lot that has been discussed here that can, of course, be expanded, but we've run out of time and we have to go now. But I want to thank our speakers, Toby, Salem, Vanessa, Alma. You've been amazing. Thank you so much for this. I hope you have a great event going forward. Thank you.
Baby, I'm the one for you, and you are the one for me.
Hey, you see this special kind of feeling. Melaman talking but I never my life in meaning. Jabuleza Boketa, everything revealing. And I want my blow my head up to the ceiling. I catch you feeling. Also come the busy. It one aroma go make everything easy. What's maybe misleading, but your love is what I'm needing. Woman and your mobile, but your heart is what I'm keeping. Now me you go be living. I forgot Momo, I've seen it all, I've done it all. But anything you put your money, I'll call it off. My cable get like bullet plug. Notice I'm only my ninja buggy sugar pop. I am obsessed because of your address.
One lesson till you know.
That was powerful, powerful. I didn't even realize we had that many content creators in the house, but it's good to know. And if you're also interested in the Web3 breakout session, there's another one that's going to start shortly. So once those ones come back, you can go and check out what they're doing on that side. Well, I guess you guys already get the full gist of what the whole content creation ecosystem and leverage international opportunities or global opportunities is all about. Right on your phone there, you can sit anywhere in the world. I mean, these are examples of people who have tried it. Right on your phone, you can do anything. It doesn't even have to be a fantastic phone. I remember the first phone I ever created content on was an old iPhone 4. I didn't even want a camera phone in the first place. I didn't even think I needed it. But then it came along and Boom. In fact, the first skit I shot with files, I shot my version of the skit with an iPhone 4, not 4S, 4. The camera, I don't know what the camera looks like now compared to iPhone 13 and 14. They have the depth of field adjustment and stuff. But there you have it. You don't even need a Sony camera, a Canon C500 or 100. You don't need a Red Epic. You don't need a Red Scarlett. Nothing. Just that phone. And guess what? You don't even need your own phone. Your neighbor's phone is your phone. Your cousin's phone is your phone. Your friend's phone is your phone. You don't need to go and buy iPhone 13. Guy, Alpha, let me use that phone for 1 second. All you need is good source of light. Even if you don't have ring light, maybe you have ring window. Stay by the window. Open the curtain. It's not that deep. They are shouting in your room. Go to another room. Your room is echoey. Now what for you? Carry the mattress up now. Put it on the wall. It's going to reduce the echo. I'm serious. Fact. And if your content creation spot is small enough, put 2 mattresses on either side. Put pillow in front like this. Face the window. Makeup, good to go. No makeup, wash your face. Trust me. I mean, it sounds funny until I was doing it. Not only was I getting paid because some companies started calling me to say, your next kit, can you say this? Can you put this? I said, yeah. What did I do? I go put them. You go pay me. Not only was that happening, one day I got a DM from somebody very famous, you all know, the child of somebody very rich, very, 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 very rich in Nigeria. Sent me a DM and said, bro, some people from Facebook want to talk to you. I said, okay, give them my email. Fast forward, Facebook was asking me for permission to use my video, my skit, in a training material for Nigerian content creators. And what was the content itself? It was just the wedding of royalty. Prince Charles was getting married, you know, that video, that viral video. Oh yeah, I inserted myself into it. How? I just did a little bit of green screen, motion tracking, rotoscoping, color grading. Why did I say all that thing to scare you? Yes, I had to learn some skills. So we're back to where we started from. No techies left behind. Not leaving any techies behind. You are a techie if you have a phone. All you need to do is learn 1 or 2 skills to help you to do simple things like cut video, join them together. Editing is no more than that. You cut, you join. If you like, you put music. You now want to take it to the next level, put color filter. You now want to take it to another level, maybe put transition. You don't finish. Guess what? There are even apps that have been pre-done to do all that for you. Just put your video, press one button, it comes out from the other side of the pipeline. You don't even need to stress anymore. Somebody in tech came out with that because they realized people were creating content and it was a hassle. Somebody said, forget this hassle. I got you. Download this app. And they're making money from it. So it's that simple. So don't get your mind fixed on, when will they call me at Facebook? Start. Why they will call you is when you start creating something. Because nobody's going to call you to produce for them what you have never produced for yourself. It's that simple. And then fast forward, one day I got an opportunity to go to the UK and I reached out to them and they gave me a whole tour of Instagram head office and Facebook head office in the UK. It was fantastic. But guess what? It wasn't because I was the tallest guy in my class or because I was the only citizen of Nigeria. No, it was because I created something. And it wasn't even, sometimes I look at those videos now, it's cringeworthy for me. I'm like, ew, I made this video and people liked it and it went viral. Ew, double ew right there. Well, guess what? It worked at that time. I don't know if it will work now, but it worked at that time. And as Mr. Ezekiel just entered, it reminded me of something I wanted to tell you before. At any age, you're never too young. Look, okay, random test. There's a gift for whoever gets this question right. What's the name of the youngest YouTuber who's a millionaire, multi-millionaire? The youngest YouTuber who's a millionaire. What's the name of that person? You don't know? Anybody? Yes. YouTuber, the youngest millionaire YouTuber. Nobody? Okay, let's find out. And guess what the guy is doing? Who? Oye. You don't know his name? Okay. Oh, sorry, man. I thought I heard Oye. I said, which Oye? You've not heard of Ryan's World. Ryan. Okay. Huh? Yeah, Ryan. He just plays with his toys. And you're wondering, Is it my toys he plays with or somebody else's toy? And he's just playing with his toy. The same toys in his room. His father just bought camera and his father will follow him around. And that guy is earning millions. How many people know Mr. Beast? You know Mr. Beast? You know, who's this other guy? You know KSI Olajide? When KSI started making £1 million, I couldn't believe it. They didn't lie to me. You know how I know they didn't lie to me? It was Google office in Nigeria that they told us. Maybe they have the back end. They have the data now. And they told us how much the guy is making. Long story short. Hey, wait. I know I've said a lot about money. Everybody likes money. It's cool. But it all starts from one step. The first step is making that content from your phone. And I'm happy one of the speakers said, make content you like. Just find something you're excited about. That's more powerful than doing something what other people want. Because the dynamics are different. If you're excited about it, even if it's not making waves now, the chances are that one day there will be a company or a group of people that need that thing. I feel no plenty for that few where they do them. For example, tech review wasn't a big thing in Nigeria before. But then Fisayo started it, small. The more phone companies came to Nigeria, the more they had a need for people that were recognized and were doing it to show it. Now Fisayo is eating good. Imagine it didn't start that time. Imagine if Fisayo Fosudo is trying to start this morning. But you don't late. You understand? Whatever, hair, makeup, and guess what? Even in makeup, don't say they've taken it. They've not taken anything. Nobody's taking anything in tech in content creation. If they're talking about how to apply makeup, you do content on how to not to apply makeup. It shock you. I tell you, any content is a how to sit down. Put it on YouTube. Well, let's check. Somebody quickly. You have your phone there. How to sit. You are looking at me. I'm serious. There's a YouTube content on how to sit down. The correct way to sit down. This sitting way I don't do for about 3 hours now. There's a way to sit down. You'll be shocked. How to smile. Oh, are you whining me? Check now. You think content is not that deep. Different ways of smiling. How to laugh. Laughing for different situations. No be that. I want that situation critical. You guys see? If that could make you guys chuckle, imagine I'm not doing a content on it. This is how you laugh at interviews. If they ask you a question about salary, smile, no laugh. If they ask you a question about your worst experience in life, ask you a question about your best experience in life, put one extra If the CEO cracks a joke, my sister laugh. You'll be shocked, and people will sit down and watch it, and you see 2 million views, and you'll be wondering, what am I doing with my life? Nothing. No, nothing. You've not done anything with your life yet. But that one is not even a problem. The question is, what are you doing with your phone? We're good. All right? So very quickly, and I like gist. I don't even forget saying we get program. I don't the gist they go. That gist where you like to the gist here. Just try gist for phone. Put them. You will see what will happen now. Okay, you don't like people seeing your face. No wahala. Gist it in audio format and start podcast. You'll be shocked. But for God's sake, just do something. Don't sit down and be expecting success to fall on you like crap mango. Success stopped falling like crap mango. The only thing that fell like crap mango was Apple, and that was Isaac Newton. And when he fell, he discovered gravity. They've discovered gravity, so the only thing you can discover now is yourself and your future. My sister and brothers in the Lord, discover it. Don't be carrying smartphone around that can liberate you. Sometimes some people carry iPhone 13, iPhone 12, iPhone 11 Pro, Max. And they don't know that there's something. You know how many holes are at the back of your iPhone? Not just 3 cameras. There's an extra hole. How many people have iPhones here? iPhone 11 upward. Go to the camera. There's a small hole beside the 3 cameras. That hole is not to prevent cockroach from entering the phone. That hole is not to drain water. It's called a what? Does anybody know what that small hole is for? Don't worry. Another assignment. Anybody who gets it gets a gift. You said? A what? Microphone. I don't think so. The microphone is probably going to be close to your mouth. iPhone. Anybody has an iPhone next to you, iPhone 11, look at the back. The 3 cameras. There's a small hole next to it. Not the flash. There's a small hole. That small hole, if you know what it can do, if you know what that hole can do, some people have created companies based on that thing, that small hole, that small circle that is there. I'll tell you later. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I believe Wamide is around. Is Wamide there? She's not. Is she there? Okay, Wamide, let's invite Wamide now to come to the stage and talk about Propel. Please put your hands together for Wamide.
Hi everyone. Hi everyone. Okay, my name is Wamide. Has anyone ever heard about Propel? Yes? No? Okay. Anyone else? Okay. What does Propel mean to you? Maybe just 3 people can answer. I can't hear. To push, to move forward. Okay. Anyone else? Huh? To get a job. You're ahead. That's good. Anyone else? What does propel mean? Just the word propel. When someone says to you, you know, that's going to propel you, what does that mean? Push, ginger, fantastic. So I'm going to ask you to do something real quick. You're going to pick out your phones that's already in front of you and check out Instagram or Twitter @with Propel. So I work with Propel, and what we basically do is to push, to help you grow, to help you find opportunities that align with your dream career and the things around you today. So we're very focused on helping you grow, not just professionally, but also financially and personally. We have tons of different perks. When you're a part of Propel, you get perks. So you get discounts on regular lifestyle stuff that you sign up for, your gym subscription, your Eden Life subscription, and stuff like that. And we also take it a step further and help you to find dream jobs that align to your goals. So they could be remote roles, they could be relocation roles, they could be here in Nigeria, they could be outside Nigeria, whatever works your boat, right? We're basically leaving no techies behind. It's one thing to learn all these skills and do all these courses, but it's another thing to be able to apply them and actually start to make money from them. And that's what we want to help you do. We want to help you grow. We want to propel you and help you earn a living from the skills that you've learned. So we're going to be at the booth behind there. We have some cool stuff to share. We have some merch to share. We have some things to give away. We're going to be in that corner. Just come to us. We'll walk you through how to set up your profile. The best part is when you apply for any job, you can literally see how you're progressing along. So we're legit not leaving you behind. I'm looking forward to seeing everyone. Have you followed us now with Propel? Yes? No? Okay. We'll see you behind. Thank you.
Felt like a family. Not just that, there was also this feeling. I joined Team Up because everyone, it felt like a family. Not just that, there was also this feeling that, a lot of people probably didn't see that at the time, but when I joined, it felt like I was joining at an opportune time, at a time where one could be part of something meaningful, something impactful, something that would touch a lot of lives and provide value to a lot of people.
I basically joined Team Apt in 2019 because initially I was straight out of uni. I was looking for a challenging place where I could basically advance my career. I basically didn't know what I wanted then, but I just knew I wanted something challenging, somewhere where I could find myself and what I really wanted to do. Then coming to Team Apps, it was filled with Gen Zs and millennials, everyone dressing their own way and doing their own thing and excelling really well. So I just knew that, yeah, I had gotten to my last bus stop. This was where I wanted to be, and I definitely made the right decision coming here.
I joined Team Apps because the hiring manager, Didi, let me swear in my interview. But seriously though, everyone I spoke to during the interviewing process, had clarity of vision. They knew exactly what they wanted to do right now and in the near future. And I thought it was best to follow them, carry me go where I don't know.
What really attracted me to the company was the people culture. When I came to the company to do the in-house interview, and I saw everyone was young and fresh, and I was like, guy, this is the place I need to be.
My interest has always been working in an organization that has standard organizational culture. Over the years, they've shown how successful they have been within the fintech space. So that got me interested in working with Team Apps Limited.
The first thing I did when I became an option was attend the party, so the last end of your party. I was just waiting to get my stuff and getting to resume, and I got an invite. And we got to the party, and it's one party I know I will never forget. Me and my wife were just having so much fun. It was the end of the year. I was starting a new job, and the first thing I did was to attend a party that Two-Face was there, Olamide was there, and the people was just on another level. There were a lot of things to do, and it was a very fun night.
If you're passionate about doing meaningful work, if you're passionate about doing impactful and recognizable work, if you're passionate about the next frontier in technology, or if you just want to work with really smart and intelligent people, work within a team that feels like a family, if you really want to make good money, yeah, you probably want to work with us.
First of all, can you get in? Well, you should definitely come work with us if you're a total rock star and you want to do work that matters, and you want to do it while having the time of your life, and you want to see Two-Face in concert. Yeah, if you want to have fun and do challenging work that changes lives, then come here.
If you're looking for a place to grow, somewhere challenging, fast-paced, while also having the most fun of your life, I think Team Apps is definitely the place for you. We have so many diverse teams, customer service, marketing. I think basically anything you could think of, you could definitely find a way to fit into Team Apps. That's tech-based. So yeah, Team Apps is basically for everyone if you're looking for somewhere challenging and also you like to have fun and make friends for life. So yeah, you should definitely come work with us.
If you're looking to grow exponentially in a very short period, Team Apps is the best place for you, to be very honest, because I joined here in 2019, that was 3 years ago. I joined as an intermediate developer, I became a senior, and now I'm a technical product manager in just 3 years. Come on, fam. That's really nice. So if you're looking for that kind of growth, then Team Apps is the best place for you.
You should come work here at Team Apps because aside from the fact that you get to work with really cool people like me, there's a lot of opportunities here for you to advance your career. The company does provide that platform for you to push yourself forward. And aside from all of this, the enjoyment that comes with being an option, you get to have fun while working and while being your best self. So yeah, you should come work here.
Who asked that question about how you can leverage tech to control fake news, misinformation, stuff like that? Who is the person that asked that question? Okay, I will tell him the question nevertheless, in case the person is watching virtually, or in case there are people also who want that question answered. But Eramo from Al Jazeera, can you please tell everybody to come back into the hall? So if you have not gotten your refreshment from the cocktail section. Maybe after this panel, you can just do so. It's also healthy for you, in between the panels, just walk there, walk back. We don't mind as long as we want to make it comfortable. I know it's a lot to pack into today, but trust me, lives are going to be changed from here. Like practically. You don't need to remember everything from this session or from these sessions. It's not possible. It's not humanly possible. Try and get one thing that matters to you. If you need to ask a question about it, raise your hand. Ask that question that matters to you and go home with the answer. You are done. You are fine for today if you can do that. You don't need to struggle to remember everything and jot things down. But if you can jot things down, fine. If you cannot, grab one thing that you can use. It could be anything. All right. Are we good? Eromo, are you set? Okay. Please put your hands together for Eromo from Al Jazeera to moderate this panel on tech and Africa. Can tech save Africa? What do you think? Can tech save us? No employment, corruption, all the rest. All right. I'll let Eromo do the honors.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's good to be here. As he said, my name is Eromo Egbejile, and I'm with Al Jazeera. So, it's good to be back in Lagos and to discuss this very interesting topic today. We have a couple of interesting people from what remains one of the most interesting sectors in Nigeria today. First, we have Blessing Abeng. Is Blessing here? Okay, so Blessing is a communication and branding expert who works with brands to forge unique identities and to help them tell better stories. She's also the co-founder and the director of comms for Ingressive for Good, which is a non-profit with a mission to create and increase earning power of 1 million African youth through tech training and resources for the growth of African startups. The second person is Oladiwura Oladipo. And she's the executive director and co-founder Technology for Social Change and Development Initiative, which is a non-profit that creates access to work and entrepreneurship opportunities platform for Africans through digital skills advocacy. And but before we start, I'd like for us in the audience to just give ourselves an applause for being here today. All right, so I'm going to get started right away. And the first question is to you, Blessing. Tell us, what was the purpose for you, getting started on your non-profit journey, whether before or currently at Ingressive for Good?
That's a fantastic. Okay, thank you. All right, that's a fantastic question. So, I started off my life wanting to be a medical doctor. I think this is a story I've shared a lot of times. I really wanted to be a medical doctor, and it was something I was crazy about because I'd watched someone save my father's life. So I was like, I want to be able to save someone's life too. That didn't work out, as you can see. I'm not Dr. Blessing yet. I did study biochemistry, but at some point I realized there has to be other ways to save people's lives. And I discovered branding and communications, and that became my channel. However, I noticed that big brands have big money to spend on advertising budgets, on so much, while smaller businesses do not even stand a chance. And so that was really tricky for me, and I thought, how can I give back to the startup ecosystem in Lagos and make this a bit more accessible for them? That was how I started Startup Grind chapter in Lagos with my partner. And I think that's where this love for doing good and being there to provide democratized access started. Yeah, that's really the purpose. That's really where that started, really.
Okay. And to you, Oladiwura, I would like to pose the same question, right? You work at an organization with hands resources to use across, especially in places outside of Lagos, right? So what got you started on that journey?
Okay, I would say, ideally when people think about nonprofits, they ideally think of a grass to grace story, like, oh, probably you grew up in some very remote area, underserved community, and then somehow you worked your way up. That is not exactly my story. I grew up in a community in Ibadan where I would like to say that my family is sort of like a average or middle income family. In the community where we were living, we were like, our house was the biggest house there. It was like we were living like literally like mini kings in the community. But what was interesting for me was every other single house within that community had they were like low income families. And these families I would go to school every day. We would drive in a car to school every day. And I would see kids from those other houses not going to school. Some of them going to school, maybe a year down the line, they drop off from school. Either they got pregnant or something, and that's just the end for them. And at every point in time when I would drive from primary school to secondary school, I asked myself a critical question to say, what could have really changed about the status of these people that would allow their kids go to school, go through primary school, secondary school, university, get good jobs, and then be able to break out of poverty? And that has always been a question on my mind. I never really thought that it was something that I would action on eventually. But Tech for Dev pretty much started out, I would say, in 2014. The Ebola crisis was at hit Nigeria at that point in time. And myself and my co-founder at that point were talking to my dad, who was a professor of public health, just around how we could disseminate information for people to protect themselves from getting Ebola. My co-founder then was working at Microsoft. We came together, worked with a couple of people to come up with a site called ebola.com. And one of the biggest challenges we had at that point in time was we thought it was going to be something very seamless to, set up a website. I mean, something simple as a basic information website, but it was like war. Like literally the guys that were working with us at that point in time, we had a lot of challenges with just pulling up that website to be functional and stay functional till the end of the mini campaign that it is that we ran. And at that point in time, we started actively thinking about how we could upskill more people, to be able to deliver websites such as this or build platforms, that could be leveraged for information sharing. Well, at that point in time, did we know that tech was the future? Yes. Did we know that it was going to be this accelerated? Maybe not. And then we kick-started, starting out with a program called Code for Impact, where we worked with like 70 girls, literally just upskilling them. And it's just literally being like, that's like how we started, and it's been like that all the way till now. Yeah.
This very next question, any of you can take a stab at it, right? Around 70% or 2/3 of the people on this continent, right, which is easily one of the most populous in the world, right, are youths, right, age 35 or under, right? And I mean, you, for example, you have a stated purpose, 1 million youths you're trying to reach. In what ways do you think the things that you do, can help influence, the African tech ecosystem, and so of course help uplift, the status of all of these youths, these people who are literally the backbone, the core of the continent?
Wow. I think I'll just tell a story. We have two people who came out of a community, and they founded a business after meeting each other in the community, and now they're building a business that is valued at over $30 million. They are in YC. They have come back to donate to I4G. They're coming back to hire from the community and things like that. And when I think about stories like that, it reminds me about why we started and why this is important. There is power in impacting one techie. There's power in impacting one life. And just by changing one person's life, and just also like investment in the investment space, when you invest in one person, chances are, look at how people exited, and now they're investing in other smaller startups, and they're just sort of uplifting everyone. If everyone is growing, we can pull each other up. It stops being a poverty alleviation scheme, but it becomes more of a bigger cycle, something that drives economic impact at a very deep scale. And so that's something that we really believe at the core of what we do, that if we can touch one techie's life, it's going to have a ripple effect in their economic power and also how they would sort of move that up to their family members, their friends, or other techies around them and upskill their lives as well. For decision makers, I'm not quite sure. I feel like they're going to at some point just realize, they're already realizing the impact of tech, right? We can't force them to succumb. We can't force them to understand what it is we're talking about. However, as they see the impact, they would want to be part of it, which they're already doing now. And so that's really strong for us, and that's really important.
Okay, and to you now, you talked about Code for Impact, right? There's a really popular quote from, I think it was Quartz Innovators Forum in 2015. Ori Okolo, who's easily one of the best known investors on the continent, she said, and I quote, you can't entrepreneur around bad leadership. We can't entrepreneur around bad policy. There is growth in Africa, but Africans are not growing. Yeah. And I see that being expressed in certain forums online, even certain people talking about it offline, that coding, and by extension, entrepreneurship in the tech space, can't lift people out of poverty, can't exactly fix all of the problems of bad leadership across the continent. What's your take on that? Do you agree or?
I think entrepreneurship definitely can lift people out of poverty. I definitely think that technology has the huge potential to also lead people out of poverty. And I would say this, I have a lot of stories in my head. I'm just trying to look for which one would be the most relevant, to share. So I'll share 2.5 stories, right? First story is I would give this person a code name, T. So T was a fuel station attendant in Akure, and T stumbled upon one of our programs. This was in 2015, called Codepreneur. Codepreneur back then was a program we were running. It was a joint program, male and female. The idea was just to be able to upskill students within the federal. So it was like a school initiative, right? We're working with people within both the school, that's the Federal University of Technology Akure, and the Akure environs in terms of upskilling them with, it was basically a software development training. And T joined this program. He saw the flyer of the program at the back of one of my friend's car. And he was interested. He said he wanted to join the program. He did join the program, went through the program, landed an internship based off of the skills that he learned from the program. During that internship, so T was a high school or secondary school graduate. He wasn't in the university. He was trying to make ends meet from his family because he came from a really humble background. And he hasn't been able to get into university. So based off of the internship he got, luckily or interestingly for him, that company was working directly with the Federal University of Technology Akure. And whilst they were working there, he met with the Dean of Student Affairs, and they were like, oh, why are you not in school, like in the university? It's like, oh, I have written JAM, but there's nobody to help me, right? And the man says, let's see your results. And it's like, you're good enough to do this. And then he writes post-UME, gets into cybersecurity at the school. Fast forward 2-3 years down the line, also did a number of internships. Early last year, T got a job with JP Morgan in the UK. This is someone whose family was living in an uncompleted building in Akure. So that's exactly like when we have stories like that of T's, it helps you understand why people say that tech is the new oil, right? It helps you understand the potential that technology has to actually directly lift people out of poverty. That's one example. Example number 2 is the story of Fatima. She's one of our beneficiaries, a program that we run called Women Techstars. She finished undergrad chemistry, didn't have a job for months, up to a year, stumbled on our program, went through our program. Now she works I know she's moved recently to ZCrest. She was previously working as a technical support engineer at Tech Expert. And I see how she literally moved from zero income to earning something very substantial not just for herself, but also being able to support her family members. Story number 3, which is like my last story, half story. This is the story of an entrepreneur, right, who did go through our program and now has become an entrepreneur, running her own little, well, if you like call it, technology business that is focused on augmented reality. She literally started as a young graduate from University of Technology, Akure, and now running a business on her own. She's been able to employ, well, in the future, hopefully, more people. 3 to 5 people. Those 3 to 5 people she's been able to employ by running that startup, those are people whose lives have changed, whose livelihoods are now tied to that little startup that she has. And as the startup grows, they are also able to exponentially grow their income. So I would say that not just entrepreneurship, but technology does have an interesting way of bringing people out of poverty. And the major thing I'll say around this, which makes it unique, is that tech is, and I will tread carefully saying this word, tech is one of the only few industries or sectors where that is nepotism free. Where if you know your onions, you're great at what you do, you will land a job. You don't need your uncle or your dad or your cousins or somebody's or your neighbor, or you know those uncles that always come and say, give me your resume, and then they never really do anything about it. You don't need any of those people to actually land a job. If you're great at what you do, you will find a job. You will be able to exponentially increase your earnings, and I tread carefully also on that, exponentially increase your earning and be able to fend for yourself, your family, and it also then definitely has a ripple effect on the economy eventually, starting from your community.
I mean, with all of these stories, it feels like I should pivot from from journalism to, because in the past life, I was an engineering student and I did know how to code then. So no, this one now is to you, Blessing. She's talked about how tech, there's not necessarily nepotism, right? But how do you navigate issues of systemic failure, like infrastructure or police brutality? For example, you might have the opportunity that our organization gives, but then you're on the road and a SARS official pulls you over, right? So, what are some of these things that seem unnavigable, that seem insurmountable?
That's a big question. When we first started, we thought, access to training is the biggest problem that Africans have, right? Then we give them access to training, and then we realize, there's life. They need tools. They need light, they need internet. They're just like all these smaller things that they don't have control over. That's not their fault, but they just don't have access to, and there's a limit to how much we can help, right? Just also because of how cost intensive it is, especially when you're doing it at scale. But based on like your example with like police brutality, for example, one of our ambassador, he was out on the streets on a specific day. I hope you noticed that somehow every time we're answering your questions, we're telling you stories. I don't know why. I think it's a non-profit thing. Yeah, but like he was out on the street on a particular day, and usual police fashion, they stop him. They're asking him, give us your phone, where's your laptop, where are you coming from, all of those things. And they're like, where's your ID card? And he gives the ID card, and it's an Ingressive for Good ambassador ID card. And the man softens up immediately, and he's like, my daughter literally just graduated from a program by Ingressive for Good. Please leave him, let him go. He's good people. Like just immediately at that point. And that was so life-changing for me, right? Because I know how serious NSAS was. I know how serious these people harass us sometimes. But that moment showed me that there's a level of humanity. If they also are looking for access, they also want things to be better for their family and for their children and things like that. And so maybe just building this community in a way that there is multi-touch points where people feel like they're not secluded, they have access, they can also tap into this thing, they can relate, we're all one family. I think that's creating an opportunity for dialogue. I think it's also creating an opportunity for empathy, and it's bridging the gap in some way, maybe not at scale yet, but I think that maybe love and empathy at some point, and just democratizing access. Like I feel like I've said democratizing access so much, but just making this access available makes it easier for people to, warm up to you and reduce the problems that we're currently facing. I'm not in any way saying that that's the solution. I'm not saying that that's the only solution, but this is one solution that has worked for a couple of members in our community, and I'm hoping that if we could expand it, it would probably reach way more.
Okay. And now to you, Oladiwara. That was really a really good example of situations, But to the beneficiaries themselves, and also for prospective beneficiaries, because I'm told there's people watching this online, right? So what are the couple of things that you wish that these beneficiaries knew, or to help them achieve their set goals, either the goals that you work with them, to decide on, or the goals that they've had for so long? Are there like any couple of pointers?
When you say a couple of pointers, I have a lot of pointers. I'm literally just trying to fix them all into two. I think off the top of my head, maybe I can think of 3 or 4, but I would just go through them off the top of my head. So I would say that first, pointer number 1 will be that technology or tech is not just about coding. I think that a lot of people get, and I don't know how on planet Earth people think that, I don't know what information is flying around, how it is flying around, how in people's heads it's just technology equals coding, like it's quite synonymous, and that's how they think about it. So when you talk about getting into tech, people are like, oh, I can't do it, or I can't code, like, what is PHP, what's Python, I can't do that, that would be too complicated for me, right? And I would like to say the first thing is that tech is not just about coding. There are and I mean tons of other pathways that are not just coding inclined. Product design, product management, data analysis and visualizations, amongst others are those are just examples, but that's among others are part of career paths within technology that require no form of coding. So indirectly, everybody can find their place in tech one way or the other, which leads me to the second point, right, which is that and I think Odwaya spoke about it somewhere in between, is that there are actually non-tech roles in tech. You could actually work for a technology company and be working in finance or be working in HR.
I was just going to say the person who counts the money.
You could work in finance, you could work in HR, you could work in storytelling or communications. Those are active roles that without those roles within those organizations are not going to be able to function. So if you're a finance person or you are an HR person, for example, don't say, oh, I can't get into tech because, I can't code or whatnot. You have your place, within those technology companies, functional in those roles. Number 3 is that, and this is one thing that I always itch to tell the beneficiaries of our programs, but I love to say it here as well, is that technology is not equal to jazz money. And I'll say that again. Technology is not equal to jazz money. There's this perception that, once I'm in tech like this, I am going to park my Range Rover tomorrow in my backyard. It doesn't work that way. I don't know whether it's Twitter that is giving people the impression that you can definitely park your Range Rover tomorrow once you're done learning today, and you land your job like this tomorrow. The latest Range Rover is what you're going to park at your backyard. That's not the way it works. There's a lot of grit and work that has gone into those people you see that park their Range Rovers in their backyard. They've been working for 8 years, 7 years. They've done a lot of work. They've taken 3 jobs, 4 jobs, 5 jobs for them to be able to learn, for them to be able to get to the point where they've gotten their earnings to and their competence. So it's not tantamount towards you being able to, it doesn't mean you will not make money in tech, but I just want to say that just as everything in life, there's process. And you have to be able to go through that process for you to be able to derive the benefits at the end of the day. Additional point, this is a last point, right? This is an additional point, is naturally for women, and I'm very passionate when it comes to talks about women. We have a gender-focused program that is focused on women in tech. Imposter syndrome is a real thing. We have conversations with even women that you do not think that they should have imposter syndrome. But for women, imposter syndrome is a real deal. in terms of you feeling whether you're not sufficient enough, you're not good enough. And it's 10 times worse when you work in an industry where 90% of them are guys. And men naturally will tend to, if there's an opening, if there's a job opening in your office, I can assure you that if they say people should apply, out of 10 people that apply, 9 of them will be guys. The women will be saying, oh, maybe I don't qualify. Maybe it's not for me. Maybe I'm not good enough. Meanwhile, it's just like, just apply. Like, it's not a big deal. What's the worst thing that could happen? They will say no, right? But women will second guess. They'll be like, no, maybe I'm not good enough. Maybe Ramo should just take the role. But again, imposter syndrome is real. The moment we recognize it as a thing, right, also helps us to be able to overcome it. It's important to be able to talk to other people, other women, find communities of women, communities that exist, Ingressive for Good, Tech for Dev. Those communities that exist that also support women within tech will be very important for you to be able to. So the days when you're feeling low and you feel like I can't do it, you have a community of sisters, right? Blessing is my sister. Community of sisters, right, that can support you beyond the way you're feeling to actually push or forge ahead. Yeah. That would be it.
I wanted to quickly add to the thing you said about imposter syndrome. One of the things that I do, I realize that it's so easy to forget your wins. It's like when you do something and it's really great, after a while you just forget that you won at something. There are times that we trained really, hit mad milestones, but when we're chasing the next milestone, we forget that we did that milestone. We have a new goal. We're just constantly chasing and chasing. So one of the things that I do is that I keep a win journal. In that win journal, I write exactly what it is that I have won. If I feel like something is great and I did something amazing and I'm feeling really happy that day, I would write it down. The days that I'm feeling sad, I go back to that win journal and I flip through and I'm like, this is me. I did this. This is the same girl who did this, can do this other thing. Another solution that I find to imposter syndrome is when your mind is telling you can't do something, you stand up and you go do it. To prove to your mind that this thing you're telling me, is this not what I'm doing now? My partner always tells me, look fear in the eye until it walks away. If you're feeling fear about something, face that fear. And I always say, I cannot rent a house. I cannot buy a house and then a squatter will come and stay in that house, squatting. Then I will now pack my load and leave the house. That's exactly what you do when you are scared, right? Because fear has come in. You're now doubting yourself. You now leave your dream, leave the thing that you're focused on to just go do something else just because of fear. Face the fear. The more you do, the better you'll get at it. No expert was born an expert. They started badly. They built and built, practiced and practiced and practiced, and they got better. So just give yourself some grace. Give yourself the room, and surround yourself with amazing people who are going to remind you about how amazing you are. We do it a lot at Ingressive for Good, where every Wednesday we do Win Wednesdays, and we share different people's wins. We're not doing it to make you feel bad. We're doing it to show you that people like you are doing it. You too can. Don't pressure yourself. Don't shout. Don't feel bad. You too can. And it doesn't, as she said, it doesn't have to be coding. There's a lady who loves podcasting. She just was doing her podcast, and a tech company called her to come and start the podcast in their division because she was that good. And so now she's working in tech, but as a podcaster. So you can be a content creator in tech. Don't fall into what everybody else is doing. You can make your own path, and that's just really how you have to think about it. Experiment, find your own way, ask your own questions, try different things until you see what works for you. Thank you.
I definitely think these are really good tips, but just before I go on to what is essentially the last question, I need to confirm there's dollars in tech, whether today or tomorrow, right? Okay, and then touching on the points that you guys have talked about, how not everyone needs to be a coder in tech, right? When, in the 90s, early 2000s, some of the jobs that are available now weren't available then. Podcaster was more or less broadcaster. There was no such thing as content creator for now, So going into the next decade, for example, what are the other roles that you predict, that might come in handy, that might surface, so that for people who are here, who are not quite content with the roles they see now, that they might possibly, go into. Any of you can answer first, and the other person goes on.
I can go first, don't worry. I think one of the interesting ones would be AR and VR. I'm really seeing this crazy spike, and then there's some big tech moguls who have enough money that are just sort of pushing it, but that they want to make this the future. So even if we don't want, they're pushing that they want to make this the future, and so we have to care, we have to see. Also Web3, the Web3 space, what I've noticed with technology is that yes, it might change drastically when you look at it 5 years down the line, but it's actually gradual increments. It's happening slowly every single day. And so if you're taking time out to learn one new thing every day about the thing that you love, let's say you're a developer already, right? I'm using developer as an example. I'll use another example, don't worry. But let's say you're a developer already. You're probably a Web2 developer, meaning you know how to build websites or build apps. There is a way to become a Web3 developer where you would know how to build like on the blockchain and things like that. And I think that those are some of the things that Mara was talking about. Even if that doesn't appeal to you, the way that social media is going now is not the way that it's going to go in Web3, or you know how the VR space is going to change a lot of these things. So you think about it and say, what is one thing I can learn every day in my space that is new? What new innovation is coming into my space? If people who used to do typewriting skills back then were paying enough attention, they would have seen when laptops came in, they would have seen when computers came in, and they would have known what was happening, right? It was not a drastic change, it's the same keyboard. It's now that there is a monitor. So if you're learning it small every day, it's not going to shock you. However, if you wait 1 year, 5 years, 7 years, you will wake up one morning and the whole world has changed. So if you don't know what VR is, you can just go to the booth later and just talk to Exponential Destiny or Swift XR. They're having this, you see them, they're wearing Oculus glasses, so they're wearing this glasses thing, and they're just controlling things apparently in the metaverse. You could ask them, what is this? Ask them, what does this mean? I don't know what this word means. What is it? What does this glasses, like this Oculus glasses, what does it do? Ask, because you might be the one to find a better application, like a better way to use it that nobody else has discovered. So you might be the reason that we move so much faster towards the future and even create the jobs that Eroma is asking me about. Me, I'm rooting for you. I have faith in you all, and I hope you can feel it from here.
Okay, 2 thoughts. Sorry, I always like to summarize because it just helps me to be quick. I'll just be here talking forever, right? So aside from what Blessing has said around AR, VR, well, which is like maybe one of the major reasons why Facebook changed its name from Facebook to Meta, right? Aside from that and aside from blockchain, which are like really interesting, I think, well, in the almost immediate future will be fields to look out for. If you do enjoy to code, that will be something, you know, you definitely want to look at. If you do not enjoy to code, sorry, I'm a very realistic person. I just like to say it as it is. If you don't enjoy to code, AR, VR, blockchain, they might not be for you. They sound great and sound fancy, but they might actually not be for you, which leads me to my second point. Interesting fact is that starting from 2020, right, we literally saw the role of technology sort of change 360 degree. So what that means, Bill, so prior to COVID, right, technology for a lot of businesses was more like an add-on, like a slap-on, like they probably had one IT back office with some 1-2 people doing networking behind and whatnot, and it was just something extra, that organizations thought was ideal. But from 2020, we started to see a significant shift where technology was not just an add-on anymore. It became a foundation and more of a business enabler for a lot of organizations. So I would say that there's going to be a space for everybody in technology going forward, in my opinion. I mean, now we have things springing up, like in the last 4 years ago or 5 years ago, there was nothing like edutech. Now you have edutech, HR tech, insurtech, like everything has a tech slapped behind it, right? So I believe that there will be a space for everyone in technology eventually. If you work in an HR tech company, you definitely will say, I work in tech, right? Even if you do not work in a tech role within that organization. So I would say that tech would be for everyone eventually, because within businesses are starting to, banks, for example, maybe never really took technology as serious 4 or 5 years ago. Now everybody is trying to recruit software engineers and cybersecurity engineers, because now they found out that these things are very important, or these roles are very important and crucial to survival of their businesses. So don't worry if you feel like there are some category or crew of people who are like, say, the tech bros and the Techies. Everybody's going to be a tech bro and Techies eventually. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. I think that's very insightful, because it then opens up the doors for as many people to come in, regardless of, you know, what seems like preset rules, you know. And I'm going to throw things open to the audience now. If anyone has questions, we don't have a lot of time, but we could take 2 to 3 questions. Does anyone have questions? I was told earlier on that someone had a question around misinformation. Do you want to ask it, or do I ask them directly? Okay. Okay. Yes.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Sulaimon Ukikiola from Kibu School. So I have 2 questions basically. One is concerning this term imposter syndrome that you mentioned. So we had a fireside chat with one of our mentors in our school yesterday. So I particularly asked a question concerning imposter syndrome. But the question I wanted to, that I need clarification from you on now is, because from what he shared with us, it was like, even up to now, he's still experiencing imposter syndrome. So it's more of an everlasting thing that you cannot do without. So my question basically is, whenever you encounter imposter syndrome, what motivates you to keep track at what you're doing, and what keep you going, that you feel like, okay, well, it has come and it will also go as well. So my second question is, there's this pressure on Web3, and basically in Africa that we are, I'm still seeing it as if we are still not that good at Web2 fully, because we still have some loopholes. So what's your advice, or what do you think, how can we balance it up? Because most of us, we are just coming into this tech of the thing, and just like an advice for us beginners as a whole. Thank you.
With the first question on imposter syndrome, and who's going to go Web3? Yeah, because of time.
Okay, I'm going to take. Okay, I think we would try to speak to each one based on. That's her suggestion, actually.
I mean, I think that you can try and be brief and answer both if you want, and you can also answer both if you want. As brief as possible.
Okay, so for the I know Blessing did she expanded a lot on imposter syndrome whilst, you know, she was speaking earlier on. I don't usually have too many tips. Just do it, is what I would say. Like, it's literally like Nike, right? Like, literally just do it. The only way you can conquer fear is by throwing yourself into it and doing it. It sounds counterintuitive, right? Which is that I'm already afraid, like, and my fear is that I cannot do it, so how do you tell me to do it? Well, it's pretty much just do it. You need to plunge yourself. Think about it, right? Just plunge yourself and do it. That's what it is. You're afraid of something. You feel like you don't have what it takes. You plunge yourself. You speak to other people around you. I think that always finding, again, a good community to speak with, people within a community who can encourage you, people who are just like you, right, who might have passed through a similar experience might be good people to also speak with that might be helpful. So if you by chance, for example, have a mentor, you speak to them. If you have other people, because they're just people like you who you don't feel like they're your mentors, but who probably have gone through something like that before, right? And they will be able to advise you. But two things. First is close your eyes and jump if you can. And secondly is find a good community of people, your friends, communities, your mentors, people who you can speak with, who are not going to judge you and feel like, oh, okay, why are you talking about this? Like, this is something easy. People who are going to understand because they've probably been through this before and they are able to support you through that journey. The second question on the Web3, right? And you talking about the fact that you feel like we're not even done Web2. Why are we talking about Web3? The point is, technology is fast advancing. Like before you blink your eyes twice, like 5 million things have happened already. They've created another program. Like 2 years ago, I didn't know there was something called Solidity. Now we're talking about Solidity. Like 2-3 years ago, right? Probably we didn't really have a lot of conversations on maybe the metaverse or AR. Like, truth be told, the AR VR has actually existed for years. It's not just now, but well, thanks to Facebook, now Meta, the entire world is running after the metaverse and talking about your metaverse engineers and AR and VR. So it's literally us trying to. So technology is like a cheetah, right? Which is like an animal. It's moving so fast. So, and we're literally just playing catch up at every point in time, right? So even though you feel like, oh, well, we've not mastered Web 2, well, there's Web 3 now, and maybe before you bat your eyelids, there's Web 4 and 5. So it's literally trying to catch up. The world is, well, the advanced countries of the world are perfectly sitting where Web 3 is. We are developing nations of the world. Maybe we're catching up. But then do we have the mental capacity in terms of being able to understand and comprehend what it takes to, be a part of Web 3? Yes, we do. And I don't see any reason why we shouldn't be able to plunge in and move ahead with it. Lesson.
That's a brilliant insight. About the Web3 thing, I think it's also important to understand. I mean, we had a big panel about Web3 earlier. I don't know if you were here. And so Web 1 started more like as an information type of thing, right? People would create one-pagers or websites, and it's just to give you information. You couldn't comment. You couldn't talk back to them. They just talked. And you just read. It was very information-driven. And then Web 2 came with an interaction type thing where you talk, I talk, social media, tweeting, everything. We're just now gisting, we're doing WhatsApp and all of that. That was Web 2. But now Web 3 is more community-driven, right? So it's no longer about like you having all the power or you having all the information. It's like we have a collective power to be able to contribute. And that's happening because we have conversed enough, like we've had so much conversations and we're realizing maybe we want to have like a big cocoon where we want to deposit our knowledge and our understanding, and then we reward each other for the things that we have learned. That's how Web 3 is happening. And that was just born out of things that people have noticed from Web 2. I don't know if you get, right? And so the way that Web 3 is forming now, things are also going to be born out of it. It's like you're going to realize, oh, maybe community is not the only way. Maybe we need to create sub-communities, and we're going to call the sub-communities Web 4, where communities are interacting with other communities to do something for other communities, to build families. You just never know. But these things they don't happen in silos. It's a connection. And if you think about like how you were when you were born up until this moment where you are now, you'd realize that there was a journey that you followed to get to this point. You didn't suddenly appear made. So evolution is normal, evolution happens, but the way to keep up with evolution is consistent updating of your skills, consistently practicing, consistently learning. So just be open to learning. Start where you are with what you have and be open to conversations. The more conversations you have, the more you'll be able to just pick up things, ask better questions, and you'll be able to just be better placed. The last thing about imposter syndrome, I was just going to say, everybody feels fear. Fear is a normal emotion. It's there to actually protect you, right? You put your hand in fire, it burns you. Now you're scared of fire because when you put your hand, it will burn you. You don't cross the road, you just jump into the road because fear makes you conscious to know if you jump in, you will die. However, because of that, we now have all these other types of fears that have sort of come out of it. It's like your body is trying to protect you from feeling a negative emotion, so you feel fear. It's now up to you to tell your mind that this one is going to benefit me, this one not so much. Like, I'm smart enough to know that what's the worst that can happen and what's the best that can happen. It's so easy to say, but how I now live my life, I ask myself, if I heard that I was going to die in 1 year or in 6 months, what are the things that I am going to change about how I live? And I start doing that now, because I really don't know when I'm going to die. And life is not promised, death is not promised. So it's just best that I live my life and give as much that as I can give, impact as much as I can impact, and not let fear stop me. So if you are open to living life like that, join my bandwagon. My mantra right now is, the goal of an experiment is not to be right, it is to discover. And so I'm going to keep experimenting. And once you see life that way, you're not going to see it as you're failing or anything. It's like, I'm trying something. If it works out, great. If it doesn't work out, what is something new that I just found out? And that's going to change how you view imposter syndrome and fear.
Okay, I think that sufficiently answered your question. I'm afraid we can only take one last question. One question, please, not two. Okay. Yeah, please stand up.
Thank you so much. So my question is, as an answer already, though, but I still want your input and your insight anyway. So I was privileged to share a space with 19 activists across Nigeria in different sectors doing sustainability projects, young people from climate development space, community development, gender-based and gender equity. And I was coming from a space of tech space, though I also have the humanitarian side, which has to do with mental health advocacy. But for me, it was more of tech at this point in time. So I was coming from a tech angle. So at some point during our breakout section, we were asked to work together to see how we can collaborate. And for me, coming from a tech aspect, it means I had to meet other people and see how we can use technology to solve problems in different sectors. So it was more of a huge task for me, because I had to go into different sectors. How do we use tech to solve issues affecting us with climate change, gender-based violence, mental health, and all? So I just want to throw back that same question to you. How do you think, now that we are talking about can tech truly save Africa, so how can we start initiating discussions of using technology to penetrate these spaces, especially contemporary issues that affect us? How can we bring tech into sustainability development and incorporate them? So that's my question. Thank you.
That's a brilliant question. I think that there are a lot of organizations that are already doing it, right? And everybody has their own space. So I literally just told you about Exponential Destiny that is going to be showing you different things in VR. But the way that they're going about it is that they're teaching you about the metaverse from an SDG point of view, from a sustainability development point of view. Not everybody is going to be a nonprofit. Not everybody is going to, be geared towards SDG. The work that we're doing is hard. It's not easy. And the work that they're also doing is hard and it's not easy. And so we all will have our space. And you could also take this as your challenge to start your own thing in a way that you can make the impact that you're looking to see. I also know that there are going to be lots of conversations around collaboration, but one thing you could do today is walk up to Exponential Destiny and figure out, I'm in tech, I love sustainability development goals and everything like that. I'm interested in climate change. Can we have a conversation? And see where that leads. I am looking forward to hearing what solution you come up with to be able to contribute to the tech space in the way that you want to see the world.
Okay. Thank you both of you for being here. It's been a very insightful discussion. Thanks to those of you who have joined us here and those who have joined us online. We could go on and on asking questions, but I'm afraid this is where it comes to an end. Can we please give all of ourselves a round of applause?
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for the panelists. Very fantastic conversation going on here. Why is everybody looking dry now and tired? Are we tired? Are we hungry? Do you want food? You want water? You want money? You want money? You like money? Oh. I like money, Sha. It depends. If it's by content creation. I feel like creating content, sharp. Okay, I want to give somebody 30K right now. I should give them. You know what? I figure like 50K there. 50K. I won't give out 50K. Thanks. Bless up, bro. 50K. DJ, are you there? Are you sleeping? Give me Joha. So I'm gonna need just 5 people. I call this Tech on the Dance Floor. You know, feel that name? Tech on the Dance Floor. I suppose they do copywriting, Sha. You go and monetize it. Okay. 2.
I've always wanted to be a counselor.
I'd wanted to be a doctor.
A software engineer.
Computer scientist has always been a dream of mine.
I just wanted to be an engineer.
I wanted to be a medical doctor.
I'd always wanted to be a computer engineer.
I wanted to become a teacher. They weren't buoyant enough to sponsor my education. I learned handiwork, so I became a painter.
Couldn't lay my hands on jobs. You would not believe it. I worked as a laborer. I was working as a factory worker in a Chinese company. It was very traumatic for me.
I've worked in retail, I've literally sold popcorn, food and beverages.
We all know how Nigeria is and the economy, and it's not even easy to start a career.
My dad is a medical lab scientist. Although, I don't know, it's as if he doesn't get as much. He always usually promises that this would happen.
Yeah, so I had to opt out. I came back into the job market again, started looking for a job. Then I got one job with an agri firm, of which I got paid just once. And the remaining months, the man refused to pay us. The company collapsed. And that was the point I started looking for the opportunities online, and I landed on Ingressive for Good opportunity.
COVID struck early 2020. It was a very hard year for the entire world. So I suddenly had a lot of time on my hands. I tried to fill it with learning something new. And that's actually where Ingressive for Good came in.
Ingressive for Good started about 2017. At that time, we were running Ingressive Advisory. So basically, we were doing market research, market operations. We were trying to pull in companies to show them the opportunities that exist within the continent. So in 2018, the venture capital fund split off, and it left behind a lot of our social impact programs, a lot of that social infrastructure that we had built under the advisory company. It was just perfect to launch an NGO. It was an amazing opportunity to shift and focus solely on impact and changing the world and changing people's lives. So that took place in July 2020.
2020 we started with $0, 0 people, 0 everything.
So in 2020 when we first started, it was during the COVID, so we call ourselves COVID babies. Everyone was in that state of where we didn't know what the future would hold.
We stood up and said, what can we do about it? And so I remember that I said, let's run a program where we're going to train 1,000 women every year or every quarter in a tech skill. Let's start with design. And we started. Of course, some men applied, but it wasn't a lot of men. It was less than 500 men. But what was heartbreaking about that was we had to turn down over 15,000 women because we only had space for 1,000. And that has become a recurring theme at I4G. We have way less opportunities than the people who really need them. When I got the scholarship, I was shocked because I didn't know I was going to be picked. That's the truth.
When I first got the scholarship, I was happy. I felt great. It was an answer to prayer at that time because I was looking for something that I can use to occupy myself and also earn from it.
I screamed in my room when I saw the mail, when I got the mail that I received a laptop from Ingressive for Good.
When I got the laptop, I was shocked. In fact, for days, I was still holding the laptop like, God, is this true? Is this real?
My mom was like, we can go and collect it now. It was very, very happy moment.
That's why I say it was a surprise to me, seeing you people coming with a laptop to deliver to me. I say, This shows me that this is a really company that one have to be confident with it.
Going through this scholarship was fun because I was getting to learn something new and something that I was interested in.
What I've done for a lot of people within my circles, within my space, especially those that are maybe not happy with what they're doing or feel like their job is just a job, I try to tell them that there are a lot of things that you can learn. Learning is very accessible, and that there's this platform called Ingressive for Good. There's this community you can join that literally just throws opportunities to improve yourself,
one broadcast after broadcast after broadcast.
Joining I4G has been a really cool experience for me because I actually have never thought that I'll be where I am today. I wouldn't be here if it's not for I4G actually.
It gave me more to keep on pushing and keep on, and I will never stop until I get a job and explore and inspire others, and that's really my goal. I want to inspire people around me.
It's just been massive. Our people are running businesses worth $30 million now, employing other people. We have people working in InterSwitch, Flutterwave, Team App, other countries, Canada, Germany. It's so interesting. Russia, it's when I think about it, it makes me so happy.
We started in Nigeria, then Ghana, then we are in over 100 countries, across the world. I recently got an email where someone wanted to start a community in Russia.
I remember when we first started, there was a lot of mix-ups between Ingressive Capital and Ingressive for Good, but lately and even before that, now people are looking at the entire brand and they're recognizing the work that we're doing as a foundation. Every single place I go, there is somebody who it's either them or it's somebody in their family or whatever is like, oh, my such and such took this course, or oh my God, thank you, I got a job.
I4G is doing a really good job. I mean, we are product of I4G. Not everyone wants to do a non-profit business. So I4G is doing so great taking this on.
The thing that we are doing is something that should be taken on by ministries and governments and entire countries and different things like that. But it's a small group of very passionate people that are changing things. And I want people to know, like, you too can do that.
It's a different thing when you're watching something on the news. It's a different thing when you see people in need on the news or on social media. And it's a different thing when you witness it firsthand. It humbles you to see that there's so much of the world that could be better if one person would just put their light in their window. In a very dark alley, the light reflecting from your window is the one light that one person needs to cross through that path. So even if the whole world is not doing something big at the moment, even if the whole street turns off their lights, your one light is enough to save that person. And, I just taught me that okay, one light is enough.
put your hand up and we'll run through that quickly. Okay, so before I get to my questions, I want to just let you guys know a little bit more about our panelists, right? So I'm just going to share some quick fire information with you, starting with Amanda Iheme. So Amanda is an Igbo Nigerian. I actually like that you qualify that. I like that a lot. She's a clinical psychologist and architecture photographer. She's the founder and lead clinical psychologist of Indidi. Indidi is a private mental health practice that provides psychotherapy and consultation services for corporate firms and also facilitates private and public lectures. And Amanda has experience working with clients who suffer from depression, anxiety, grief, and trauma. So let's clap for Amanda. Yeah, she does a really big job. So thank you for being here. Then we have Joshua Koya, who we call JFK. He's the CEO of Nguvu Health. He's passionate about innovative tech solutions, mental health advocacy, blockchain, sports, logistics, and film production. He served as membership and digital engagement officer at the Nigerian British Chamber of Commerce and as general manager at City Info Africa. Thank you for joining us, Joshua. Thank you. Yeah. And then finally, we have Ijoma Oyeyinka. She's the head of HR at Helium Health. She has a long career working in people and talent management teams. She previously worked as head talent management in Troika, Nigeria, and she enjoys building a workforce of diverse and brilliant individuals. Thank you for joining us, Ijoma. Yeah. Okay, so we'll get started, and I want to start off with mental health basics because we talk a lot about mental health, but let's actually understand it. And I want to direct my questions at Joshua and Amanda to begin with. So my first question is actually, what is the meaning of mental health? Like, what does it mean?
Okay. Hello, everyone, and thank you so much for being here today. I took some notes down, so I'll be reading from this notebook. So when we talk about mental health, we are not referring to just the absence of mental illness. So if you're a mentally healthy person, it doesn't mean that you don't have depression or anxiety or any mental health disorder. But what mental health really means is that you're a person who understands himself, you know yourself, that is, you're self-aware, you love yourself, you know what your self-worth is, and it is rooted in a healthy foundation. So it is not tied to your job or how much money you have or your social capital, but the very essence of being a human being. You have the ability to be productive at work, to contribute to your society, and also to attain the highest point of your potential. A person that is mentally healthy is not just, like I said before, absent of illness, but also working towards maintaining and improving their mental well-being. So that's simple.
Really good.
Yeah.
Thank you. Joshua, yeah, any thoughts?
All right. I mean, I'll just pretty much started from where she stopped. Your mental health is just like a state of well-being for your mind, right? And I may not really elaborate as you have done, but basically it's how you feel. We can't touch it. It's not just like your physical health, right? It's how you feel at different points in time, whether at work, wherever you are. You know, it's a combination of your emotions, your feelings, your head space. You know, it's a combination of a lot of things that exist within your within your mind, basically. I mean, if I want to take it a little religious, I would say it's the soul of what makes you exist, right? So that's where your mental health, exists. That's what I would say about mental health. Yeah.
Thank you. So my next question is about the basic tenets of mental health, because I think when people think about mental health, they think self-care immediately, or they think how you unwind at the end of the day. But both of you have said it's something that actually happens internally, right? So how does one know they have like a balanced mental well-being? What are the blue flags as opposed to red flags? Like, how do you know I'm on the right track mentally? Yes. Amanda?
I think that one place to start looking at is your everyday life. Start off first of all with, am I sleeping well? Am I eating well? Am I able to do work? Do I have a good relationship with myself? How do I feel about myself? Do I hate myself? Do I speak negatively to myself? A lot of us are very hard on ourselves. When we make little mistakes, we beat down on ourselves and, oh, you're stupid. How could you have made that mistake? Something you should have known already. Why are you making this kind of mistake? You're older than that. You're better than that. So we have negative self-talk. So you look at, how do I speak to myself? When I am around other people, what do I feel? Am I anxious? Am I scared? Do I think that everyone thinks something bad about me? That is a reflection of who you think you are and how you feel about yourself. Then you look at your interpersonal relationships. Some of us are not able to sustain friendships or even romantic relationships for more than 3 months. And that's a sign that there is something going on that you need to work through, because it's either your discerning spirit is not very good, or you as a person are not healthy enough to be able to communicate your feelings well or manage your emotions. Then we go to management of your emotions. Do I overreact or do I underreact? Do I have healthy boundaries? Do I even assert myself in times when I should assert myself? So you first of all look at the self, and then look at the self in relation to other people and also to your environment. How do I cope with the daily stress of life? When something bad happens or someone takes me off, do I blow up and start insulting them? Do I internalize it and then begin to shame myself? Or do I sit down and try to process it step by step to understand why it happened, and maybe even seek clarity before assumption from the other person as to why this particular thing has happened? So for you to know if you're a mentally healthy person, I think that looking at these different tenets of what makes you a human being and how you process every part of it, money, sex, life, spirituality, family, friendships, even you, the self as well, and thinking about how in these areas, am I happy, am I content, am I okay, am I feeling fulfilled? And if you're coming up with answers that are, no, I'm not happy, I feel angry, I'm upset, I'm impatient, it's not where I want to be, then chances are that you may need to talk to a therapist. And talking to a therapist does not necessarily mean that you're mentally ill. It just means that you want to improve your life from a place that it is to a place that you want to get it to.
So good. Thank you for that. Yeah, that was good. You can clap. That was a really great response. So, Joshua, I just want you to just speak about the right time to reach out to a therapist, because that's what Amanda ended with. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm not going to be talking like a therapist here. I'll be talking like you guys, the developers or whatever you're doing, maybe non-tech person, right? So the question often comes up that, okay, when do I get to see a therapist? Even before this panel, right? And first of all, just like Amanda rightly said, there are some things that you can even look at for yourself to see the things you can do, right? Clinically, I think there's a period of time when you see that things are consistently being the same way, irrespective of the things that you should do to take care of yourself or to restore yourself. I think it starts with about 2 weeks, right? Clinically, 2 weeks. If you have been doing everything that, you have been advised to do, or maybe that you think will actually make you feel better, and I'll touch a bit on some of these things. Sleep. If your sleep has become really, really irregular, sleep is one of the easiest pointers to tell if you are actually mentally derailing or like you're mentally well, right? So it could be that you sleep a lot normally, and then or maybe you find it easy sleeping, right? But then all of a sudden you're finding it very, very difficult to sleep. Or it could be that, you are not much of a like deep sleeper, or you don't sleep for long, and then you find yourself sleeping, you just don't want to wake up, right? Just like one musician sang, right? So it's one of your first triggers and first like indicators to see that something is wrong. That's one. So then 2 could be that you're always motivated by some things, and then you just find yourself not wanting to do those things, right? And then you're like, you do all the things you need to do, but you're not feeling it. You just know that you're doing it, but then you're not feeling it, right? Number 3, we can look at your eating pattern, right? Eat like food, right? If you say that you're not eating well, it's also a signal. So when you're looking at all these things that we see is a pattern, you're like, okay, let me take conscious efforts to actually maybe I'll try and eat. I mean, for someone like me, I have alarm for when I want to eat because I can forget to eat. Like, oh, so put an alarm in place, you put all these things in place, and then you do all these things, and then you see yourself not still getting better. And other things also could be, okay, hanging out with friends is also another way. I mean, one of the good things to do for your mental health is to have a support system, right? When you have a support system, they help you even feel better, and you may not even need to see a therapist, right? But then somehow you still see that, oh, your friends are like, oh, let's go watch Wakanda Forever, and then you go, and for that moment you're fine, and then you're back and you're like, oh, I'm not still happy. Okay, I love to cook. Okay, let me go and cook. I'm still not. My family is coming around. They're doing stuff. You know, all those things. You know, some people say. I mean, other things you can do like meditation, yoga. You do all these things. Like these are things you can even do, like self-care for yourself, and then you still see that, oh, I'm still not getting better, right? Now, what happens there is that it's possible that you are approaching it with the wrong way. You know, sometimes we approach some issues with vengeance. It may not be the right way for you to look at it, and that's what a therapist does for you. So that's why you now say, okay, you know what, I need to speak to someone. And then when you're speaking to someone, mind you, you may want to speak to the next person, yes, in support system, because they feel they know you the best. But I'm sorry to say, they would definitely have a bias, right? Even if you have a therapist as your partner, right? Your therapist should not even be your partner should not be your therapist, because there will always be that bias, right? Because they'll be conflicted. Like, okay, I'm going to talk to you professionally, tell you the truth, harsh truths. But at the same time, I'm going to it's going to hurt you, because if I tell you now, you're probably going to kill yourself or something, you know? So there will always be that bias. So that's why when you speak to a professional, they help you see things from from a different perspective, which then helps you on that journey. And I'm going to do this for the therapists. Please, they are not magicians. Yes, they are not magicians. They would not just say, okay, so tell me, what's on your mind? And like, I can see traces of things going on, but they will never really do that. In fact, they are also trying to figure out life. So they will only just figure out with you. But the difference is that figuring it out with you professionally, based on their educational background and their experience, and also figuring it out without bias, right? So I think I'll stop there. Okay.
So good, thank you. It sounds like, really good response. It sounds like you're advocating for approaching multiple solutions, like talking to your friends, working out, eating well, sleeping well, and if you feel like, okay, I'm not improving, then that's when you want to reach out for professional help. And I love what you said about therapists not being magicians. There's a common myth that there's an end point to therapy. Sorry, there's a common myth that there isn't an end point to therapy, that you just stay and stay, but actually you can get well. And you don't even need to continue, right? There's no pressure to stay in it. So really good responses. For this last session, my final question is, why do you both think it's important for young Nigerians and Africans to speak about mental health openly like this? Like, why do you think that's important?
Shall I?
Yeah.
Okay, why? You know, one of the biggest problems in Africa and in Nigeria is that we are afraid to speak. And I'm going to take a survey here, please. How many of you have had a headache before? If you have had a headache, please, help me out, please. Thank you very much. Right, you've had a headache before. How many of you are presently, like, maybe is nursing a headache, maybe a migraine? Oh, presently, oh, sorry, get some water.
So sorry.
Right? Yeah. So, but how many of you have been stressed before? Stressed?
Yes.
I've been stressed before. I mean, you agree that if you're in Nigeria, you are constantly stressed, yes or no? Yes or no?
Yes.
Right. So, how many of you have been depressed before? Well, we have mentally aware people in the house. That's good. But then, you know, I always don't get this feedback, and it's because a lot of people there's the educational gap when it comes to concepts around mental illnesses, right? There's a line that is commonly said, it's okay to not be okay, right? But I always like to end it that what is not okay is not getting the help, right? It's okay to not be okay. You will always have a moment of not being okay. I have moments of my not being okay that I cry. I'm a guy, do you understand? But I don't, if I stay that way and I don't seek any help, that's when that is not okay. So it's important for for us to talk about this openly, because you don't know who is going through issues. And I'll give you an instance. There's a guy that attempted suicide, a tech guy. He's in one of these product school guys, and the person that called me does not even know the guy. She called me and she was crying, and I'm like, okay, take your time, what's going on? Then she finished that. Oh, that triggered her because she had been suicidal before, right? But what happened, the people that know this guy, in fact, someone that works with me in my company actually slept in his house about 3 weeks ago with his family and didn't even know that I was going through issues. So when I was even asking that, do you even know this guy? Because I was trying to search who probably knows him so that we can go and see him at the hospital. My guy was even shocked, like, he called me later, like, boss, what's going on? Like, I know the guy, what's going on? I had to tell him. He was almost sad himself, like, I still saw this guy 3 weeks ago, what's going on? So that's why we need to be, like, open, because you don't know who is going through issues. And I will also add this. When people are going through issues and they come to you, please don't invalidate whatever they are telling you. The truth is, you will not have an answer to what they are going through, and which is also what led me to starting a mental health tech company. I can say maybe I'm gifted or I'm talented or I learned the art of listening, I don't know, but people find it easy confiding with me. And it got to a stage, I had to be like, this is not my job. Like, you have to talk to real professionals, right? But there's something I always make them feel for everyone that comes. I understand what you're saying. If I do, if I don't really understand what you're saying, but sometimes they don't even need advice, but people just want to feel heard, right? They want to feel heard that, okay, somebody at least is listening to me, right? So before they even get to speak to a therapist, sometimes you may be the stop between them and the therapist. In our company, we've seen people that have gifted other people therapists. They have not even actually taken therapy sessions on our app, but they've gifted other people. But they could gift because they could listen to someone or see someone go through issues, and then they recommend. And then you don't know the life that you're saving. Guys, I cannot tell you the number of people that I know that have committed suicide. Is it my friend from uni that his brother, a student, is supposed to be in final year, so now he committed suicide during COVID also, right? And I asked my guy, did you know what was going on? He said, oh, the last time he told me that, he just said he was fine, like, and this thing. So that's why we need to openly talk about these things, to educate everyone that people are going through issues, right? Sometimes that person that is irrational to you does not hate you. That your boss that is being pissed at you does not hate you. But if you check the fundamental problem, it may be that she's nursing a heartbreak, or it could be that she's just even frustrated, or maybe she's even battling with imposter syndrome that they were talking about, right? Or a host of other things. So, I mean, that is very important. I mean, we can go on and on about the importance of being open about talking about mental health.
Thank you. Any thoughts, Amanda, on the importance of it?
Speaking about mental health, and I think I'm going to come to this from the perspective of a psychologist. It's when I started my practice in 2017, I remember what the mental health climate was like. It wasn't very easy to have the conversation about coming in for therapy. I remember at the time I used to charge like 2,000 naira and have a therapy session in a cafe with people who wanted to talk about their mental health. And my parents were like, are you sure Nigerians are going to pay for therapy? Nobody wants to pay for therapy. Who's going to come to psychology? And it was very crazy at the time. It wasn't very easy. But then we had Mentally Aware, the NGO, which was run by Victor. And what they were doing was encouraging more people, irrespective of your socioeconomic status, to come and talk to other people, educating them about the basic understanding of what mental health is. And coincidentally, at that time in 2017, a lot of people were killing themselves. They were jumping off bridges, and it wasn't just like regular Nigerians, it was also very famous, wealthy Americans as well. So because of that, with the suicide rate getting higher, with the country getting a lot tougher, people then started to ask questions about what can I do to help myself. So I figured, and I also found out that the more I went out to events like these and talked about, coming for therapy, and not even just telling people that you should come for therapy, but to also tell them that I also go for therapy. I struggle with depression. I struggled with depression. I deal with anxiety. Sharing my own story, opening up and talking about my own suicide attempts and all, help people feel more safe, because then they were like, okay, you're a professional and you're a person that we know, and you're talking about your mental well-being, and you're talking about your mental illness, and that makes it a bit more relatable. So basically, if you want someone that you love, because people ask me this question as well, like, how do I help someone who's mentally ill, someone I care about that needs help, how do I support them? And the truth is that the best way that I've known and I've seen that you can help the people around you is to help yourself. So if you're going for therapy and someone comes to meet you, tell them, I'm going for therapy too. I see a therapist. If you want, I can refer you to my therapist. And I am a therapist. And all my friends who are therapists all have therapists as well. So you need someone to help you keep your mind in check, because you're a human being. And even if you're a rational thinking person, there are so many times when you're going to think off the line that's not good for you and good for the people around you. So we all need that kind of professional support. So sharing your story and encouraging other people to go for therapy. I know someone who's gone for therapy. I have gone for therapy before. I know someone who is a counselor. I know someone who's a therapist. Saying these things makes other people feel safe enough to be vulnerable, to be open, and to even take that risk. Because coming for therapy, it's a really, really bold and very vulnerable thing to do. Because the first thing is you have to, first of all, face trust. Can I be sure that this person is going to listen? And can I be sure that they would understand? And can I also be sure that they would not judge me? And I cannot also be sure that they would treat whatever it is I'm telling them as confidential. So it's a very vulnerable place to put yourself in. So if you want the people around you to get help, then start with yourself. Don't just go with, go and get help, and pushing them. Go for therapy yourself, and then tell them that I have been to therapy and it's worked for me and it's helped me in these ways, and I think that it will also be very beneficial for you. So talking about mental health and talking about mental health care is one of the major ways that I know that people have been able to help the people around them. You can't save other people if you yourself are not safe first. An airline is a very simple example of this. When you're on a plane and they say, there's an oxygen mask coming down, the first thing they tell you to do is put it on your face first before you put it on the kids. And that's because a person who can't save themselves, a person who's not alive, cannot support the other people who need help. So if you want to help other people around you, start first of all with yourself, and then preach the gospel of your own experiences to other people in your lives.
Thank you so much. So we have a few minutes left, but I want to ask some specific questions to Ijoma, specifically because of her role at Helium Health. So my first question is about work-life balance. How many people believe in work-life balance? Only us on the stage. Okay, a few people here. How many people feel like they're failing at work-life balance? Like you are working more than you are living your life? Okay, a few people. So Ijoma, is it a myth? Or is it something that we actually need to take seriously, especially now?
Okay, so it's definitely not a myth.
Okay.
I think it's because of the way we see it. If people understand that you can probably bring way more to work if there's a balance to you outside of work, maybe people will take it more seriously. Right? I think most times when you see people who have that imbalance, they have so much focus on work, right? They are always gunning for something. We need to first even redefine what we call success in work, because most times we only define success by how much money I make. So everybody is in that grind, in the hustle. Everybody's, but you don't. What thing? And it's something I always tell my people, that you are no good to me at 50% of yourself. So if you understand that, then you could go and guilt-free balance yourself so that you can bring yourself back, your best back at work. But your productivity is going to be low, everything is going to just keep going down if we don't balance ourselves. It's not a myth. It's definitely not a myth. A lot of people don't realize that they are not bringing their best to work because there's an imbalance in their life, and they are just pushing till they...
Yeah. So I have when did you join Helium Health?
2019.
Were you there from the beginning, like when it was like a startup?
No, not really.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So now for people who are working for a startup, meaning a startup. Not a scale-up. They've not raised Series A or Series B. They don't have money. They're even bootstrapping. Even worse. Okay. Now, everybody knows when you work, if you've ever worked for a startup, you know that the first year when a startup is trying to be successful, it's intense. Now, how much of a responsibility does a business have in actually promoting work-life balance, especially when you're working in a startup?
I want to take that question from two angles. There's the angle of working in a startup. Then there's the angle of you also driving a startup as a founder, right? Both of those things, it's not child's play. So one of the things, and I like when they said it, the key always kind of starts with self-awareness. Yeah. Now, if you are going to go and work for a startup, you know what they say when they say buyer beware?
You really need to beware.
Do you understand? So, and I'm not going to say, oh, your startup, I'm not going to sound like I don't understand. That's why I want to bring the angle of the people also driving startups, right? You've started something, so you have an idea of how intense it can be. There's a reason why all of their energy is just focused on one thing, and they are almost most times blind to what you're calling work-life balance. Because if you talk to startup founders, the battles they are facing is on another level. So what I'll say is, if you're aware of yourself, at least you are able to understand your blue flags, your red flags, and you are okay with working at a startup, or you yourself are okay with driving a startup. One good thing you do for yourself is to be able to begin to know when things are getting a little out of hand and take control of it. I can't put too much, and at the same time, I'm not going to let them go easy. I can't put too much pressure on the founders of the startup, but I'm also not going to let them go easy, right? But buyer beware if you're working with the startup. That's the first thing, and it's not a bad thing. People who work in startup, I say they have compressed work years. What that means is 1 year work experience at a startup, I can almost equate to...
It's like 6 years, no joke.
Do you understand? So those are some of the benefits you get, but also be aware of the other side of it. Be aware of yourself and know when, okay, it's getting out of hand. Because like the first point I made, it gets to the point where you're not even giving your best. You're just a zombie. Nobody's getting the best out of you. You're not getting the best out of yourself. Nobody's getting... But that work-life balance at startup, you.
Before... So do you want to add something? Okay.
So I actually read the question about the founders and the startup, and I remember when I was starting in DD at 2017, there was a book I found in my father's library called How to Build a Business and Win. And at the time, when I was starting the practice, I had worked for a startup, and my God, it was absolutely terrible. I had to quit the job because I remember telling the HR person that if I stayed here any longer, I'm going to kill myself. I didn't feel like I was growing. I was doing way more than I was being paid for, and the company was not even, they don't even care about my well-being. I said I wanted to go on break because I was tired. My boss was like, I'm on a break, so you can't go on a break. So it was exhausting and draining that sometimes I'd climb to the top of the building and just be like, maybe I should just throw myself off here and that'll be fine. I'd come to work and I'll sit in my car for like 10 minutes, and I'll cry and I'll wipe my tears, and then I'll go to the office to work. So when I was starting in DD, one of the things that I told myself I was going to do was make sure that irrespective of how big we get or how small we are, one thing that's most important and most valuable to me is to make sure that people are resting and that people are being well taken care of. And it was quite difficult to conceptualize what that would look like in a business in Nigeria, because in Nigeria, most of the startups that you work out, they're incredibly toxic. The founders don't really understand what mental well-being was. But after reading that book, How to Be Bold in Business and Win, I found that there are companies all over the world that were looking at their employees' well-being and their company's value system and tying that together to make sure that they were being productive. And there were two things that I learned. Number one was that the culture of the company is heavily dependent on the CEO and the founder. If your CEO is riddled with anxiety, all of you are going to be riddled with anxiety. If your CEO is stressed, everyone is going to be stressed. Whether it's coming from the top of the CEO or the CEO themselves, if they don't know how to manage stress and how to manage their time, everybody else is going to feel it. And number two is that it is very possible to run a mentally and emotionally healthy work environment and still win at business, because that's something that we don't understand. We think that if we're going to be financially successful, if we're going to be successful in whichever way we define success, we have to drag ourselves to the bone and suck out every single drop of energy that we have. But from running this practice for about 6 years, I realized that people give the best of themselves when they have control over their time and when they also have autonomy at work and they also have rest. So because of that, I started that from the first year of running the practice, and over the past 6 years, it's been a major value to make sure that everybody's resting. Because one thing I don't want any of my staff to tell me is that I'm tired of work, I am exhausted, I am drained. I don't want the workplace to be the place that drains or takes too much from them. So I vouch back. You can ask anyone who works at NDD, they are not unhappy. And I preach this and I tell people that it's very possible, because if you're going to be a startup, what you're doing is that you are disrupting a system that already exists to bring something new. So if you're going to disrupt, don't then continue the same toxic behavior that you've carried from other previous workspaces and then bring it into your own company, as that's the only way that we can be able to be productive and be able to make money. Disrupt it. And that disruption also means disrupting your own mindset as to what a work culture can possibly be. So I think that it's very possible if founders can take care of themselves and senior managers can learn to take care of themselves and prioritize their own well-being, it will trickle down to every other person that exists and works in that environment. So work-life balance is very possible, but if the people at the top are not doing it, nobody else is going to benefit.
So good. Yeah. Amanda, wait, Joshua, we're about to wrap up this session. Okay.
Please, hold on. Don't worry, I'm not going to go into stories of founding, like the struggles for like that we face founding the company actually. But I want to reference a song. There's a song that says, a Nigerian song. It's a problem, they finish. We can try it.
Okay, enjoy. Good. Sing along, and yeah.
I'll say it this way: bugs, they finish. You are developers, right? You are tech guys. Bugs don't finish. Just enjoy yourself, right? Number two, if you drop dead today, your work will continue. Last, they might spend maybe 1 year trying to hack into where you store your codes before you work and continue, but it will continue. That's the mindset I want everyone to have when it comes to, when it gets to a point. Sometimes enjoy nothingness. Sometimes some amazing things in life are monotonous. Enjoy it being boring. If it's boring, just no problem, right? Just rest.
Yeah. Thank you, guys. So I want to ask Ijoma one final question and then give you and Amanda the chance to share what resources NDD and Ingressive Health has for young people in tech. So Amanda, Ijoma, my final question to you is about how employees can better support how employers can better support their employees through times of transition. So obviously we know that a lot of companies are laying off people because they are transitioning as a business, which is fine. But obviously layoffs are hard. Nobody wants to lose their jobs. Now, when a business knows it's about to transition, how can it actually get ahead of supporting employees that they know they're going to lay off? Yeah, by the way, people at the top know who they're going to lay off. Please don't ever let them make you feel like they don't know. They know. So obviously there's some...
They know. Sometimes they know a full year ahead.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's distressing, sometimes you don't fully ahead. But how employers can support, right, I think is to be as sincere and transparent as possible. Now, I think the fear most times with people being transparent is how it could be taken the wrong way. But you can't focus on how it can be taken the wrong way as a way to cancel the benefit of actually getting ahead and being open and being transparent about it. There are a lot of companies that have done really well. Some practices that some employers have done is they actually put together these CVs of people that they know they are going to be letting go and actually share it. I've actually recruited some people from a list like that was shared with me. So there are things like that. There are people who try as much as possible to, there are so many things you can do. You can actually, even if you dedicate an intern to actively helping people find things to do, how much will it take you? Do you understand? But it starts with the mindset. You need to understand that these are people. Legal, you can take care of legal and stuff. You can give people all the severance packages they need and everything, but you also need to be able to deal with it like a human being, like a mentally healthy human being, right? But one of those things you can do is share people's CV packs, get ahead, have upfront conversations, right, with people, have open conversations. This and this is why we are doing this. This and this is how we are doing this, right? People will still panic because it's never a good thing, but at least it will cushion the effect. And I think even the other thing about panicking is most times the anxiety and panic and fear and cortisol, right, that is filled with a person when they are panicking is nowhere near how they actually go through the thing. That's why I think anxiety is so, yes, it's so crazy because you are suffering ahead for something you've not even experienced. So people will panic, right? So try and help people to panic less because it might not be as bad, right? There's so many, you can't even make clear decisions if you're panicking. So whatever, there's so many things you could do to help people, but getting ahead of that information, giving time, right? Because most times people panic because maybe they are paying off houses or paying off school fees and things like that. So you could find so many ways to partner with people, to help cushion the effect.
So good. Transparency is important. Okay, so Joshua and Amanda, please let people know how they can, enjoy any of the services you provide.
All right. Okay, so I'm privileged to be CEO of Nguvu Health. I mean, somebody else could be doing it. And just in case you are curious, Nguvu means strength in Swahili. And that's because we want people to be mentally strong. And we have a mobile application that you can download them from Play Store, App Store, or Huawei Store for you to access qualified clinical psychologists. I say qualified because we have a lot of people camouflaging as therapists because they can listen. I could say I'm a therapist, you come and listen to me, I'll listen to you and you'll be fine. But the truth is I'm not qualified. I don't have the requisite skills to actually conduct therapy. So on our app, you can schedule chat therapy sessions if you just want to chat with a therapist, or you could schedule like video therapy sessions with a therapist, right? Then we have other resources, free resources like screening tests, ADHD, depression, anxiety, alcohol use, substance use, mood disorder. And the reason we put this here, they are indicative, by the way, they are not diagnostic. Before Amanda comes for me. They are not diagnostic. It's only therapists that can diagnose you. They are indicative. Indicative because sometimes you don't seek a solution that you don't think you need, right? So, and that's one thing we saw, that is a gap within the country, which and the continent, because people don't even, and people wear depression like, I'm just depressed. I'm like, but I'm just feeling depressed. I'm like, I always pray for people, please, I pray you will not be depressed, because if you know what depression is, you won't just be saying it casually like, oh yeah, I'm depressed, like, oh, I'm anxiety. It could just be that you're sad. Like, there's sadness, there's depression, they're two different things, right? So we have these tools in place. Then journaling is one thing that you can do for your mental health. Either you want to keep a gratitude journal or whatnot. So we have a diary tool within the app. It's free. Either text, you could type it in, or you could record your voice in it. Saved, and it's encrypted, by the way. And you can also be anonymous on the app. So we are really big on privacy. Then we have our social media platform, but within the app, we call it Rant Room, because we all go to Twitter to go and rant, and then they will bash you. You'll not be blocking people up and down. whereas they don't know where you're coming from, you know. So we created like a rant room, more like a forum where you can just dump your stuff. I mean, you could even go there and read other people's things, and you may have something valuable that you have gone through and comments, and then the person probably will help the other persons. Yeah. So we basically just use tech to solve mental related issues, and today the application is what we have.
Amanda, before Frank comes to chase off of the stage, this is the last one. This is the last one.
Okay, so at NDD, what we do is, first of all, we offer discounts. So you should follow our Instagram page. We try to offer discounts every month to people where we slash the prices of getting packages for therapy. If you're a student or you're a youth service corps member, we also offer a discounted therapy to you. So you pay like 30,000 naira for 3 sessions. That's like the cheapest we have. And if you're a professional artist, irrespective of what art form that you're in, we have a package that's specifically for professional artists where you get 3 sessions for 45,000 naira. And then also we have a wellness store where we have some of the lecture series that we've had about self-awareness and anxiety. We also have some materials that you can use as well to help you learn how to cope with anxiety and learn how to be more self-aware, and even self-love practice. They cost like 200 naira, 1,000 naira. You can buy them for yourself. You can use them. I've used them, so I know they work. So testimony.
I have as well, actually.
For real?
Yeah, that's why I asked you to speak about it, because I thought they were amazing.
Thank you
yeah,
so much.
yeah, I have.
Oh, we're cleaning.
Self-love is important, guys. Self-love is important.
Oh my God! Like I tried the, I did the 30-day self-love practice that I designed for the practice, and it was amazing. So you can purchase that on our wellness store as well. And then also coming for talks that we have, we also have like a YouTube page as well. You can subscribe as well. And I always encourage people that when your friend's birthday is coming up, a new dress is nice, a new shoe, perfect. Pair of earrings, amazing. But buy them therapy, you know? And if you don't want to go into therapy straight away, you can always start with a consultation session, which is just 15,000 naira. You can sit with a therapist, and you can even have a session with a psychiatrist for diagnosis. So we'll speak to you, we'll send you an assessment form, review form. After your assessment, we'll send you a report to let you know this is what we know from the conversation we've had with you, what you're struggling with, and this is a treatment plan that we know is beneficial for you. So if you visit the website, which is www.ndd.me, you can have access to all of this information, and you can always send us WhatsApp messages for more specialized attention and care.
Thank you so much, Amanda, Joshua, and Ijoma. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please let's show them some love. Put your hands together for them. Yes, yes, yes. So, how much did you win the last competition? 50K, Abby. Sound. Okay, okay. Who wants to win $500,000? If you see $100,000 now, what you go do with them? As you did now, I just give you back $100K. Tell me what will you do with this? Eh? You go do anything for me. But true, sometimes I think like that too. If I just see 1 million now, what will I do? It's better start preparing your mind though. People have been asked that question before and they failed it. I will start business. What business? In fact, I think I should start a reality TV show like that. Just go around with like maybe 1 million naira in my bag. Any random stranger on the road. Bros, how are you? What will you do with 2 million naira if you see it right now? Ah, Baba, you didn't want me. Me will say I get business idea. Okay, take 2 million naira and pitch your business idea to me in 60 seconds. If it doesn't make sense, I go away. As in, I'll just do business. No. Which business? Business that 30 minutes is there doing Now prepare your mind, though anything can happen anytime. But seriously, if you are into virtual reality and you want to win $500,000, there is a competition about that. But very quickly, let me show you what the video is all about. Let's play that virtual reality video. They have a booth there, but I'm also sure there's a...
Hello, HackFest and Ingressive for Good community. We are excited to talk to you about a global competition that we would like all of you to participate in, that is being run by an educational nonprofit in conjunction with the United Nations. Hello, HackFest and Ingressive for Good community. We are excited to talk to you about a global competition that we would like all of you to participate in, that is being run by an educational nonprofit in conjunction with the United Nations ITU agency. Specifically, it was last March in the United Nations campus in Geneva, Switzerland, that as part of an opening keynote on digital transformation, this global prize competition was announced. It's the Metaverse for SDGs Global Prize and Virtual Reality Competition, supported by the United Nations ITU agency. The keynote and the announcement were made by a group of young tech leaders, predominantly from low-income communities, who have formed a nonprofit called Exponential Destiny. And Exponential Destiny, as well as this prize competition, their goal is to upskill individuals like yourself into metaverse entrepreneurs as a means to help you obtain immediate relevance for the emerging new economy jobs in this field. The individuals from Exponential Destiny have proven that if you obtain these skill sets, you can upskill yourself into relevancy for the job market that's starting to emerge, and that's why we're running this competition. So the announcement was made in March at the United Nations. Then in Kigali, Rwanda, there was a global youth summit with the United Nations ITU in which the competition was actually launched. Between June and March of next year is when teams can compete. That's when you can get involved, so it's not too late. And then July of next year or later is when we'll have the final judging and a Metaverse for SDGs Global Summit and the award ceremony. To date, we're happy to announce that we have over 700 registrants across more than 65 countries, with a great showing from countries across Africa. You can be added to this. In terms of the prize money, we have generous sponsors that we raised over $200,000 that will be allocated as prize money to the 17 finalists. The objective of the competition, as we discussed, is to help you build relevant skills to become part of the new job economy that's emerging in this space. As you can see here, the skill sets around AR and virtual reality are becoming exponentially more relevant to the new job economy. There are resources that we are providing to you to help train you, so you don't have to have any experience so far, and we will train you to be relevant to this new economy. You can watch the YouTube videos off our YouTube channel that will help give you some of the basic training. If you're not technical, don't worry, because most of the people in this competition are able to build in these environments without any technical coding.
I literally just sat down with a distributor. We had a heart-to-heart conversation. We sat down on that pavement outside. It wasn't anything fancy. No AC, where they blew you now. AC no blow also. And guess what? We were having some serious business conversations. We didn't even know we had things in common. She was sitting on the pavement. I was sitting on the pavement. The second lady was sitting on the pavement. And what am I trying to say? Sometimes the juiciest part of this kind of programs happen at the end. I'm not saying don't go. I'm not trying to tie you down. But for those who hang around, that is when the gist of what can we do together sometimes happens. I heard somebody just got funds to buy a gadget that she needed for content creation while, you know, in the course of this program, just by talking one-on-one with somebody. So I know it's been a long day. This competition is there. You can get more information after now, but I want to call Victor to quickly come and talk to us about Main Stack. Victor, please put your hands together for Victor. How many minutes should I give Victor? Whatever time you've been given, I slash it by half. By the power vested on me.
Hello everyone. You probably have a YouTube page. If that's a stretch, you have a Twitter or a blog. Even if the last article you posted was a month ago or 2 or 3, I don't know. But you probably have different sites to you on the internet. What we are trying to do at Mainstack is to empower you to bring the different footprints of your expressions on the internet in one place. And we exist to make it easy for creators and builders like you to make it big. That's the entire concept. So we've been around, we have a booth there, and we've been encouraging people to show off their badasses. So you need to realize that you are one in the first place before you start to present yourself with confidence. So www.mainstack.co is your tool. It's your 5-minute setup page to start to express and sell yourself. My message here is done, and I hope you got it. Thank you.
Fantastic. Put your hands together for him. You know when people say elevator pitches, that's it. Oh, just sell yourself in 60 seconds. I was in a program in Abuja. Like 40 people gave the microphone. I was tired. I was dog tired. 60 seconds. Tell me the reason why you should win the first prize. You think those things are easy, eh? That's why it's good to always plan. Think ahead. That thing I said about 2 million, I'm not joking. It happens. You just meet Dangote in elevator at Radisson Blue. Well done, sir. How are you, my boy? What do you do? I run a startup, sir. What problem are you solving? Well, market will make anything. Okay. How does that make money? Blah, blah, blah. See me in my office tomorrow. I've seen it happen. I'm not whining you. Bro, forget that thing. I've seen it. Somebody else has been practicing. He didn't put anything in his head. It's just paper, slideshow, PowerPoint. Opportunity came. He was looking for inside the elevator. That one don't go. OT, law. Your own will not law like that though. All right. Yeah. Benjamin Dada is who? Dibo. Wait, let me get the name right. Pebo, yeah. How much time were you giving? By the power vested upon me, I slash it by half on behalf of my people. 3 minutes, all right? Real quick.
Hi everyone, good evening. My name is, or good afternoon. My name is Emmy and I am the program manager at Kibo School, where we are building an online university to offer accredited online degrees to African students. And I must point out that it is very affordable as well. And the reason we are doing that is because the workforce of the future is African. Africa is the youngest and fastest growing population across the continent. But how do we want to sort of provide these degrees to Africans? We are doing that by offering fully online immersive computer science programs. The first one is our computer science degree program, which we just launched in October, and I'm actually here with students in with founding students in our computer science program. So if you see anyone out here wearing the shirt that I'm currently wearing, they are also founding students in our degree program. Feel free to reach out to any one of them and ask them how the experience has been so far. So how is Kibo really different? So I mentioned we are an online university offering computer science degree program to African students. Well, how is it different? One is our relevant curriculum. I'm sure some of us here who have gone through the university have at some point asked ourselves, how is what we are learning today relevant in today's world? Well, that is different in Kibo School because we have quizzed hiring managers and engineers from all of these tech companies and asked them what are they really looking for when they're hiring software engineers or product managers. We have collected all of these things and built that with our curriculum. And also, students in our founding class or students in our degree program are also going to be utilizing the tools that we use in today's world. I don't think there's any Nigerian university where they'll say you should push your code on GitHub, right? I'm sure like we can all agree to that. So that is different. Students in our degree program are able to build real software, build real network, which is another way that we are different from traditional African university. Every student is paired with an industry mentor with whom they are going to be able to network and build their skills. So you would have an opportunity to speak with mentors monthly and sort of get an experience on how it is working in tech. And the final way that we are different from traditional African universities or traditional Nigerian universities is our industry experience. So every student in our degree program, throughout the 3 years, will be required to complete industry experience where they build real software. So that when you're coming out of your computer science degree program, just like in regular universities, you will not be coming out and starting from ground up, going to learn how to do X, Y, Z. You would already have been doing it. You would already have been building software throughout the program. You might be asking how to get involved. Where do we go from here? Well, we do have an interest form. The application for the next cohort of our degree program opens early next year. So go to kibo.school/degree and fill out the interest form, or reach out to any member of the Kibo, any of the Kibo representatives around here. So if you see anybody wearing the Kibo shirt, reach out to them, tell them, you guys tell me what it is. And we'll give you a flyer that has all of the information on how to reach out to us. Thank you. I think my time is up, but thank you all so much. I hope we have a wonderful time today here at the HackFest.
Thank you. Put your hands together for him, please. Thank you very much. He's talked about how to get educated in tech and how to find that sweet spot in education. Perfect. By the way, there's a popular Nigerian actress, fantastic, beautiful woman, wonderful actress. If I say her name, you know her. She quit her career, bought a plane ticket, traveled to the US, and started all over. A few years ago, right now, she's head of cybersecurity in a company in the US. Why did I tell you that? I don't know. I just feel like I'll tell you. No matter what you are doing now, you can always start tech at any time. But how exactly do you follow that path in tech? How do you create that path for yourself in tech? You studied animal science, you want to end up in tech. There's a path to it. Food nutrition, you want to end up in tech. There's a path. You are a caterer, there's a path for you. You are a doctor, there's a path. So I'm going to call on David, who's going to come and bring up two people, I think, or three, who are going to tell us exactly how you, you, not you, you, okay, and you too. In fact, you, in fact, everybody, how all of us can create our path in tech. David, whatever time you have, I'm dividing it by 2, please. Thanks.
Thank you, Frank. Yeah, I believe we are all excited for this session as I am. So I'm just going to get into it right away. So I'm going to introduce my panelists. I'm going to be starting off with Victor. Victor Fatomi. Yeah. And Adora Uwodo. Hi. And Emanuela Unode. Apologies, please. So I'm just going to introduce them and just like read their biography so we can have an idea of who they are in case we don't know. So I'm going to start off with Victor. Victor Falomi is a brand consultant, leader, and identity campaigner. In 2015, he co-founded Fort Canvas, a strategy design agency serving ambitious brands from across the globe. It's committed to finding the voice and identity while helping other people and businesses find theirs. Adora Uwodo. Adora Uwodo is a multi-award-winning software engineer based in Lagos. She currently works at Microsoft, where she builds mixed reality on the cloud. She's also the vice president of the Nigerian chapter for VR/AR Association. Her work there involves creating more awareness for virtual and augmented reality technologies. Apart from building and advocating for mixed reality technologies, Adora is a digital creator and the CEO of Lend a End of Hope initiative. Emanuela Unode is a HR professional with a background in building and scaling HR culture in predominantly early stage, thriving companies organizations. She has 10 years of global and startup experience across multiple sectors, including technology, EdTech, FinTech, EduTech, Financial Services, Retail, and FMCG. Emma is currently the head of people at Bamboo, a digital investment platform that gives customers direct real-time access to US dollar, fixed income investments, and US listed stock and EFTs right from their personal devices. Thank you and welcome on board, guys. Yeah, we can give them a round of applause to encourage them. As we all know, this session basically is centered on how we can find our paths in tech, and it's basically gonna be for everyone who is looking to like venture into tech and who is still struggling to like know what exactly it is that they want to do in tech. So I wanna like crave indulgence, and also please that we pay attention to whatever is going to be said today on this session. Yeah, guys, so I'm gonna start off by finding your path in tech. I want to know how actually we or you guys venture into this path. How did you start this path? How did you find your path in tech? So I will start off with Emma.
Hello? Oh, yes. Good evening, everyone. I'm very excited to be here. I'm always excited to see tech people. In thinking about finding your path to tech, I'll talk about myself. I'm a HR person, but I've always been fascinated with health and tech and teaching and learning. So I was very deliberate and very calculated in how I was choosing my career. So if you look at my career trajectory, I've only either worked in health tech, edutech, or fintech. I don't work outside of those circles. I decided a career in HR because I wanted to be at the center of helping people. And so I found myself working in tech. And was very aligned with what the organization was doing. I was in HR, but I took a very keen interest in the products that we were building at every organization that I worked in. And then I've worked in HR now for maybe almost 15 years. But because of my strengths in sort of stakeholder management, sort of negotiation, and sort of working with different people with different personality types, I've decided to start to align my career into product management. And so you ask me, well, I don't have any, I can't code, I don't write any line of codes, I don't do anything. The reason why I'm choosing product management is because I think I can bring in the skills that I've had in HR, and then working very closely with the product teams in all of the organizations I've worked in to then now bring myself into that career path that I want to be in product management. So you can do it. You don't have to have a single tech finger writing code in your body, but you can put yourself on that path. You just start from your interest. What are your strengths? So I did a SWOT analysis of myself. I always have a SWOT analysis of myself. What am I great at? What do I suck at? What are the opportunities to improve in these areas that I suck at? And what are the threats if I don't improve in those areas? Or what are the threats if I don't sort of improve myself and put myself on that path that I want to go? So that's kind of how I've mapped out myself.
You, yeah.
Yeah, I started out as a graphic designer. That's 2011. And it was all about the skill itself. It was just being passionate about, I had always been an artistic kid, but I never thought there was a career related to that. So when you asked me, I wanted to be everything else. Whatever, depending on the mood, you met me. But I found that graphic design was a career when I was in uni, and I took it seriously and I loved it. Then it became a design business, Fourth Canvas, in 2015 with my partner. And then over the years, we then found ourselves in a community of tech people, in quotes, founders who were trying to disrupt different industries. And what we simply began to do was apply what we already knew to do, but in this new space called tech, which we loved the most a lot because our work which had evolved from graphic design to brand or brand design and brand strategy. It thrives more in an environment where there is openness to change, openness to transformation. So we simply started to apply what was always our skill, but in a tech environment. And I think that's another way to look at getting into tech. There are tech skills, one, and then there are skills of any type, but being applied in the tech environment. These are two different parts to tech. So I would say it was more of the second part for us, which was that, so it meant that whatever it is that you were doing, if you found a way to, build the connections and show that value and how it can apply in the tech environment, then that's a part into tech. It's not always only about the core tech skills like development. So that's my story.
Hadara.
Hi everyone. So I think my story is different from everyone's story here because at the core I'm an engineer and I don't know. Okay, I know that's a lie. I wanted to say I don't know what I would have been if I wasn't in tech. I would probably just be enjoying my life. That's what I would be doing. But I've always wanted to do tech as far back as like when I was a child, when I got introduced into computers. And I stumbled on. I used to design in CorelDRAW, by the way, as far back as 2000 or 2001. Not far back. I used to design in CorelDRAW. I used Hi5 and MySpace. I was on social media. I mean, my brothers were the only friends I had on social media, but I was there. So I was exposed into the internet, and that's how I found out about programming. Early on in my life as well, I wanted to work at. I used to, how we go on social media and we insult some tech companies because their UX is frustrating us. So I used to complain to my parents that Microsoft at the time was frustrating, but I used to call them Windows because I was a child, I didn't know anything. So I used to say that I want to go to Windows and help them fix this problem because they're stressing me out. And I've always wanted to be a programmer because when I found out about programming, it was like I had a superpower because I really used to like math when I was a young person. And I used to see programming as a way to validate that the math assignment they gave me in school was correct. So when they give me math assignments, I will code it and then put the values. And if I get the right answer, I'm like, yes. So I don't know whether it was my love for math that made me love programming even more, or my love for programming made me love math more. Chicken and egg at this point. But I love both of them so much. And because of that, I was very intentional about wanting to program. I didn't know about computer science being a career path though. I wanted to study math and learn to code. And I think that's one of the reasons why information, like accessible information, is something that can change your life. And that's one thing I would always tell people, because if I didn't have that information or get that information at that time when I got it, I would have gone through a different path. Not saying my life would have been bad, but I think my life turned out pretty great the way it did. So I used to tell everybody that I wanted to code, right? And then I wanted to study math. But then my brother had a friend that was in MIT doing a master's in computer engineering at the time. And he connected me with this person. We had conversations. He's like, oh, you want to program? Just go and do computer science. And then I was like, oh, what's that? Because I didn't know. And then I went to the internet again, my best friend. And, that's how I found out about what the degree was. I knew I was going to UNILAG because my parents had told me that there's no way if you like cry from that to next day, that's where you're going. So I went to check if UNILAG also had like computer science degrees. And luckily for me, my mom had a friend that her daughter was in UNILAG doing computer science. So I had access to mentorship in a way, and also access to information, and that was what helped me and nurtured me from that point going forward.
Interesting. Let me wait with you for a second. So it appears that you do a lot of stuff. Going through your biography, you code, you are a software engineer, you do graphics, you do a lot of things. So I want to ask you, how important is it to experiment as opposed to just niching when finding your path in tech?
I think experimenting helps you discover yourself. However, I would say that it's important to experiment with guidance, because if you start to experiment and you are just experimenting, you would experiment your life away, if I'm being very honest. So I tell people early on, when, like, if you want to start a career, as much as everybody wants to rush into big tech, I try to tell people to start their career in startup companies, because what that does for you is that it opens your mind. Like, if you work in a startup company, you are wearing many hats at the same time. So you see many people reach out to you in your DMs. They are asking you, oh, I'm learning front-end engineering, but I was also doing Flutter last year, so I don't know which one should I do. It's like, Auntie, I can't make that decision for you, right? So it's always good for you to try things hands-on by yourself. And there are so many factors that can make you decide what you want to focus on eventually. It could be how much money they get paid. It could be how strong the community is there. It could be the bulk of opportunities that exist there. But you wouldn't know those things if you don't try those things. So I would always say that people should, start in smaller companies that allow them do multiple things, figure out who they actually are, and then branch out from there.
Interesting. And Emanuela. So this brings me to my next question. When finding, because there's been like a misconception around, tech and who are being considered a techie, so to speak, and there is this about personality. We tend to always say that there is a personality for every career path in tech. Like, some people think that if you are an introvert, sort of, you should consider a career path in product marketing or customer service department, and if you are more of an introverted person, then you should like work behind the scenes in the technical aspect of the tech industry. So I want to know how important personality, or what role does personality plays when seeking career, or when like finding your path in the tech space.
Okay, I don't think it's necessarily about personality. I think it's about passion, because I know DevOps guys who are back-end developers but are good mixologists, are good DJs. So I don't think it's personality. It's about the passion. What do you have a passion for? It can go hand in hand. And I say personality because passion, because if you're not passionate about something, even if you get into it, your personality cannot carry you through it. Now, it's great that you know who you are and you be self-aware. I use myself as an example. When I first said, okay, I wanted to branch out into tech itself, sort of moving and transitioning my career from HR, I said, okay, what do I like best? I want to go and do UX, UI design. I was already talking to my sister that, I want to go and do an MSc in user experience design so that I can get into this whole user experience phase and I can do this. And my sister's like, you're not going to succeed. And I'm like, what? She's like, you don't have the patience. So you do some wireframes, you do a mock-up, and then you just be frustrated and you just quit. Whereas if you step back and think about it, you always like to bring everybody together and say, okay, guys, this is the mission. We need to rally around this mission. We need to execute. We need to do this. You need to think about product management. So you can get any number of people to do stuff. I was like, that makes sense, right? So I've always been fascinated with products, the interface of it, the design of it, but just because I was excited about it doesn't mean I was going to succeed. So I just think you have to be passionate about something. And then, personality, I'm not a psychologist, right? So I wouldn't know, but I just think follow your passion. Know your why. Why do I want to do this thing? Am I doing it because, I think Adora made a good point. Okay, is it for money? Is it for, I want to really solve problems? I think it's your passion. If you follow your passion will lead you to that career path that you want to succeed at.
Do you want to add to what she said?
I want to answer the question, the personality question that you've asked. When people look at conventional software engineers, I'm not the face, right? So I think I am living proof that you don't need to have a certain personality to excel in a certain part of tech. Like she said, apart from the fact that I'm a software engineer, I'm a DJ as well. I like enjoyment. I'm always posting about enjoying myself, right? I sing as well. Interested in Nollywood. If somebody should say they are doing auditions for casting, I would probably show up. But my 9 to 5, I would write code, I would debug, and I would, do all the software engineering things I'm supposed to do. But it doesn't mean that I don't have a life outside of that. And I see that many people try to box you into your career, but there's a lot more to human beings than what they do as their careers. And recently someone tried to box me into my career as well on social media, something about my dressing, and I gave it to them. They deserved it. But yeah, I don't think that anyone should be made to be in a certain role because they seem a certain way. Because what if at the end of the day, for example, you know how as our parents when we were younger, when you talk too much, they will just automatically say you are a lawyer, the law, any small thing. But I talk too much. I used to talk too much as a child. Can't imagine myself being a lawyer. I will lose all the cases, I promise you. so like, Emanuela said, I think the passion is important, knowing your why, and just allowing yourself be who you actually are without conforming to all these weird boxes that society tries to put you into.
Thank you. That's very insightful. And that brings us to our next question. There are many of us that know how to do a lot of things at the same time. We can do a lot of things at the same time, but we don't know exactly what we should put our focus on. So how do we identify what exactly we want to do, even with the fact that we can do a lot of things at the same time, but we still identify what our focus should be on? So how can we identify that, and how can we ensure that one is not overlapping? So I'll start with you, Emma.
I think that's a very easy one. What's that thing that if they wake you from sleep, you will do with speed, you do happily, you're not going to grudgingly do it? I have a colleague, when I'm sort of stressed, if I talk about my colleague, I talk about my nephew. So my nephew has this thing at school where I'm very terrible at maths. I suck at maths till tomorrow. And they have this thing at school every year where they do maths day. And when they ask him, who have you brought for maths day? He's like, I brought my aunt so that she can understand that maths is fun. And I always say maths is not fun, but he's like, maths is fun. And the way he talks about mathematics, he talks about it in a fun way. If you wake him from sleep, he can give you the answer. So I think that if you're trying to figure your path, start from that place where I can do this thing easily. I'm not going to struggle to do it. Start from that thing. Everyone wants to go and become a front-end developer, mobile developer, iOS developer, DevOps engineer, because they think it's so cool, and then I'm going to earn so much money. You get into it, but you start to struggle. So start from this thing that you like to do. I have a friend, a former colleague, there's nothing you can tell her. She loves to interpret data and help data. So, okay, this is what this data is saying. This is how we can use this data for business decision. If you tell her anything else, she's not interested. But if you say, Mariam, I want you to help me analyze this data. What can I use this information to present to management? In 10 minutes, Mariam will have a summary for me to go to management to wait. So start with that thing that is easy for you to do. And like Adora said, test out other things, because you may be interested in something, you can do it simply, but you can push yourself once you are already on that path with the thing that you easily know how to do. So I would advise, start from what you do easily, then branch out and test yourself, push yourself, challenge yourself to do other things, but know that thing that you want to do.
Victor.
Yeah. I think I'll just build on that. We think so much about the job roles, right? We think about engineering, we think about design, we think about the professions. There's something we need to think about earlier than that, and I would use this example. So Richard Branson Virgin Group businesses. It's about 400 businesses across like 13 different sectors. And someone was having a conversation with him on, so where's the focus in all of this? Like, what's the focus? It doesn't appear like you have a focus because you're in like all industries. And it was like, I'm actually doing just one thing, redefining customer service in poorly served industries. I think that we need to reflect on that one line. It's called purpose a lot, but I'm trying to run away from that word because we tend to run away from it because it looks so difficult, and but you need to find that thing that is not engineering or design or programming or any of these are like fields of expressions of something. What's that something? So is it that you are more drawn to simplifying things or decluttering things or communicating ideas or campaigning for ideas or ensuring that beautiful ideas work, right? So my co-founder and I, for example, at Fosse, when we did a personality test, we realized that there was a campaigner and he was a defender, and it explained the previous 4 years of our lives, because I was always eager to speak about new ideas. He was never ever interested in holding the mic, but whatever ideas I was pushing for, he was passionate about how will it work, how will we sustain this. I'm more energetic about, okay, let's start something new, let's get new energy, right? So find what is it outside professions, what's your natural purpose, or I'm trying to avoid that word, but find vocation. Then now say, where does this apply? So you would find that it applies in more than one profession, but that's what you must spend your time defining. It's like a mission.
Do you want to add to what has been said? Okay, fine. So this brings us to our last question. So I want us to talk about internship, because we can't overemphasize the importance of internship when it comes to finding your part in tech, especially. How can we, or how can the audience begin to identify platforms that would help them find their parts in the tech industry? How do I seek internship opportunities that would help me, that would guide me into my path in tech?
I think that LinkedIn is a very great tool, one, and communities. I cannot overemphasize and preach the importance of community. So there's this thing where people say, oh, I want an internship. Okay, so which community do you belong to? None. And so if you don't belong to a community, how can you get internship opportunities? So there's tons of resource out there. Ingressive for Good is one. I know tons of tech communities. Again, coming back to myself, I knew that I wanted to move into product management. I also know that I want to move long term into digital healthcare product management. So I'm on Slack groups for digital health products. I'm on LinkedIn stalking people. Like when I'm reaching out to people on LinkedIn, they'll be like, oh, I'm not looking for an opportunity now, because a head of people are like, no, I'm looking for an opportunity to intern. So find yourself a community. There are tons of tech communities that you can attach yourself to. There are tons of websites where you can find internship opportunities. I think one of them that I'm using now is called Okta, OKTA. Then people can find me later after this. I have got a couple of websites I can share with you that you can find internships. Some are paid, some are unpaid. But I think you just need to know what you want to do, where you want to go, and then start combing, right? Community is where you can start. That's my 2 cents.
So I'd like to... Hello? Okay. Yeah, so let's take that for the structured communities. Then I would say, yes, that's the most important part. The other part you should also pay attention to is the not structured communities. So every role model or someone that you're looking up to in the field that you are, right? Their following and their space and their circle on the internet is a community by itself. So maybe you don't know, the moment you follow someone, you have joined their community in a way, right? Maybe it's on Twitter or on Instagram. But you make yourself a member of that community by engaging with the things that they share, by asking questions based on the things they post on LinkedIn, or adding your voice, or promoting or responding to something they've tweeted about. There are people that you would see that consistently engage with certain people, and typically you would then find that interactions are started. So you might even find a mentor through that means. Just a quick side tip though, don't go to someone and say, please, can you be my mentor? No, you're just like, they're going to be like, so what am I supposed to do next, right? Go to them and say, I'm working on this thing, do you have some input for me? Or is there anything I can help with? Here are my skills. Forget about the title, mentor, mentee, and just go ahead doing what a mentee should do. Then lastly, find the people, engage with them, then don't keep short, share. Don't wait till you are an expert before you start to share on social media. You can share about your work in progress. So you might think that someone like me or anybody here, we're all looking for the leaders speaking with authority. No, we're also attracted to people sharing, oh, I just finished this course today. I learned something from this talk. I'm working on this task. I stumbled on this, but I eventually figured it out. Open your mouth, share from your journey. It can help you. And in the meantime, everything you're sharing, a tool like Mainstack can be useful for you to bring all of it together as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
I like this question a lot. I get asked this question a lot as well. So I'm going to answer it from an engineering perspective. 3 things I would say, and then I'll break it down. I mean, they've both talked about community. So community, contribute, volunteer. So now let me talk about contributing. If you're looking for opportunities, I see people enter somebody's DM with so much authority. It's like, excuse me, I'm busy. Right? Please don't stress me. I'm tired. But if you were coming in with some kind of value, and I tell people, it shouldn't be about what you can take from the community or from the person, but what you can give. And you find out that when you start to give things, you start to get noticed, and other people just want to give you sometimes. So if there's any way that, a community is hosting something, you can volunteer to help distribute tags. You can volunteer to help, if, for example, a community is supposed to be hosting an event in March next year, you can volunteer to be on the technical team that builds the websites. You don't have experience, that's not valid internship experience, but it's something you can actually add to your resume as a product that you've worked on. You could join open source communities as well and contribute to open source from there. And when they have all these summer opportunities, because they always do, right? There's always GSOC, there's also the one for documentation. I think it's also Google Seasons of Docs. I'm not sure. And they're like different ones. And because you are in that space, you would now get those opportunities and be able to contribute to those things. And then gradually, you actually find out that you are building your resume even when you don't have an internship. There's something that he said which is also very important, which is following the right people. Because apart from the fact that you've joined this person's community and then both of you are interacting and you don't know where your next opportunity will come from, I found out that a lot of people that people tend to call role models on the internet are role models because there's a kind of value that they bring. And when you follow these people, you can actually tap into that value. The value could be that they are sponsoring 20 people to do something. Or it could be that they're sharing an internship opportunity and you get to see it on your timeline because you follow them and then you can apply to that. But, associating yourself, whether either directly or indirectly with these kinds of people gets to expose you to these opportunities as well. Back to contributing, another thing that contributing does for you is that the people that lead these communities that you're contributing to could be people that could either recommend you or speak for you or something when that time comes, because even if it's informally, they've actually worked for you before. You've actually worked with them before and they can vouch for, the kind of person that you are, and that goes a long way. Sometimes that one referral might be the thing. Imagine as I work in Microsoft, for example, and I have a community, and there are a bunch of people in that community that constantly engage me in different ways. And somebody reaches out to me that there's a software engineering position that they would like to apply for in Microsoft. I'm more than happy to recommend you. And what a recommendation does is you straight away get the interview. Now it depends on your performance to get the job, but you're not worried whether your resume will get lost in a pool of other amazing resumes just because somebody recommended you. And that's that one thing that, you know, could be the reason why you got that amazing opportunity. So yeah, those three things.
Very insightful. It's been a very insightful conversation, and what stood out for me today is we should always ensure that we find a community where we can align and put our inputs. We should also contribute to the community and also ensure that our work has been seen in the community. And we should also, what's the third one again? Yeah.
So
find community, contribute.
Sharing and volunteering are sort of
Contribute,
like together.
yeah.
Contribute and community.
And community. So that's pretty much the end of this session. So we are opening the floor for questions. No questions? Wow, no questions. So thank you for coming. It's been a very interesting conversations. And if you have a question for them, you can meet them after the session. Yeah, they'll be more than happy to answer your question. So thank you guys for coming.
And that was another powerful session. Straight to the point. I hope you guys are getting, like I said, I acknowledge that it's been a long day, but I hope you are grabbing, if it's just one thing, like we just heard. Communities are important. Throwing yourself into the deep of things, actually getting the work done, interning. I can't overemphasize that. That interning thing, I tell people, no matter what you learn in school, formal school, the best way to get to the grind is actually to volunteer. So I met someone outside, and we were talking about opportunities, and I said portfolio. It's not a direct tech thing, and I said portfolio. And he said, you know what? Yeah, I'm trying to build one. I said, while you're building one, you can volunteer, help somebody who has that startup already. You might even take permission. Money, but you need some kind of portfolio to show clients that this is what I've worked on. So please, that's why also networking is allowed. If you've not taken your Lacasera mocktail, you should go and do that already. Stretch your legs around. But this is the very last thing we are doing, and we are all going home. So thank you for sticking around to the very end. If you are the person that tweeted at me and said, thank you for saying that, please see me once I step down. I want to understand what you mean. Talking about tweeting, follow each other on your social media handles, Twitter. Mine is at frankdonga_. Ingressive for good. You can tweet at them. Sometimes it's the community they are talking about. I jump into tech forums every now and then on Twitter Spaces. And one of the panelists said, was it her friend or her niece about data analytics? That's something I'm so passionate about. I mean, is there somebody that can mentor me on data analytics here? Is anybody in data analytics here? How much will you charge me? You mentor me for free. Are you not a darling? Thank you very much. All right, let me call on Uwem. Uwem, are you there? And there's the gentleman from Google there. So let's talk to real life stuff now. How exactly do you do this partnership? By the way, if you're a content creator and you made it this far, honestly, take it from me. You are going to go your content will go far. Like you sat through all this and you're applying them to content creation. It's amazing. Partnerships are things that work. collaborations. How exactly do you start collaborations and partnerships for success? Very important. So we have people that are partnered with people. When you hear things like, co-founder and all these things, how does it work? How do you pick a co-founder? How do you become one? Very important. So, OM, come and do your thing. Are the gentlemen ready? Oh, did I skip something? By the way, the job fair also is going on. The second session of the job fair is going on in the other side. So if you want to talk to an expert to help you, decipher what you're cut out for. And it's not a bad place to be in. For a long time, I didn't know what I was supposed to do with my life. I just kind of liked everything, and I was good at as many things that I tried. Look, if you're like that, it can be a problem. But sometimes you just need to talk to the right people, and they'll tell you what to do. Start this first. In fact, if you're like that, I said you're lucky. You can just literally start something, leave it, go and start another thing, leave it and start another. Just enjoy your life. But be focused. Without focusing too much. If that makes any sense. Aspire to desire. Don't wound me before. Focus on one thing. Baba, I get like 20 things where they interest me. Leave one. I cannot leave anyone. My eye, they enter my eye. Engineering was entering my eye. Piloting was entering my eye. Animation was entering my eye. Statistics was entering my eye. Sciences was entering my eye. So what did I do? I just took it one step at a time. At a point in time, I was a music producer. I did that for a bit. Then I became an animator. I did that for a bit. Then I became an agricultural scientist. I became a geneticist. Did that a bit. I became the... Now startup, I start. I'm not thief. But almost forget, in this country, if you don't want Shege to show you, you will start different things. It's not everything you start that will start. It's just like motorway, say the kickstart are not good. You get some things you go start you're not there. No drag arm. My guy, just that thing is meant to do tanyon. Just leave it. Something tazoom like that. Some tazoom. You die again. You do tazoom, you die again. Leave it. Start another thing. If you do one thing, it's not working well. If you do a startup, the startup refuses to start. Leave it and start another startup. That's why it's called startup. You start, you're supposed to go up. If you don't go up, leave it down. But before you leave it, at least make sure you've done all the best you can, so that you just don't start and start and start and start when you're not trained. I trained the starter. And I trained the sound like that. But it's supposed to be like a luxury car. That's like new cars. You won't even hear anything again. Like Tesla now, you won't even hear nothing. You go through the window. That's the level we're going to. All right, OM and the team. Are you ready? Yeah, collaborations, partnerships, and stuff. And that's the very end for today. Please put your hands together for those wonderful people. Oh no, Injury Deka. Sorry, I'm going to correct my yes. So I don't know why, because you were standing next to the door. I just felt, why is he around? My mind was racing. Why is he around? Am I supposed? So Njideka is supposed to anchor this panel. No, I got you. Say it again.
Njideka.
Thank you, Pat. So that they will think I'm a good person. I got it.
Thank you, Fran.
Oh, you're welcome, Njideka. So Njideka is going to anchor this very last session, and then networking unlimited starts. Thank you, Njideka. Take care.
Yeah, thank you very much. So before I start, I would just like to announce that the Tech Awards is still going to happen, so please remain on your seats. Okay, so hello everyone. My name is Njideka Abo, media consultant and former editor of Guardian Life magazine. Today I should stand. Okay. Okay, so because this is going to be a really short session, I think I should do that. Yeah, I think so. But let me stay. Okay, so we'll be speaking on the topic collaboration, a catalyst for personal and professional growth. So I have King Kenway Davidson, who is the partner integrations and DevRel at Mono. I have Tamilore, who is a programs manager at Google. I have Samuel Utiba, a product strategist, and Uwem, the VP at Ingressive Capital. So everyone has a definition of what collaboration means. It easily rolls off the tongue, but it's sometimes something that is pretty difficult to do because people don't know how to go about it. So Uwem, what would you consider a successful collaboration? And what are the factors that are needed to have a successful collaboration?
Yeah, all right. Can you hear me? I would say that a successful collaboration is one in which both parties get what they intended to get out of the agreement or the partnership. And I think more importantly, you have to go into a collaboration with the idea of giving value and extracting value, because I mean that's how the world operates. You give, you take. Nobody wants to be a charity case. Nobody wants to just keep on giving without receiving, and we don't expect you to just receive without giving something. So it's for a successful collaboration to really happen, both people have to have an agreement on what they want to get out of the of the partnership or the collaboration or the relationship. Both have to have some sort of shared value, because that's what helps them, that's what kind of guides them in that relationship. And I mean, you've heard me repeat relationship over and over again. I think that when you're collaborating with anybody, it's like a relationship. It's like forming a relationship, discovering what the person likes, what the person wants, what the person wants to achieve, and also figuring out how you can actually be part of their success, and also how you can extract value from that relationship.
I like how you place emphasis on the give and take. So what myth do you think hinders people from collaborating with others?
I was in a panel 2 days ago and a similar question came up, and I began to think about growing up and how competitive we were, right? You get second in class and your father knocks you and says, that guy that got first in class, does he have two heads? We've been built to be very competitive, and culturally that's how we've been. You see Nigerians, we're very, I wouldn't say aggressive in the right way, like we want to make it. You come into Lagos and everybody's in a hurry. Everybody's, pushing people around and everything. So we've been taught to push through to get the best out of everything. But unfortunately, and we've been taught that it's a winner takes all world. But however, that's not how the world really operates. It has to always be a case of how many of us can win together, how many of us can extract value from whatever we're trying to do. A simple example is Apple and Samsung, two of the world major phone brands. But would you be surprised if I tell you that some of the chip and the screen on the iPhone was made by Samsung? And these are two fiercely competitive companies. So yeah, it's a cultural thing, I believe, and we've just been taught that the world is a winner takes all world. Meanwhile, it's not the way the world really operates.
Samuel, do you want to add anything to that?
Hello. Okay. I have this mantra where if you want to go fast, you go alone. If you want to go far, you collaborate. And I know collaboration is the future. not just within the tech ecosystem, but within the creative ecosystem as well. There is a lot, actually. There's so much resources out there for people that are willing to collaborate on projects. And I just don't mean financial resources. I mean like both human resources, both access into rooms that you necessarily wouldn't have had if you decided to go alone. And I've been in several projects where, like the project I had in 2019, it was called the Creative African Exchange, where Afrexim Bank, in collaboration with Folio, brought creators across Nigeria to Rwanda in order to discuss what collaboration should look like within the creative space. And I feel like a lot of actors and a lot of stakeholders have not embraced that fully. But one of the major thriving part of it is we have co-working spaces right now that actually enhance and drive collaboration. Collaboration is the future, and that's what it is for me. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'm also going to ask you another question. So you pride yourself as a super connector. And in fact, you also describe yourself as someone who nurtures business relationships and continuously leverages on social capital. Now, we all know that trying to build social capital can somewhat be difficult, right? And we also know that it's one thing to build social capital, it's another thing to be able to use that ability to leverage, like to get like business ventures. So how do you, what are the important steps that you took to ensure that you somewhat like build this social capital? And how can one use the social capital as a leverage?
Thank you. Thank you for that question. First of all, every single time I meet people that come out to me and say, "Oh, I want to be a super connector," how do you do this? How do you do that? Usually, their intent is solely driven by what they will get from some other person. Like, oh, if I get into this room, I want to meet the most powerful person in this room, and I want to get this, I want to get that, I want them to have my business card, I want to do business with them. And first of all, that's where you get things wrong. One of the major key in collaborating, in networking with people, trying to be a super connector, is going into a room, looking for how you can add value into that room. There's what we call, I had a conversation with Adora Lumina a few days back, and she said something that actually resonated across board. It's called neural coupling. Neural coupling pretty much is, is having the ability to find yourself in a room, starting a conversation with anyone, and in that moment there are certain pointers, certain nuances in the discussion that actually captures their attention. Once you're able to capture their attention, regardless of what you've said, they would listen. They would literally listen. And that was quite interesting because a lot of people that use neural coupling as a mechanism to connect with people, it starts from having a conversation to having tea to laughing at jokes to closing business deals. Literally, it starts from the informal and then it automatically goes into the formal, and then all of a sudden it starts from, I like you, you're a great person, I want to be friends with you, I think we can do business together. That's what it is. Walking into a room saying, whatever or whoever is in this room, I have value to add into their life. So when I meet someone for the first time, I'm not interested in knowing what kind of business I'm going to get or what I'm going to get out of them. It's always how I can add value into their life and what problems I can solve immediately. Now, if we break it down into, there are low-hanging fruits. There are immediate things. For example, now I would meet you, I'll be like, oh, I love your sneakers. I'll be like, oh, thank you. I'm like, where did you get your kimono from? And then you tell me about the designer or, wherever you bought it. There's a story around it. Maybe you took a trip to somewhere, in an African country, and this actually inspired you, and blah, 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 blah. We're neural coupling already. What you're going to take out of that whole conversation is, this person is interested in my story. This person is interested in my history, and I would like to keep having conversation with this person. Regardless of, I've not asked who you are, what business you do, oh, here's my business card, that sort of thing. Those are the basics of being a super connector and connecting. How that translates into real business is in the process. Literally, it's in the process. You start from conversing, you move that to being very familiar. That familiarity starts breeding, within the whole process, starts breeding friendship. We're sharing, we're bantering and sharing different things that connect us. And then all of a sudden, you're seeing value in what I bring to the table, and I'm seeing value in what you bring to the table. And in that very moment, you're 100% sure what box or what space you want me to play in your life. It's always that simple. Thank you.
That's very interesting. I'm sure some of us here are also learning. King, would you want to contribute to this?
Hi everyone, I'm glad to be here. So just adding to what Samuel has explained before, when it comes to social capital, it's very important to note that it puts you on an edge. Take for instance, I was privileged to work on a project 4 or 5 years ago with a colleague. It was called Kubli. So what it was it's a platform for different student teachers to upload videos of what they want people to learn and the game point. So based on that, we were able to move past after like a year. We were stuck at some points with development. So I think my friend, he knew people, do you get? And not just in knowing people, he himself had value, we had value. So I think when it comes to social capital, it's important to know that what are you bringing to the table, because when you're looking at social capital, it's very, very important to note that there's an advantage somewhere, and what do you need, what does the person that you are looking to meet need from you, and it's like a whole different ball game entirely. And I think based on the people he knew, based on the influence that he had, we're able to like surpass that particular issue that we had. Yes, so that's just it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, King. So I'm going to come back to the statement that you made about Samsung making chips for iPhone. So I think that's even very interesting, because that's something that has been bothering me for a long minute now. So we've had like companies that are, say, as aggressive. In fact, those are two very aggressive, competitive companies, iPhones and Samsung. How do you think, or what realistic approach, say for instance you're a newbie and you're trying to partner with maybe like a Samsung or maybe like an Apple rather, for instance, what realistic approaches do you think that one can take to be able to have such successful partnership or collaboration like Samsung and Apple did?
Very, very good question. I'd like to give a separate example as an anti-example. Who remembers Gala? Everybody put up their head. Wow. Who remembers La Casera? How many of you bought Gala and La Casera together? Have you ever wondered why Gala and La Casera never collaborated? Have I made my point there about collaboration? Anyway, back to the point. Now, there is nothing like a gentleman's agreement in business. Just take it to the chest and hold it there. Nothing like a gentleman's handshake, because when the deal goes down, when money is involved, people will sly you. Let's be realistic. So never go into an agreement without having legal advice or legal backing. Never collaborate without finding interesting ways or creative ways to protect yourself. Now, let's make it even more realistic. I speak to a lot of founders. I speak to a lot of founders and entrepreneurs, and they say, I don't want to share my idea. Last time I shared, and I'm going to mention the brand. I shared it with this big brand. This big bank, and the next day they built my app. You know the bank I'm talking about, right? And I tell them, you can actually pitch to people and share your idea and share your business without sharing the core part of what makes your business different. Or you can decide to make them sign an NDA. Now, not everybody would like to sign an NDA. If you come to me and tell me, I need you to sign an NDA, I probably would not listen to you, because I've signed so many NDAs in my life that I'm tired of that document. I have seen so many businesses that I cannot copy them. There are too many. My head will explode. However, you don't need to share the core of what differentiates your business. You don't need to share your IP. If you developed a way to do X, Y, Z, you can talk about the business without telling that person how you did it. But never go into business with anybody without some legal advice, legal backing, or legal documentation that protects you from being exploited. Very, very important.
Thank you very much.
Yes, please. 100% what he said about the legal side. I promise you, that's the best thing you're ever going to do for yourself doing business in Nigeria. But nonetheless, I met, I met with someone that has been in the telecom business for years and has diversified his investment portfolio into fast fashion, tech, and I remember he gave me an advice that still stands out for me till today. Because I was like, I have this idea, blah, 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 blah. And he was like, what's your idea? And I was like, I can't tell you about it. He was like, okay, that's fine. And I was like, what do you mean that's fine? He was like, yeah, if you're not ready to talk about your idea, then it's fine. I was like, I can give you an NDA, blah, blah, blah. I was like, nope, he's not signing it. And he said something that stood out. Because everybody, is walking around with some great idea in their head that is going to change the world. Billions of people are going to use. They're going to be the next Facebook, the next Google. The truth about it is you are not the only one with that idea in your head. In fact, there are hundreds and thousands of people with similar ideas. What makes an idea great isn't the idea in itself, it's the execution. And that's why when he said, Sam, he was like, you can always share your idea with anyone. You can talk about all the things you want to do, because what that happens is there's what we call product sensing. Product sensing is the process where you throw your idea into the crowd or a small group of people, and they break down that idea into its most minute atom, in its most basic form, so much that you get to see all the loopholes, all the challenges. Because the problem with a lot of people walking around with ideas is they feel that idea is going to work. In fact, they can bet their whole life that idea is the idea that God gave them. And once someone comes to me and tells me that God gave them this idea, I actually stop talking, because who am I to go against the Almighty? But when you share your idea, something happens. The idea moves from becoming a thought into becoming something that can actually happen. But if you share your idea within people that totally understand how products and businesses works, the first few things that comes to them is, first of all, the loopholes, the challenges. You might even be surprised that a lot of people, I see a lot of people tell me, this idea has never been done. I said, it's a lie. It's impossible. That's what research is. People build on research. There's nothing that's never been done. What makes your own process, if you're trying to trademark or patent, whatever it is, you can patent, the unique design. You can patent the process of what that thing looks like, whatever that looks like. But you cannot say you're the first person that thought about a particular thing. It's impossible. So when you throw your idea out there, people throw it back to you with all the challenges you're going to face. The best thing you can ever do to yourself is to have an open mind and take all that in. what makes your idea different from the next person is how you execute the idea. I remember the first time I dabbled into design, and I was with Woo Interactive, that's Draxart, God rest his soul. And he said something. I was like, oh, then before there was Figma, there was still Photoshop, CorelDRAW, and all that. And he was designing something, and I designed the same thing, but differently. And it was like, Sam, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, you're trying to get into a particular result. That end process is what matters. How you got there is your unique skill. How you executed and how you got there is what people are going to pay for. Now, when you would literally get people's attention is if you're able to get there a lot faster than I am, then you have your own unique process. That's why when businesses are failing, what people are looking for is how they can tighten the process. They start looking into logistics, especially operations. They're like, the problem is with the operations. The problem is in there, not with the idea, not with the product. It's in there. So for collaboration, share your ideas, people. You might not really talk about the IP. You might not really talk about your unique way you plan on executing it or your business model. But you throw your ideas out there as often and as much as you can. Thank you.
And I think, what's the worst case scenario here? So the worst case scenario is that you share your idea, someone steals it and goes to make millions and billions of dollars, right? No, worst case scenario. So I'm thinking, that brain that brought that idea can bring more ideas. Why is that idea the last one or the best one that you will ever have? And I think this reminds me of most people, all big names of startups or startup founders that we know, they never just do one thing. They start off with this one, they do that one, they move on to the next one, they do that, they move on to the next one. And once you're solving a problem, you begin to see all the different pieces of the value chain that can also be solved, right? So I always tell myself, worst case scenario, if someone takes these things and runs with it, I will come up with something else. I will come up with something better. Good luck to you, thief. But we'll figure it out.
King wants to speak.
Yes, so just to add to it, there was a tweet on Twitter some months ago when someone was like, what you are building, it's better you share it with people so that you don't end up building rubbish. So it's very, very important to share. I'm very privileged to actually speak to founders day to day based on what maybe they want to build. Some are in the MVP stage. And don't be afraid to accept critical feedback. It's what is going to you might find yourself revamping into something else. And as they said, the market is there. It's not about who started it first. It's about executing perfectly. Do you get? It's about what is your go-to-market delivery. Not everyone has the execution plans you have in mind. But the main thing is the business value, which markets are you addressing, and how can you get your first revenue? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. This has been very insightful. Tamilore, so for someone who has been, so a lot of times, people have projects that they want to do, and they want to collaborate with people or with companies, but they're not exactly certain of who to collaborate with, so that they can achieve the maximum effect. So how do you think that people should be able to sift the wheat so that they can get the desired results?
You can answer that question in many ways, right? So essentially, what is it that is the end goal? I think that was what Samuel was talking about. What's the end goal and who will help you get there? One thing I was reflecting on is that I feel like collaboration isn't delegation. It isn't outsourcing your work. It isn't saying, okay, let me sit back and just let these people figure it out. You're also putting in your own best at that particular time, right? So, and collaboration is also complementary. It isn't, we're doing the same thing. Okay, if you wanted to cook jollof rice now, I'm washing the rice, you're blending the tomato, you're frying the oil, okay. Oh yeah, I don't know, you're doing the garnish. We can't all be washing the rice.
you want to use, and you can be doing the stove or boil. I don't know, boiling the water. We can't all do. We can't all wash rice and jollof rice will come out. So it's a thing where I know what are my strengths to achieve X project, and what are the things that I don't have or the gaps that I need to fill. And I think that's where it ends up being as complementary and as holistic an approach as you can get. The other thing I'd say is that don't rush into it. I've been on projects where you rush it. It sounds like a great idea. It sounds like a great partnership. It sounds like this is the best thing that will work. And then you are halfway through and you're like, oh my God, I hate these people. I wish we never started this thing. How do I get out of this thing? There's no hurry. There's no, we need to finish this thing in 10. The best thing that you do for yourself is to make sure that you know who the people are, you know what their strengths are, and you are able to, again, spend the time. Spend the time is what I'd say, and don't rush into it. I mean, I can say some other things, but these are the two key things. Who are the people that are going to complement me in this process, and I take my time to figure out who those people are.
Thank you very much. King, as someone whose day-to-day activities involves partnerships, how has that defined the way you do business?
That's a very good question. Of course, we all know that partnership is the soul of business. Like, you can't do things alone. Like, hinging on to what Samuel mentioned earlier, if you want to go fast, go alone. But if you want to go far, what happens? Like, you go with someone. So, like, I'm privileged to work with top sales leaders across our supported countries, and looking at businesses who try to integrate with us. Like, there's a value offering here. So just identifying the best possible way we can help them so they can help us. It's mutual, like it's not a parasitic relationship. So just on making sure that they get what they want, they have the best experience end to end until they go live is what I think is very key to partnership. Thank you.
Tamilori, do you want to add to that? Okay, as someone whose day-to-day activities involves partnerships, how is that defined the way you do business?
I still can't hear you, sorry.
Oh, as someone whose daily activities involves partnerships, how is that defined the way you do business?
Oh, okay. I actually think being on this panel or this timing of this panel is a very interesting one for me personally. It's been a very interesting year, very tiring year in terms of all the different partnerships I've been working on in 2022. And maybe that's going to inform what I'm going to say now. One of the things I'd say is that when it comes to working with people, never take it personally. Never take it personally. If they let you down or if they don't do whatever it is, or you just be dying inside, killing yourself, and it doesn't affect them because they're also living their own best life. Never take it personally. And so I think if there's anything that working with people, working with groups, working on projects, co-creating has taught me, I do my best. I try to make sure that I'm optimizing whatever it is that I need to be doing in that certain situation. And I also just don't take it personally if things don't work out. And I think I'm sounding a bit negative, but I think it's also good to be aware that it's not every time that partnerships and collaborations work out. But then the other thing, and why is it that it's important? So the question being that, how does that influence the way I do business, influence the way I relate with people? It kind of helps you to just separate people from what they do. So I relate with you on the level of this is who you are, this is what you can bring. If you don't bring that, I don't necessarily harbor any ill feelings or negativity inside of me. I'm just moving forward towards my own mark. Yeah, that would be my own. Again, just speaking from the way 2022 has gone. But you know who you are, you know your strengths. Just keep on working on those things.
Okay, so thank you. So this is my last question. What would you say collaborating or collaboration has taught you about yourself?
Actually, that's an interesting question, because this is it's personal to me. one of my mantras, and interestingly, it's something I used to do, but I didn't have a word for it. And then I met my wife, and my wife actually made me capture it in a sentence. My goal is to leave every interaction that I have, leave that person better than I met them. And in collaborating with people, my goal is always to give value. Value begets value. The more value you can give out, and honestly, the world operates, value actually comes back to you. So yeah, in all your dealings, what I've learned is don't be so selfish to hold back value. Give. I'm not saying do things without, thinking about the implications or just being vulnerable all the time, but give, because when you give, you find out that people then see your worth, right? One of the things that I actively do is I'm a value aggregator. I might not have all your answers, but I know somebody that has your answer, and I'll link you up with that person. So what collaboration has taught me is you can actually grow your career, you can grow your business by giving out value and impacting everybody that you meet.
I see a lot of businesses in Nigeria that failed not because they don't have access to funds, but simply because those great ideas and those great minds ended up going apart because they are busy trying to figure out who is going to have more percentage in what business or what. And a lot of beautiful businesses have ended there. They've not seen the light of the day, simply because when people talk about collaboration and partnerships, one of the major fears they have is, oh, what if this person is this? What if this person is greedy? What if this person, I want to have more shares in the company, I want to have more percentage, it's my dream, I'm the founder. You've not even found anything. You've not even started the business. You guys are fighting over something that does not even exist. So every single time, I learned this from my dad. And before I start any business or before I collaborate with anyone, I am always very eager to know what their value looks like. And it's that in that process that I would decide if I want to be on this journey with this person. The very moment the person's value is centered around ownership, centered around having more rather than solving a problem or being part of a cycle or a process that wants to make something better, that collaboration is bound to fail. What it has pretty much taught me is when it comes to collaboration, the first key is to be honest and to be vulnerable. I promise you, if I don't know, I don't know. And I'm willing to learn. I'm willing to, just tell me what it is. But most importantly also, I've had so many, you grow up, and especially in Nigeria, there's always this idea, there's always this thing. What it has taught me about myself is the ability to give of myself. I just keep, I put it out there, I throw it out there, and, I am open to whatever feedback and I'm also very eager to walk away from anything, any idea that will not become as great as I expect it to be from critical feedback. I'm very open to that. But most importantly, what collaboration has taught me about myself is the fact that I am not enough. And I can never be enough. And that's the truth. We are pieces of other people's ideas, other people's dreams, and other people's processes. That's what makes us. The fact that you're here and you have a certain thought process, you dress a certain way, you like a certain kind of food, wasn't 100% influenced by you. You are a total of influence from other collaborations, from other people's dreams. You heard someone talk about, I want to be this when I grow up. Oh, me too, I want to be an engineer. And then in the process, I want to be a content creator. And in the process, I think I want to be a fashion designer. And it's you being in a room, listening to other people share their dreams, that your own dream became clearer. And that's what it is for me, Thank you.
um, can I just steal Samuel's one and say I'm not saying no? I think that yeah, I'm happy to say. So I think one of the things that I take away from working together with people is just tend to appreciate how you can solve one thing in different ways. So appreciating the way that everyone's mind is different, I think it helps you to think outside of yourself and think outside of the box by default, right? And that's what I'd say. Really being able to appreciate everyone and what they bring to the table is always so clear when you're working on a project and you can see, oh, this is what this person is doing that I can't do right now. This is what this person is doing, and this is how we're making this beautiful thing come to be.
Thank you, Tamilore. Trying to answer the question that was being raised, I'm privileged to be handling the community behind Mono, that is the developer community. And I think one key thing the last few days is I've been trying to appreciate developers who have contributed to Developer Tools project, and that was as of almost 1.5, 2 years ago. So when it comes to collaboration, just as you said, it's very important to be appreciative of the effort of people who you are being collaborative with. So if there's no appreciation in collaboration, how would the person appreciate your words? How would they know if you are being useful to them? How would they know that they are being valued? So I think appreciation is a very key thing with respect to sustaining collaboration and also partnerships. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much to the panelists and everyone in the audience.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for that wonderful submission. King, Tamilore, Samuel, Uwem, and powerfully hosted by Njedika. Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for them. We're at the end of the program right now. Thank you for your patience. We know it's been a long day. We appreciate you. So very quickly, at this time, we're going to announce winners and give out a couple of awards. I'm going to invite the sponsors of this event, represented by Sean, to say a few things and then go straight into the awards.
Thank you. What have I done right in my life to be introduced by such a person? I'm really happy to be here, y'all. Really happy to be here. And can I get one more round of applause for the amazing panel that happened before us? Our amazing hosts, our amazing tech community members. All right, so we now sum things up with our awards part of the show. So I'm really happy, really excited that we had an amazing hackathon. That's a part of every HackFest that we do. This year, our HackFest was sponsored and supported by Verified Africa, which is a product of SeamFix. They've done an amazing job. We've gotten so much good feedback from the things that were put together, and now we get to reward the top 3 people. And we're gonna have the CEO of SeamFix, Mr. Frank Atube, join me up here. COO, sorry, COO. He feels like CEO, he gives me CEO vibes. Mr. Frank Atube, welcome. So we're gonna basically start doing the first checks, and we're gonna get this party started. But before we do, would you like to say a few words? Anything? I know I'm putting you on the spot, but anything.
So thanks to the Ingressive team for putting this together. I think it's been a great one. At SeamFix, we're very proud to be the major sponsors of this event, and it's also part of our way of giving back to the society. So yeah, thank you very much.
Awesome. So our third prize winner and the recipient of 100,000 Naira is Team Optimus. Woo! Team Optimus. Can the members of Team Optimus please come to the stage? All right, one more time for Team Optimus. Woo! All right, so now we are going for our second place winner. Now, our second place winner is going to be the recipient of a prize of 200,000 Naira. And the winner, second place, is Team One Secure. Come on up and take the prize. All right, meet your winner. Final award with a grand prize of 500,000 Naira. And if you've been paying attention to the dollar rate, it's been going down. So this is actually a nice chunk of change. And the winner of the grand prize, first place, is Team Meraki. About you guys. Awesome. So thank you. So for now, we're going to transition into the next and final part of the award ceremony. So what we have next is the series of awards that were aggregated by not only what we have seen as feedback from the community. So a lot of you nominated people who have impacted you, who have influenced you across the tech community. And then there are a couple of people that we also identified in our community that were able to, you know, just kind of move us, touch our hearts, and improve their communities and change things around them. So with that being said, I want to start on some of these awards and give them out. So, the first award that I'm going for is the Tech Man of the Year Award.
Welcome to the I4G Tech Awards, brought to you by Team Apt, Nigeria's largest payment platform. Tech Man of the Year. And the nominees are Shodipo Ayomide, Joel Ogunshola, Sultan Akintunde, Joshua Koya. And the winner is Sultan Akintunde. Tech Woman of the Year. And the nominees are Ada Unduka, Adora Nwodo, Ifelua Dari Johnson, Oladiwura Oladepo. Tech Woman of the Year. And the nominees are Ada Unduka, Adora Nwodo, Ifelua Dari Johnson, Oladiwura Oladepo, Ife Durosimi Eti. And the winner is Adora Nwodo.
Thank you.
Startup of the Year. And the nominees are Eden Life, Seamless HR, ZPay, Gray Finance, Mono, Alajo App. And the winner is Eden Life. Tech Influencer of the Year. And the nominees are Sultan Akintunde, Ayodele Jessica, Toby Ayeni, Fisayo Fosudo, Peace Itimi, Kagan Tech, Benjamin Dada. And the winner is Toby Ayeni.
I was built to be the best, number one and nothing less. Lead me to my destiny. I have
Tech Founder of the Year, Emmanuel Unjoku of LaserPay, Kelvin Umechuku of Bumper, Damilola Olokeshusi of Shotlers, Eunice Olokbade of Sidebrief, Ifeoluwa Dare Johnson of Health Tracker, Oreoluwa Shonibare of We Create. And the winner is Oreoluwa Shonibare of We Create. I4G of the Year. And the nominees are Muhammad Tajuddin, Cynthia Ekutosi Oke, Augustina Okonkwo, Alexis Abakasanga. And the winners are Muhammad Tajuddin and Augustina Okonkwo. I4G Ambassador of the Year. And the winner is Alexis Abakasanga. I4G Circle of the Year. And the winner is I4G Taswed.
stand up for the champions, for the champions, stand up.
Until the very end. But thank you so much. It means the world to us that you stayed, you started with us, and you stayed. We are so grateful. How many people got any kind of impact today from any of the sessions? Did you get anything at all? Did you enjoy it? My favorite thing was like even through everything, you guys were engaged. I saw the whole master classes were full. You guys were gisting. You were going from booth to booth. I saw some people playing with the VR thing. Shout out to Mohammed for making that happen. It was amazing. Well done, well done, well done. We want to remind you guys that we love you. We hold you guys dear in our hearts. We're so grateful. Thank you so much for showing up. We also want to thank all of our sponsors and partners. Simfix, who sponsored the hackathon, Team Apps, who sponsored the awards. Want to thank Chi Money for coming through. We want to thank Mono, Mainstack, they were super. We're still running an award thing where if you set up your Mainstack portfolio, I don't know how many of you got the email, but if you set up your Mainstack portfolio, you must stand a chance to win lots of money. So that's happening. We're also, grateful to Mono for showing up and every single sponsor. La Casera, how many of us had the La Casera mocktails? Did we love it? Yes. A lot of people have been telling me La Casera is making a comeback at I4G, and I enjoyed it. Thank you so much. Major shout out to 500 Chow. They made that happen. Also want to thank our people, every single person who has been manning the camera, everybody who has made the sound happen, all of our volunteers, every single team member who has made this happen. We're so, so grateful. Every single chair you're seeing here is by Taylor as well. Taylor was our stage sponsor, and they made all of these chairs and gifted it to us. Print Evil, most of the print that we had was from Print Evil. Amazing people. We're so grateful. Thanks to every single person who made this a success. All of our vendors, Prembly, Coinmara was amazing. Who attended their masterclass session? Who went for the Mara masterclass session? Did you love it? I saw all of you going to collect merch. It was amazing. Thank you all so much. I don't want this to end here. Please, when you get home, tweet your favorite part of this session, the best thing that you felt, you took out of this. We love you. We hope that next year we can come back bigger and better. Thank you, thank you, thank you. My team, please pop up. Come to the stage. Come to the stage, my team. Come and do a bow out. Are you shy? Team. Where are my team members? I4G team members, where are you guys hiding? Evelyn, are you not a team member? Come. Come team. You would think that this event was done by plenty people. Look at them, that's all. These were all the people that came together to make this event happen. Thank you very much. Thank you. Major shout out to Landmark and every single person who helped us, our volunteers. We really love you. Come, we're going to do a group picture. Our volunteers, thank you so much. We're so, so grateful. Please, one more clap and round of applause for the team. Shout out to everybody, our security, everybody who made this event possible. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Please, network. Don't leave this place without meeting one or two people. Okay? Thank you, and this is goodbye from I4G.
Tosin. Demilola.
Where?
I want everybody. Where's everybody?
So we're trying to find our team members. We're looking for Temilola, Tosin. Who else is missing? Kamal is here. Tawheed, where are you? Tawheed, where are you? Tosin. Papa say group pictures, oh. We'll leave you. Where's Tawheed? Tawheed.
Tell me waiting, man no go see. I day your life, not the grace. I see today, not the grace. I get the money, not the grace. Chimechi, not the grace. We go, not the grace. I pray for grace, oh. Make I still the rise, oh. Never go to grace, oh. Nobody will know it pass, oh. I don't skip a pass, oh. Not the grace be that, oh. See life, oh. I say nobody.
I know they form say I too righteous. No con they form say you too like us. You no get the time for the hate and the bad energy. Got my mind on my money. Make you dance like broccoli. Steady going like broccoli. Steady on my grind, no one hear what they want from me. Could deny my fantasy. They want to check if my dad ain't no wrong. But it ain't rush forever and it be much. Now gotta make my dad be the rush. Because money with I'll be a fool to go back to my ex-boyfriend. They lost well, leave me much. No be hype, everybody they crush. There's no Johnny with us. I'll be a fool to go back to my ex-boyfriend. For me, jump butter, I dey go Ghana. We never touch you, they from Papa. Which kind money we never see before. You sell on me, got me feeling that me want a day. They never take my cake away. You can't call my pay. I just gave my lane. You no get the time for the hate and the bad energy. Got my mind on my money. Make you dance like broccoli. Steady green like broccoli. Steady on my grind, no yeah, what you want from me. What did I not do for you? As you lose me, now you lose. And if I ever go choose this life for the next is not you. But now I see you, you don't do me by you don't leave me go. If bad I see you, I be spec and I know how you self, you know too. Cause you don't break my heart. Tell me say you don't go, leave me go. You don't lift my mind. Tell me say you don't go, leave me go. Early in the morning when I wake up, baby, with you I'm running. And anytime I don't see you, I'll be running. I'll be a fool to go back to my ex-boyfriend. I'll be a fool to go back to my ex-boyfriend. See, I'll be good girl, bad girl, anytime when you need me, I'll be right here beside you. You don't break my heart. Tell me say you don't go, leave me go. You don't lift my mind. Tell me say you don't go, leave me go. Early in the morning when I wake up, baby, with you I'm running.
Look at you.
And anytime I don't see you, I'll be
Every little thing you do make me wanna be like that too. And you demand me like